So
I see.
something else is running the world as we know it now. It's
But you
not
know
that
the
kingdom.
but what did we say is the reason why something else is running it? From scripture, not just us saying that.
Well, if this is the season, then I don't know. Like I said, I just let me just leave it as it is.
Oh, if this is what season, sorry.
If this is the little season, if this is Satan's little season, then he's running it now, and that other kingdom is on pause. But
Oh,
if
it
we're
feels
going with what the scripture is saying, it says that sovereignty will not be left to another people.
yes, I understand. It feels that way.
Yeah.
But we'll send you back to Bible school in secret. But watch this, okay? 7 times. But for those that may be wondering, maybe how let me switch the camera. Okay, but this is what she's talking about, okay, which is correct, okay? Um, we are saying that you know what, this thing is done from this time, okay? It's done from this time, and this little season, and you will see that many of those ruling the world still try to hold this idea of Christian Jesus. They can't really deny, they can't really back off of that, okay? But I think the reason why this is just so more or less confusing that okay, Jesus is supposed to be reigning, but it says they will reign for 1,000 years, and then he didn't say he will recede necessarily, but he says there'll be a short time, short season, and Satan will gather the whole world. How will you gather the whole world under somebody else's government? You see, because that's what the plan is. You gather the whole world, you see, to battle and to fight against the people of God. You see, so it is this time. It's just like what we read in Enoch the other time that says that, okay, righteousness, there will be an eighth week of righteousness, and everybody, the path of righteousness will be revealed to everybody. And then the world will be marked for destruction. Oh, why? How? And people will be on the lookout for the path of truth. Just those two statements shows you this very short time. You see, and you will notice that the way Satan is ruling, if he is at all, is by deception. He still needs that human, that flesh and blood, to still get things done for him and all of that. You see, but it's not again like that. What's the thing called? What's that thing called? Like the rapture. This period when you don't take them out, you're unalive. Not if you don't take the vaccine, you not get jobs. You then will just send you. If you don't take it, you'll be unalive. That is what it says that will be happening here. Here they won't unalive you. They will just try to ostracize you, pressure you, etc. And some people still didn't take the vaccine. See, so the modus operandi here is different. It's like authority has been taken off of him. Now another thing is, if you look at the timeline, it is Greeks. Another question, or have you thought maybe I should flip it back to you? After this, we'll just go do the thing in Bible school, in private Bible school after this one. But the thing is, what do you think was happening within the 2,000 years then? I mean, if this thing is supposed to be okay, Nebuchadnezzar is the head of gold, then the kingdom of Persia, right? And then the next one will be the Greeks, and then the next will be the Romans, and then the last will be okay. People are saying maybe that last is Elon Musk trying to do. So the question is, how do you have an image that was changing his head to his chest is about 100 years, chest to the torso is about 150 years, from here to here is about 200 years. How did his knees or his ankles, that's the last part of the leg, but it's linking the leg and the feet. What do you think, Gemma, if you don't mind, if you've thought about it before, how did the distance between his ankles and his feet become 2,000 years? Do you have an idea about that? Have you thought about it?
No, not exactly. Mm-mm.
Okay, fair enough. So maybe when we do that other, you know, because if what it means is that this statue cannot be this way. It means this leg has to be this ankles has to be very far from the feet. Look at this. If we put it here, right, it's supposed to be a continuous flow. So now we've had to say real done. Just a moment. The Instagram just got. Can we paste that? I don't know. I don't use the iPhone to search. Paste. Is anything like paste? I don't know. It just clears your clipboard real quick after a short time. Just a moment, please. Copy that. Paste that. Yeah, there we go. All right. So it is going to inevitably make, in fact, what mainstream Christianity is teaching us is that how would you even do it? You first have to cut off this leg, right? This is feet of iron and clay. You have to cut off this leg, put the legs behind this rock, and put Yeshua here. I mean, we sing it in church. Jesus reigns, Jesus is reigning, he's reigning, Jesus reigns. It means that if the kingdom of heaven is just getting the Holy Spirit, praying in tongues, they lock you in prison, you get out supernaturally, you do miracles, you keep preaching for 2,000 years, right? And Jesus is reigning, okay? What that means is that you need to take this stone, first cut these legs, take the feet off, and take these stones and put it in the middle. So there'll be this stone before these legs of iron stops. You have the stone, Yeshua. You have the feet after. Then maybe you have to copy and paste the stone after the feet, you see? And that's not the only problem. Another problem you have, just a minute, let me see. Let me see if I can pop that up. Another problem you have is just scale, okay? Scale of time. I'll try to show that real quick. What's the word? Let's see if this works. Thank you, Father. Okay, let's see. Another problem we have a problem of scale, which is the question I asked you just a few moments ago. So I want you to reason about it. By the way, have you had the time to watch again the part one again, Mrs. Okoye?
Not yet, though. Still, like I said, there's a lot of deadlines I'm trying to meet. So I haven't had the time to do that.
All right. Yeah, so it would be good to do that before we have the other session if you don't have it at all. Okay, so this is another problem of what's it called? Problem of scale of time. Okay. Now, let me see. Yes. So now what this person has done is to help you perfectly explain what mainstream Christianity is teaching. In fact, actually, he's drawing this. I mean, this is exactly what mainstream Christianity is teaching regarding the return of Jesus. Okay? So he's drawing this to even explain a revelation, not showing you an error, but he understands the error so perfectly or the mistake, right? So perfectly that he represents it so perfectly, exactly what I was thinking and saying. So why did he have to cut the feet of this? Do we have this image? Let me try to download it. Insert image options. Let's see. Okay. How can we get that? Just a moment. Okay. Phil, just relax a little bit. Okay, I don't know if this can be. Okay, let's try if we can do something. Be the name of the Lord. It's nice. Like that. So, okay, good. This is not bad. Good. Well, we don't need it that big. So, he's perfectly explaining the error, as it were. Okay? So, what the church is teaching is that there is this gap, another gap theory in that sense. There is this church age, right? And well, this is when they replace Israel. Da, 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 da. So, why is there this age? Why is there this gap? Why? It was this written in the prophecy of Daniel, and there will be a time when time would cease Israel sidelined, right? And there will be a time when there will be no more time, and that time everybody will wait. And after the feet, no, it says it flows from there. The bronze, the iron, the clay is next. After the clay, this Christ starts straight away. You see, I don't know why someone putting Antichrist on top of stone. That stone is Yeshua. But anyway, So they just put this gap there because of mainstream history. You see, to buffer that mainstream history. That okay, how do we explain this? You see, and like I showed you in the interview, you see, it asked where is this gap that, and they said it had to be fitting there to fit in this eschatology. You see, this gap is not there. It's not there. They've called it the church age, called it whatever. Yes, it was indeed the church age, but it is the millennial reign. You see, that's what it is. So this person very, very accurately explains this, and that this gap is not there. 2,000 years. Let me even explain to you to scale, right? Eventually, we will find out that from about this time, from the chest of this image, because this guy is a timeline. Like I told you, king, domains, and times. King, space, and times, right? So this is Persian, okay? But from this time, about this time, you see 70 weeks. Exactly. You see, does it say that? Yes, it does. 70 weeks start. Exactly. So you see, from this place towards here till the end of the toes is supposed to be 490 years. That's what 70 weeks means, right? So they are now saying what the church is teaching is that there was just 89 weeks. After the 89 weeks, look at it. There are no weeks counting. You see? Sorry, 69 weeks out of 70. Say no weeks is counting within that time. But when did he say no weeks will count? See? That's not there. That there will be the time when there will be no weeks counting. 483 years, then weeks, right? He's saying there will be a time no weeks will be counting. Why? Why? There's no such thing. And he said, well, 7 years of Israel, 7 years, the last 1 week will now start counting. So you see Satan Yahoo do something. You say, aha, that's the 7 week started. Then that one fails, you reset it again. Donald Trump decides to cough. Say, aha, that is Donald Trump. That is the first week. That's the trouble of Jacob. That's the trouble of whatever. Then that one fails, then you reset it again. You understand? So that's why people have been missing this, it's in the past. Right? It's in the past. So Israel is sidelined. And by Israel, they even mean the Middle East Israel. You see. A gap not revealed in Old Testament. Aha. So now we are the ones that now know that gap. No, it was not revealed because it was not there. Right? Even the book of Revelation, exactly. This person is just getting it. So now we know that, they didn't reveal it to them. Hey, yeah, we are the ones that are now seeing this gap. It wasn't revealed in Old Testament. We now see it. No, it is the Vatican that taught you how history was, right? False history. Then because of that false history was revealed to you, then you have to change scriptures to match that, which is understandable to the best of your knowledge. In fact, it's a very smart way to explain what's going on when you're trying to factor in the Vatican and the Roman Catholic history they've taught you. You see, right? So that's just what is going on. Now, let me talk about the scale. For those of you that understand graphs, I don't know if maybe Chema doesn't like math so much. I don't know if she has changed now, but it's not complex, to be fair. So from here till the toes is supposed to be 490 years. Okay, 70 weeks, 490 years. Now, from this neck, then, okay, to this ankle, right? I want us to still finish that chapter. We'll still discuss more. Okay. Sorry for those requesting. Just hang on a minute. So from this neck here to this. Okay, now let me even ask straight away. Joanna, I think Joanna is busy. Choma, if from here to the toes is 490 years, okay, what do you think from here to here would be? I mean, it's like a tailor, right? If a tailor measuring a uniform, measuring a shirt.
So that's 3/4 of the time, right?
That's what, sorry?
3/4 of the time.
Something like that. So if this is supposed to be 70 weeks from all the way from his shoulders to his toes should be like 70 weeks, then maybe this would be about maybe 60 weeks, thereabout, roughly. 60 weeks would be equivalent of 60 times 7. That's maybe 420 years. So from here to here is 420 years. You know what it means when a graph is drawn to scale? Do you know what that phrase means? It's a slightly mathematical term, rather. Do you know what it means?
To reflect the actual size of something, right?
Exactly, brilliant. So from here to here is 400 and let's say 430 years, whatever, right? 420 years out of 490. So let's say it's 420. From here to here looks like another 420. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. Because this distance is almost like this. Let's say 400, right?
Yep.
Yep. And this looks like maybe 50 years, whatever. But in actual sense, if you are to fit in the mainstream 2,000 years here, this feet to be farther away. That's the point I'm going to. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And to be farther away is just so absurd. Why that long gap? You see, and it's not in scripture. He said it's not revealed in Old Testament. Was it even revealed in the New? That's the point, right? That's what I would ask this guy. You say it's not revealed in Old, except you're saying that is your own new revelation. That's fine, okay. But if you read that scripture, it says, "I am coming soon." It told the person that saw this one, the hold it because it's a long time. The person that saw it towards this toe already. He says, "Don't conceal it, reveal it now, now, now. The time is very soon. I'm coming soon." The church in Thyatira. If you do this and do that, I'll take away your cross, take away your candlestick, and all of that. He told them it's coming very soon. So it's not even revealed in the so-called New Testament. We'll soon get there. It's not even revealed there. He said it's not revealed in the Old Testament. In the New itself, it's not there. In fact, in the New, it gets more urgent, you see. But anyway, let's finish that. By the way, let's just have a quick look at the animation. Well, that's what alt space. So we usually show this every once in a while. So look at this. See. So yeah, so just a little bit of that. So Nebuchadnezzar is the head of gold, and then that chest of silver, and then that belly and thigh of bronze, legs of iron, feet of iron and clay, straight away. Okay? And then a stone came, and hit it at his feet, and then it crumbles. That's just it. That's the end. Immediately, Yeshua started raining. Immediately, it started raining, and that's the end of that. So, then Daniel's dreams continues. He started seeing other things like bears, which is the same vision, just superimposed on that. You see, very, very simple and straightforward. So, anyway, let's get back to that chapter, then we close. Be the name of the Lord. Baruch Hashem Adonai. Thank you, Father. Where are we? So, and in the days of these kings of feet of iron and clay, okay, where is it? The last one, right? In the days of these kings shall God set up a kingdom which shall never be destroyed, and the kingdom shall not be left to other people. So somehow, you notice it doesn't say Satan will reign. He said he will deceive. And in deception, if it is real, it will look real, right? But it shall break in pieces. That's that kingdom of Yeshua. Will break in pieces and consume all these kingdoms, because they will try to gather together to fight it. And it shall stand forever. So Jesus is still reigning. I know we sing it in churches and all that, but by deception, this whole thing has been this way. It's clear Christ's return completely goes against his mission. Okay, this one here, you're back. Tisonia is back. You're welcome. But I was waiting for Phil also. But I've not met Phil before. Phil T. But I think Phil has at least stopped typing a little bit. Tisonia is laughing. She's back from America. Who woke you up? Okay. So he said it shall stand forever. For as much as thou sawest that the stone was cut out of the mountain without hands, okay, and that it break in pieces, right? The iron, the brass, the clay, the silver, and the gold. The great God has made known to the king what shall come to pass hereafter, and the dream is certain, and the interpretation thereof is sure. Dream is certain, is a clear thing. So that's what's coming. Oh dear, look at this. Then the king Nebuchadnezzar fell upon his face and and worshipped Daniel. Like This is a god, right? And he worshipped Daniel and commanded that they should offer an oblation and sweet odors. Oh my God, he doesn't care what. I mean, worship this guy. You see me bowing down. Eh? So most of them must have bowed down to Daniel also. Interesting. So that is why I think if you check well, when he was asking everybody to bow down to his image, Daniel was not part because he has bowed down to Daniel already. Oh God. Esau is ruling now. Jacob is about to rule the world. Well, well, kind of. So the king answered unto Daniel and said, of a truth, it is that your God is a God of gods, right, and a Lord of kings, and a revealer of secrets. Yes, he is. Saying thou couldst reveal the secret. Of course, the king could recognize his own dream. Like, of course, that's the dream. I mean, exactly, that's the dream. And there's a way, of course, when you know something, the only thing that will prevent you from remembering it, well, one thing that is certain to get you to remember it is when somebody shows you the exact dream, then you recognize it. Recognosco, recognize, you see. You recognize that, that's it, you see. And you could get that again. Wow. Then the king made Daniel a great man and gave him many gifts and made him ruler over the whole whole province of Babylon. Made him ruler over the whole province of Babylon. So this thing is with the Hebrews, with these Jewish men. They interpret things to kings. Kings just leave them. And that was what Balaam saw. He said, you don't know these people. This Moses you're keeping in your palace is a dangerous man. That's how his fathers came. They will just come and visit you. Before you know it, you try to take their wife. Their God strikes you. You're giving them your wealth. Another one came. His name was Joseph. Joseph was before Moses, right? That one too came. He was a slave, JJ slave. And then he just told the king interpretation, and then he took over the whole thing. The same thing with Moses. He came. He's supposed to be a boy that should have died in the river. And before you know it, he's in the king's palace, just somehow. And before you know it, he's taking all his people out. That's how you people are. You just come as immigrants, quiet. You just enter the people's nation with your 23 kg bags. And you start praying to this your God, and you start seeing things, you start doing businesses. These people, we know them all. We know them. So he treat those you people, right? It's the same thing. So then the king made Daniel a great man and gave him many great gifts. Just before that, let's say, yeah, many great gifts, and made him ruler over the whole province of Babylon. So I think his capital, right? Because Babylon will be the capital of the world, more or less, because Nebuchadnezzar was ruling the whole world. So he made him ruler over the whole province of Babylon and chief of the governors over all the wise men of Babylon. So I think that chapter 1 must have been a summary to include this, that it was 10 times better. I don't think it was 10 times better as a child. Maybe it was. But I would say at the end of the day, it was eventually 10 times better. I don't know. I'm just trying to balance it. So 49. Then Daniel requested of the king, and he set Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego over the affairs of the province of Babylon. Oh my God. Look at that. But Daniel sat in the gate of the king. He wanted to sustain his priesthood. It's like this government appointment. Thank you, Father. This government appointment is going to distract me. So he said, I've got these my guys. We came together to give you this interpretation. Set them over these provinces. These 3 guys, they're just as smart as I am. Make them let me just sit at your gate. So he just resumes at the gate, closes after a while, go home to go pray in tongues and keep his priesthood, you see. The whole Bible story is about dominion, and that will be given to the 12 tribes of the African people, maybe is what it's trying to say. Okay. So Daniel sat in the gate of the king. Now, the gate doesn't, I don't think it means the gate man in that sense, okay? But, they would sit at the gate to make some decisions, to have some discussions and things like that. So Daniel sat at the gate of the king. Wow, so let's stop there. We'll read chapter 3 from tomorrow. So powerful. So powerful and wonderful. Thank you. Chapter 3, verse 1 is very interesting. And let me just read chapter 3, verse 1. We'll read it tomorrow. It says this in chapter 3, verse 1. Nebuchadnezzar the king, immediately after the dream and his interpretation, look at what it did. Oh, okay, we've disconnected. Am I still audible? Choma, can you confirm I'm audible? This must be so low. The light has gone out.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, it's getting low, but we can manage it till the end anyways. Now just charge it. So after that dream, look at what Nebuchadnezzar did. Nebuchadnezzar the king made an image of gold whose height was 60 cubits, okay, 60 cubit, and the breadth thereof 6 cubit, okay, just about 10 times as high as it is wide. That's like a human shape, and he set it up in the plain of Dura, that's somewhere in Babylon, in the province of Babylon. That's the capital. You see, right? So why did he make an image of gold? We have closed already. I mean, we finished reading at least. Let me remove that speaker so we're good to go. Why did he make an image of gold? I need someone to guess that. The last pop quiz for the day. I've said it before. Okay. Why did he make an image of gold? Just a guess. Guess. So we can start requesting that guests can start coming up now. As those who want to ask questions, etc. So you can come up to answer anyways if you want to. So we'll have 3 minutes for each person. Blessed be the name of the Lord. Baruch Hashem Adonai. So, Choma, do you have an idea? Phil, just hold on a moment.
Okay.
So, Choma, do you have an idea?
I'm being naughty. But I'm like, they told him he's the head of gold. So, hey, might as well.
Just be
Build my thing of gold, top to bottom. Here we go.
Exactly. So he doesn't want to ever leave the king. And I don't know if he thought he wasn't going to die or something. Or maybe keep his children. Well, exactly. That's what I thought. Immediately head of gold. I mean, image of gold. Anyway. So it's interesting and straightforward. So, but do you have any comments for the day? Let's see. 3 minutes.
Oh, no.
Okay, let's hear from Phil. Phil.
Okay, good morning.
Morning.
The head of gold first means it was a prosperous kingdom. The Bible says it will diminish from gold to silver to bronze to iron mixed with clay. God told Daniel that dominion, it was one dominion after the other. Babylon, Medo-Persia, Greek, then Greco-Roman. It was 4 dominion. Gold, silver, bronze, iron mixed with clay. It is a timeline of when Jesus Christ will take up the kingdom from the Gentiles. It is a timeline. Daniel told Nebuchadnezzar, he said, you are the head of gold. The beginning of reading of the timeline, you are the head. That is, we are counting from you till the time when the Messiah, that we wipe away all the glory of the former dominion, the dominion of Babylon, Medo-Persia, Greek, Greco-Roman. The Greco-Roman, they are the Europeans and America today.
Don't forget your time so that it doesn't run out.
They are the European and America today, Greco-Roman. Greek was formerly ruling. Then during the time of Alexander the Great, the Romans waged war with the Greek. So one way or the other, they got mixed. And those Romans were the people that crucified Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ is a black man.
Okay.
The Roman Empire and Jesus Christ, you will see they are not from the same, they don't belong to the same dominion, the same group. Jesus Christ said, I was only sent to the children of Israel, those in captives, those enslaved by the Romans. Because you will see that the Bible says Pilate was a Roman, was a Roman. So before Jesus Christ died, he warned our people that were in Jerusalem. He said, when you see Jerusalem compassed with army, let everybody flee to the mountains. Jesus Christ was warning our forefathers in the land of Israel.
Your time is exhausted, but I have a question though. I think I get it.
Okay.
So, head of gold. I just want to know if you have thought about it. Head of gold, silver, Medo-Persian, bronze, iron, then iron and clay, right?
Yeah.
Just about that. If you don't have to answer the question spot on, I'll still direct you to our interview. Have you seen my interviews, by the way? The interviews we did.
Yeah, I think I saw a few of it.
Okay, maybe you have not watched the full. I want you to please take time to watch the full. But
Okay.
if is Babylon, Medo-Persia, Greek Empire, the first king of the Greeks is Alexander, whom they call the Great, right?
Yeah, Alexander of Macedonia.
Right. What year is Alexander? Do you remember?
Alexander was 333 BC before Christ.
Good. So let's even start from Babylon is around 520 BC, right?
Five something, around 560 something.
Persia is around 450. Okay.
Yep.
Greek is around 330.
Yep.
What's next? Who are the iron?
The iron mixed with clay is Greco-Roman. You know, when you go to the book of Revelation,
there's actually iron before iron and clay.
You see, the meaning of iron and clay is, you know, they will be, the Bible says they will be very, very strong. Militarily, you know, today, the best military you can ever think of is America and Europe. So the Bible is pointing to that timeline. The Bible says, in the time of these kings.
Just a moment. I think I understand. I don't want you to exert too much energy so that, I mean, on something that we have already covered, if you get me.
Okay.
So this is 333 BC, 320 BC.
Yeah.
When this guy started, Alexander, right?
Yeah.
The next one, I think there is iron, and then before iron and clay. Are we settled on that?
Yeah, that is Greek. The Greek, you know, the Greek, they were the one ruling before the mixing of the truths of Greco-Roman.
I know. Before the mix, or because I don't know if you get what I'm saying. This thing is 5. It's actually not 4. Gold, silver,
bronze, yeah.
Iron. There is pure iron in the legs.
Yeah, those are unified people, unified dominion. Okay, let me take it from the from Esau. You see, the meaning of Esau and Jacob is two dominion.
Wait. Okay, let's move. Don't worry. Okay, fine. That's okay. So you are thinking anything from Greek downwards is a mixture. Is that what you're suggesting? Or
is the mixing of Eastern Europe and Western Europe. Okay. They call them Greco-Roman all together.
So from here downward, things start mixing a little bit, right?
That is the mixing.
Okay,
that is the actual mixing. Now, during the time of European amalgamation, this is the original mixing. During the time of
very far, my brother. Just a moment. Europe is very far. Or what about what you're about to describe? What is the timeline? What you're about to describe?
Yeah, I'm describing the timeline. You see, the current timeline we have now is the mixing of Eastern Europe and Western Europe and America. You see, America came out of Europe. The British, the Spanish, the French created America.
Let's stop now. Just a moment. I want to just see. I like hearing people before they watch our interview and hearing them after. Okay? So this mixing that you're talking about, this is 333 BC, but you say
Yeah.
it's describing 2020 AD.
Yeah.
Let's even call it 1600 AD.
Yeah.
That's a very long jump, don't you think?
Yeah, it is a long jump, but the main, you see, what you need to be mindful of is the statue itself from the beginning to the end. That is the, or if you don't want to make mistake, end of gold, silver, bronze, mixed clay is the time when European Union, America, Eastern Europe will unite together. And we are currently in that time. And God said, when these kings are ruling, it is exact.
When
It is,
kingdom.
yeah, the exact time that these kings are ruling the world. They are dominating. That is the meaning of ruling.
That's
They are
when he
dominating the world.
But a moment, my brother. Were you here when I showed that statue that had a cut off leg?
No.
No. Let me show you the statue. I will show you
Okay.
what I'm describing to you to make it even. I'm sure you like the diagram.
Okay.
Okay. Which I don't agree with it, by the way. Just to let you know straight away with the diagram, but it's just what you're explaining. Okay. So let's see. So now, this is of course head of gold. This is about 330. This is 500 BC.
Yeah.
This is 440 BC thereabout.
Yeah.
This is around 300 BC. There's
Yeah.
a leg of iron, which is Rome separately. You seem to just be merging everything, but that's fine. Now,
Yeah.
this Rome, people with Yeshua were the Rome, okay? So this is 300 BC. Greco-Roman should be somewhere around here. Eventually it became Roman. The Greeks that kept getting more quiet, okay? But yeah, irrespective, okay? Now, my point is, this is, if you will, 30 AD.
Yep.
Good. So have you not thought, why is there such a big gap between 30 AD and they are still mixing all through 2000 years till now?
You know what we have to be mindful of is, you see, God said a day will stand for a year.
Okay.
You know, mathematically, I cannot prove everything to you, but a day is for a year.
1,000 years, you mean?
Yeah, a day is for a year.
Okay.
When God is calculating timeline according to the time of the angels. You understand?
So it looks like from this point, the time of the angels kind of kicked in here, because that wasn't what they were using here, right? Because you get my point, because it seems that is only applying to here.
Probably.
I get your point, which makes sense, because in fact, this person is saying that what you are saying now, etc., this thing was not even revealed in the Old Testament, because this time of the angel thing, church age gap, you would not find it in scripture, really. Do you know what I am suggesting, my brother, which you
Yep.
probably, of course, don't agree, is that after the Romans, right?
Yep.
I think this Peter and Clay, irrespective of who they are, let's not talk about that. And my problem is with timeline, not even the personality or who is. Okay.
Yeah.
You finish this?
Yes.
Go and take more water from mommy. Go to the kume, okay? Okay, queen. So now, my point is not who the mixing is. Let's still leave that. That's, you can say it's Esau, is Donald Trump, is whatever. But my point is, right, that I am saying there is no proof, there is no scripture that tells you there's going to be a gap like this, or the times will simply, suddenly rather, change.
The timeline is in the scripture, but some mathematically, we have to sit down and analyze everything. It's not something we can, you read it, you just, you apply you apply everything like that. Mathematically, the time is perfect. But you see, God gave us so many timelines in the Bible. When you go to the book of Joel, chapter 3, God said when it is the time to revenge what they did to the children of Judah. The children of Judah are Africa, mostly Yorubas. God said he will gather all the nations to the Middle East. That is the time of the end. You can see what is going on now. God is gathering every nation to come to the Middle East. America is in the Middle East. Israel is waging war against Lebanon, Iran, everything. God said when it is that time to revenge what they did to the children of God, the tribe of Judah, he will gather all the nations together in the valley of Jehoshaphat. Valley of Jehoshaphat is in Israel, Syria, between Syria and Israel. So what God is doing now is gathering all the nations that enslaved the children of God. Who are those nations? Babylon is part of those nations. Medo-Persia took part. The Greeks, they took part. Greco-Roman took part. They came to Africa. They came to Africa and enslaved so many people. So now this is the vengeance against those nations. Through that vengeance, God will now take all the dominion from them.
Let me show you something. Sorry to interject you.
Okay.
You see, there is this research we've done. There's this study we've been doing. That's why we're here. We're here every day. Is this your channel? Is it your first time? Is it your first time of? I think it's the first time of coming as a guest, correct?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
No. I think I've featured quite a few times.
All right, maybe I forgot. There is things we've said about languages. You would have seen maybe our video on Yoruba language, for example, the Igbo language and Hebrew, right?
Yeah.
We speak about languages. We seem to understand and agree on languages. We speak about peoples, who the chosen people are. You seem to have caught that also. Okay.
Yeah.
Next, we speak about locations. Is not cutting the locations yet, or let me say we don't seem to agree on that yet.
The location is in the Bible. You see, Bible is the roadmap of everything happening in the world. You see, God promised Abraham. He said, from river Euphrates to the Mediterranean Sea, that will be your own. That will be your own blessing that I'm giving you.
Just a moment.
And when you check the map of river Euphrates, it is from around the Turkish area to where Gaza is. You see the sea in front of Gaza is Mediterranean Sea, where America is putting all the warships. You see now, Gaza has been destroyed. Why? God promised in the book of Joel that Gaza will be taken away, Tel Aviv will be taken away, Ekron will be taken away, Ashdod will be taken away. Why is God destroying all those places? God is preparing preparing that place for the 12th tribe when they will come and possess the land. You will see after the war, all those places everything will be empty. That is when Jesus Christ now brings all the 12th tribe back to the land. Because that land belongs to the 12th tribe. Who are the 12 tribes? They are the Africans and those taken as slaves. Slavery is something that we have to be mindful of. God said to the Israelites, you'll be taken with sheep as slaves to various nations. And now God said I will take vengeance on those nations. Those nations that perform that, I will take vengeance. But now God said, when I will take vengeance, I will turn their sword against one another, whereby they will unalive themselves, whereby their economy, you can see all the economy is being destroyed right now. Iran, Gaza, Israel, every economy will be destroyed. But one place will not be touched, Africa.
Why?
Because that is those are the children of God. Zephaniah chapter 3 verse 10. It says, beyond the rivers of Ethiopia, there shall my people bring me praise. Beyond the rivers where is West Africa and South Africa. Beyond the rivers of God said that is where my suppliants, my people. Jesus Christ was actually brought to West Africa when he was young. You see, North Africa.
How did you know that?
Okay, let me prove it now. You see, North Africa, during the time of Jesus Christ, was being controlled by the Romans. Morocco, Algeria, Libya, those are Roman provinces. But there is a place that the Romans, they've not reached that region. That is deserted area, West Africa. West Africa was deserted. It was the place where all our people were running during the Roman Empire. They were migrating. Even when you check Jeremiah, the book of Jeremiah, Jeremiah was actually taken to Africa because his people were in Africa.
Do you remember the name of the place that would be West Africa as used in the Bible?
You say?
Do you remember the name of the place, or did you infer this somehow? Where is that place called? You mentioned that they were fleeing to a place. Is this something you can remember now?
It is West Africa and South Africa. Those are, West Africa.
Those words are not in the Bible, is the thing. You see?
It is in the Bible. You see, the book of Revelation says, and the woman was taken to the desert. Who is the woman now? Who was the woman?
Israel, right?
They are the 12th tribe of Israel when they were being persecuted by the Roman Empire. 70 AD, the Romans attacked Jerusalem, unalive so many people. Those people that hid the word of Jesus Christ started fleeing. They flee to West Africa, to Asia Minor.
Okay.
I
want to just a moment, brother. You're telling me some things I think I know, but I want to tell you things you don't know. Can we try?
Okay.
Yeah, let's try. Look at this. I was showing you something the other time. I said we agree on languages. We agree on who the people are. But there's something about the land. We don't seem to agree with the land. Okay?
Yeah.
I'm telling you that I don't think the land, the Holy Land, is not in that Middle East.
It's in the Middle East.
I understand. That's the point.
How do we know? Let us prove it scripturally. You see, when you go to the book of Daniel now, and the book of Joel, the book of Joel says, in that Middle East, that is where I will gather all the nations. You have to pick that point. In that Middle East, God said, all the people that enslaved the children of God will be directed to that particular region.
But the word Middle East is not there.
Huh?
The word Middle East is not there.
Yeah, you see, in the olden days, they were using the biblical name for everything. But the biblical name you see, when you check how God took Adam to the Garden of Eden, God said Adam was created in Eden. That is West Africa, mostly. Now, God said, let me prove it. God now said, the east of Eden was where the garden was.
Okay, which is where? Middle East?
Which is Middle East.
Well, they just started calling it Middle East recently.
Yeah, that is when they start changing everything. But then God gave us the roadmap. God said, I created Adam in Eden, Africa.
Okay, but how do you equate it just straight away?
You say?
How do you just equate Eden and Africa? How do you arrive at that? I agree, actually, by the way, with that part.
You see, Eden and Africa is actually the same thing. The Americans and the Europeans, they demarcated Africa and Israel by creating Suez Canal. You see that Suez Canal wasn't there before.
Look at this. Have you seen this before? Judah, right? Have you seen this before? Now, have you then seen this Euphrates before? Euphrates River.
You see, there might be two names for Euphrates. You might have Ephraim in another region. But to pinpoint Euphrates, you have to go to you have to locate where God says all the nations of the world will come together and wage war against themselves and unalive themselves.
The point is when. You see,
number one. Another thing you have to know is God said Israel was taken from one place and taken to another region. You have to know those two. You have to identify those two regions. Israel was taken from a place and taken to another place so that God will protect him from the Roman Empire, so that the Roman Empire will not alive every one of them. Africa West Africa, East Africa was a deserted place before the Roman invasion.
How?
It was when Romans invaded our people, then our people now migrated to deserted area. That was Africa was backward in development.
But just a moment, Phil. Look at this. This is the book 3, chapter 3, paragraph 4, right?
Yeah.
Of the book The Wars of the Jews by Josephus. Now as to the country of Samaria. What is Samaria? Not where. What is Samaria? Do you know what Samaria is?
Samaria is you see, when Israel was split into two kingdoms.
The northern kingdom, right?
Yeah. Northern kingdom is Samaria.
And this is the southern kingdom, Judea.
Yeah.
That's all I need. Just let's go ahead. Just hang on, right? And Galilee. So he's saying Samaria is between Judea and Galilee.
Yeah.
Suggesting that Galilee will be slightly further north than Samaria. Okay. Now, this one is not news, but look at this. It begins at a village. That Samaria starts at a village that is in the Great Plain called Guinea. Do you know where Guinea is?
Guinea, Guinea is a modern name. The current Guinea is a modern name. They were not using Guinea before,
You know where Guinea is today?
Yeah, Guinea is in Africa, definitely.
Okay.
There are two Guineas. One in West Africa, one in eastern part. I mean southern part.
Well, not really south, but yes, western part majorly. Now, let's assume this was a new name, but this was written in Greek. So they would use Greek-ish names like Guinea. Guinea means black.
Definitely. Yeah.
Have your Guinness from. So Guinea, there you go. Now watch this. And it continues that this Samaria ends at Accra, Benin, Topaki. Do you know where Accra is?
Ghana, definitely.
Ghana, right? That's one, you see. And let me show you another one. What I would ask you to do is just take time to watch the interview we've done. And that's why we record this interview, so that people can go watch it, and they can take their time. It's been long I showed this, but let me just show it. This is also another book of Josephus, which is called The Antiquities of the Jews.
Yeah.
And it mentions like 12 locations, right? And this, you can check that interview that is there. You can copy it and paste it on YouTube. It mentions 12 locations that is being fought for between Arab and the Israelites, right? So moreover, Hyrcanus, this Hyrcanus is supposed to be a Jewish man, but then they were already bearing Greekish names then till now. They still do it. Africans still do it till now. There's a Yoruba man who will tell you his name is Alexander, stuff like that. That's Greek, okay? But anyway, Hyrcanus promised him, more like it was giving a manifesto that, just showing you the context, that when he's brought theta, okay, and has received his kingdom, he would restore the country and those 12 cities which his father Alexander had taken from the Arabians, okay, which were Meda, Nabalo, Libya, Starabasa, Agala, Athones, or Arone, Marisa, Ruda, Lusa, and Oruba. Now we search for these names on Google, okay, and we find them not just anywhere around the world, but in Africa. And when they are in Africa, they were not scattered all over the place. We found them almost on a straight line, like it was really defining a border. This is the Guinea I spoke about the other time. That's Guinea right there, right? And it says Guinea, Accra. Accra is in Ghana, somewhere there. Benin is in Nigeria. So it says, begins at Guinea, ends at the Accra, Benin, Topaki. You see? So look at these names here. Slight difference and variation in spelling. Maybe single L, double L. But look at them here. Lusa is in Bauchi, Agala is in Katsina, Ruda is a hill. And these are just not random names, right? Marisa is in Guinea, Akwa Ibom is where you find Oron, Nabolo is in Ghana, all the way like that. Atani, Soa in Cameroon. So you need to check on this location thing. How is it that Israel is 40 times smaller than Egypt? Israel is 25,000 square kilometers. This Israel.
No. That is another mistake.
Tell me.
You see, that area, Israel, is not the landmass promised to Abraham. I said it just now.
It's bigger
River
than that.
Euphrates. So, do you know how big, when you measure from River Euphrates to Mediterranean Sea, do you know how big the landmass is?
Not so big. Let me show you.
It's very big.
Just a moment.
It covers Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, Israel, so many countries together.
That's true. But let me show you. Big is a relative word, so let's just use the pictures. That makes it easier to define what big is. Okay. But that's the first problem. But just a moment. I want you to think more. Right? Just think. We are not arguing and but just a moment. Let me flip the camera. I like normally I would just say, okay, just go watch the interview. Thank you, bye-bye. Which you would maybe then get what I'm saying. But
no, I know the Bible, the Bible timeline and the roadmap. Right. So the Bible originally, I'm a pastor, you understand. So true. I've done so many reading, and spiritually you have to be. God has to translate everything, interpret everything to you at the same time, because it's not something you just read, apply names and everything. You have to apply from the beginning to Revelation. You understand? If you don't understand the beginning, you cannot understand Revelation. It is the roadmap started from Genesis to Revelation.
Genesis chapter 13, Pastor Phil. Now I'll call you Pastor Phil. Genesis chapter 13, verse 1. Do you know what it says? And Abraham took Sarah and all that he had.
Yeah.
Should we just open it, right? And went to the south. He was coming from Egypt.
Yep.
Yeah. So when you go south from Egypt, where do you go?
You go downward.
Yes. Actually, you go upward.
But remember, no. Remember, Abraham was in Upper Israel. Around, he said, Ur of the Chaldees. It wasn't, Ur of the Chaldees is up Israel. So when Abraham is coming to the south, he's coming down to the land of Canaan, where Israel is. You understand? He's not come. You see, when Abraham starts from the land of Israel, he will come to the region of Africa.
I want you to just a little bit of look at this. I don't want you to make mistakes. Is what I'm trying to do. And Abraham went up out of Egypt. He was living in the Ur of the Chaldees. Do you see?
From Egypt, yeah.
Yes. So he went up. This Hebrew word is wayal. It means it means to ascend in elevation. Did you know, sir, that they would call this place which is Upper Egypt? Is this Upper Egypt or this Upper Egypt?
Upper Egypt is where where God gave the children of Hamitic people. You see, the Upper Egypt was formerly called Mizraim.
No, that's not the point. It's a very short question, just a quick to show something.
Okay.
If it's something you have not seen before, it's fine. I mean, there are things I will learn myself. But is Upper Egypt this way or this way?
Upper Egypt is down, up. Egypt, Morocco, Egypt, Tunisia, Algeria.
Okay.
That is Upper Egypt.
Okay. Actually, the place they call Upper Egypt is here. Okay, let me just show you. Just a moment. I want to establish something because it gets a little bit tricky. It's a season of deception, so almost everybody's confused. Egypt. Well, let's just try that. So let's see images. Okay. How do we do this? Well, let's just zoom here. So, Egypt could have been wider, etc. But this northern part is called Lower Egypt, and this southern part is called Upper Egypt. So it looks upside down, right? It doesn't make sense. Why is this place called Lower Egypt and this one is called Upper Egypt?
That is the time given to it by the Europeans anyway. But you see, what we have to pinpoint, the land of Shinar, or is it Shinar or the Shinar, Babylon?
Okay.
Babylon is in the land of Ur of Chaldee is in the region of Babylon.
That's what they will tell you.
That was the native place of Abraham.
But just a moment.
So it was called from there to migrate further down.
Okay, but just a moment. I want us to look at Genesis 13. It was coming from Egypt. I mean, it's simple, right? Muthoni, this map is not upside down. The map is only said to be upside down figuratively, but I would explain. Oh, don't fire the people that confuse this thing, honestly.
They did it to confuse everybody.
Right. But then, even when you've understood it, you're trying to explain it, it's just all over the place. So, Muthoni, the map is not upside down, it's just figurative. So that when you find Sukkot there, Sukkoth where, revisionist. So, look at this. Abraham went up out of Egypt. So, we are in Egypt. He's not in the Ur of the Chaldees here. That may have, of course, he was born in Ur of the Chaldees. That's fine.
Yeah.
But this time he was in Egypt and he was leaving Egypt. And he said, Abraham went up out of Egypt and all that he had and Lot with him into the south. So from Egypt, he went south and he was going into the promised land, back to Bethel and Ai. This is in Israel as we know it. You see, he went on his journey even onto the south to Bethel. So he went so far that he got to Bethel. So how are you going from Egypt? You are going south and you touch Bethel from Egypt. You see. No, I'll explain. It's not it's a rhetorical question.
Okay.
It's a rhetorical question. So watch this. Right. So there's even a word you might have missed here, and I'm trying to explain that word, even if you saw it at all. And Abraham went up out of Egypt into the south. How do you go up and you are going south? Right. That's what I was about to explain to you. So go ahead.
And you see, number one, God promised Abraham the whole region of Middle East.
Okay.
And during his migration, God said everywhere where he lay where he steps, that place belongs to him.
Okay.
So Abraham actually migrated from Ur of Chaldee to Egypt. First, the migration of Abraham, he migrated to many places. From one,
at this point, he's in Egypt.
Yeah. So the whole region of okay, let me call it as you said, lower Egypt. All the region of Lower Egypt took the land of Canaan.
Yes.
Those regions, they call them Egypt as a whole.
Okay. So what's
as a whole? Because when you check the descendant of Ham,
this God is not hard.
God gave the descendant of the descendant of Ham. God gave them the lower Egypt.
Well, I don't want to use a term that I just showed you. It can confuse things. I just mentioned Lower Egypt. If you come let's not confuse that. Are you saying that maybe Egypt owned all this place at the point?
Yeah. Where? Egypt was formerly inhabiting, the original Egyptian, the Nilotic people, the Nilotes, not the current people, the Nilotic people, the jet black people. They were the father of old.
Okay.
They were the one inhabiting during the time of Joseph. So the time before the Bartholomew, one of Alexandria generals, before he went to before they gave him the origin of Morocco, Egypt, Algeria.
When was somebody giving Morocco, Egypt, Algeria? Where is that written?
After the death of Alexandra. You see, when Alexandra died, his 4 generals.
Yes.
One of them is Bartholomew, Seleucus, Cassandra, and one other.
Ptolemy. You meant to say Ptolemy. For just a moment, this thing is not that difficult. Let me try to explain what you are saying, which I don't really agree, is that maybe Egypt extends to present-day Syria, and it was coming from Syria and went south and ended up here. Is that your point?
No. Egypt starts from the region of Israel. The land of Canaan is Egypt.
So Egypt extends to somewhere here. Is that the point?
Then they extend downward to Morocco, Libya, Algeria, Tunisia.
Okay. So
Sudan and Somali.
So Egypt
and Ethiopia.
Egypt was also here. Okay.
And Ethiopia.
So yeah. So what? How does that change what we are saying? If Abraham left somewhere here and it went south, he's still coming down here. Do you get my point? Because
but Abraham didn't come to West Africa then. Abraham only migrated through the region of the old Egyptian region. He didn't come to West Africa, South Africa. You can see even only a few years ago, West Africa and East Africa started developing, everything was plantation before. That was why they call it deserted area, desert. The whole of West Africa, East Africa was plantation, trees, everything. Even the Europeans used to say we do this, we live in the tree, because that whole region was plantation. But God reserved West Africa for a purpose. The purpose is for when the Romans start persecuting the children of Israel. Then God said He has prepared a place in a deserted area.
Let me try another one. You are missing the point. But
okay,
when the God divided the earth amongst Shem, Ham, and Japheth, right?
Yeah.
What part did He give to Ham?
He gave Africa to Ham, not the whole of Africa.
Just a moment.
He gave the horn of Africa to Ham.
Good. So He gave this place to Ham, from here to here to Ham, correct?
Yeah.
Good. Where did He give to Japheth?
Japheth was given the eastern part.
Eastern part of where?
Of the world. Asia, Assyria, all the Asia Minor, all those regions belongs to Japheth.
Japheth, okay. What about this part? What part was given to Shem?
Shem was given from River Euphrates.
Is this something you have studied, sir? Or maybe you have not really studied it. Or was it the whole world? Or was it just this place that was divided?
No. You see, those places you are pointing to now was a deserted area.
So this
all the places that were not deserted, let me tell you. Let me point to all the places that were not deserted. You see the Middle East, from River Euphrates, from the war of Chaldee wasn't deserted.
Sir, let me show you something, sir, very quickly. Do you know where River Euphrates is?
Yeah. When you go up Egypt.
Yeah, he's here. He's in Iraq, okay?
Yeah.
Do you know where Tigris is?
Tigris is very close to River Euphrates.
Which country? Is it Iran, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Israel?
Yeah, around that region. Iran, Iraq, also that region.
But maybe you have not checked it recently. Maybe you don't know where it is. Precisely, right? Do you know which country?
Precisely. Right now, I cannot point to it precisely, but I know it is around that region.
It's fine. Now, Euphrates and Tigris are both in Iraq. In fact, they're so close that you need to zoom in.
Right.
The land that was given to supposedly given to Abraham to be between Euphrates and Tigris, everything will probably be in Iraq. But that's fine. Okay. But my point is, was it just this place that was divided between Shem, Ham, and Japheth? Do you think the flood was worldwide?
Let me point. You see, let us start from River Euphrates down to Gaza, Mediterranean Sea. You see Gaza. Yeah, that is Mediterranean. In front of Gaza, in front of Israel,
easy, sir. I've made it very easy.
In front of Israel is Mediterranean Sea.
Let me make it simple, sir. Just a moment. These parts were not given to anybody. Is that the point?
Those parts were, too cold. It was God didn't create people. God didn't create human being where the weather was cold. Those places was newly inhabited.
I don't think you have studied this thing very much, but it's fine, which is okay. I mean, we take time to study things and all, but just a moment. The code you said reminded me of Jubilees chapter 8.
Yep.
Right? But I don't know if you've studied Jubilees very much, so have you?
Definitely, I've studied it.
Okay, brilliant. So just a moment. So before I show you the answer, because you start using my own answer back for me.
No.
It's
okay.
okay.
I know everything. Spiritually,
Okay.
you have to be.
Okay.
You have to be disciplined.
Yeah, of course. So just a moment before, let me see. Okay, good. I got what I'm looking for. So let's make this very simple, okay? This part is cold, is deserted, nobody is there. Was it assigned to anybody?
That is it.
Was it assigned though, or you are
It
not
wasn't.
sure?
It wasn't assigned to anybody.
Let me guess again. This part is just bush, vegetation, God reserved.
That is it. You got it.
It was not assigned to anybody, probably.
It wasn't assigned to anybody. It was preserved.
Okay, good. So that is another point where we disagree, a little bit. But again, even which many people will even disagree with you, not just me. Okay, this one exactly. This is for Japheth, but that's fine. Now, even with the model we are working with, let's say God gave all this from, like you said, Morocco, etc., to Egypt,
To the children of Ham.
to Ham, right?
Yeah.
And he gave everything from here to Japheth,
So Japheth.
right? And the
Yeah.
middle of it is given to Shem.
Yeah, that is it.
I think the land of Shem is the smallest, right? Isn't it? Why?
No, it's you see. Check out what God
You
did.
can think about it before you answer.
Please give me just into one little chance. Check out the master plan of the master work of God.
Mm-hmm.
God gave Middle East to Shem,
Mm-hmm.
and he preserved West South Africa even to Shem.
Okay, just a moment.
Can you see how big the land of Shem is?
Just a moment. So, but the land he gave to him in the start was kind of small, but he had a bigger plan for him, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. That's okay. I understand.
Because God said he will dominate the whole world.
I get it. I understand it. I just don't agree. Okay. But let me show you something. Okay. Just a moment. So this is Jubilees chapter 8. Verse, let's do 20. Well, let's see. Well, let's start from 25.
Do you know South America belongs to Shem? They are also 12 tribes.
Yeah, but just a moment. Let me show you something. Right? That it was not an afterthought. And for Japheth came for the third portion beyond the river Tina. Okay? To the north. You see how many times it keeps mentioning north for Japheth.
Yeah.
To the north. It flows outward and it comes towards northeasternly, toward the whole region of Gog, which is Russia. So Russia was given to Shem. Sorry, to Japheth rather, right?
Yeah.
So those lands, like you said, they are not deserted or not unassigned. They were given to Japheth.
They were given to Japheth. The whole of eastern region.
Well, this is saying northeasternly. That's Russia. See.
Yeah. You see, the Russian today also migrated to that region. The Caucasian. They migrated to Caucasus Mountain. The Caucasian.
29. Right. And this is the land that came forth for Japheth and his sons. Okay. The portion of his inheritance which he should possess for himself and for his sons.
Yeah.
Generations forever. 5 great islands and a great land in the north. You see. So all those lands were given, and they were given to Japheth. In case anybody's missing it, it tells you in verse 30. But, you're not seeing this. Sorry. In 30 verse 30, but, that's the but in Japheth's land. But it is cold. Okay? That land is cold. What we said previously was that it was not assigned because it was cold. No, it was assigned, but it's saying but it's cold, you see. And the land of Ham is hot. You got the Ham part. I agree rather at least.
Yep.
For the Ham part. And the land of Shem is neither hot.
Both.
The blend, you see.
Yeah.
That land was given to Shem right from the start.
Yeah.
Such that, now watch this, such that this has been the land of Shem all the while.
Yeah.
And have you heard before that Canaan, one of the sons of Ham, came to steal part of the land of Shem? Is this something you've heard?
100% right.
Do you know where it is written?
Yeah, 100% right. Because that was why God wiped out the whole generation of Canaan.
Do you know where it is written that he stole Shem?
Yeah, definitely, I know.
No, I mean, where is it?
I think maybe it's in the book of Jubilee. I think Jubilee or Joshua,
right? Exactly.
Yeah, either of the both.
So I am telling you that this is the land that belonged to Shem that was still taken by Canaan. This place is too tiny, no matter how much you try to expand it. And I've not started touching on the dryness yet. You see, if migration, you can even say climate change, whatever, make the land dry, there is no way that migration would then also shrink the land. This place is too tiny. So let me go back to
maybe it's because you are looking at the map. Do you know how many countries are in that little region that you are talking about? Can you check the map and tell me how many countries are in that tiny place?
Small is a relative term.
It's not small, my brother.
I know, but is it okay? Fine, but is it bigger?
One
Are
thing you
saying
should
it's
know
bigger?
is that is
Right.
not the only land of Shem.
Well, okay. Let me
West
give
Africa,
you.
South Africa, East Africa is now the land of Shem. Even South America is even the land of Shem.
Now. Even which is so easy now. Right? He said it was not assigned before.
No.
But let me show you something. Just a moment, right? Now, after this, then maybe I'll direct you to the interviews. Maybe I've not watched it in full. But you were kind of right, to be fair. You said it was later given to Shem. But I'm telling you, it was given from the start. It isn't about how many countries are there. It's landmass. Yes, that's the point. I don't know. When people like arguments, you see this viewership now is 33. If you are reading Book of Daniel now, they will just see and pass. Long story short, this is called Upper Egypt. If you go to the south, it's called Upper Egypt. If you go to the north, it's called Lower Egypt. And it's simple. It is because the elevation as you go towards the south is higher, you see. And as you go towards the north, the elevation is lower. Of course, that's why the Nile does not flow southward. It flows northward. In fact, they said life began from where the Nile, the source of the Nile, which is towards Eastern Africa, which is where I think probably the garden is or was, okay? But that's not the point. Now look at Genesis 13 with that knowledge. And Abraham went up in elevation out of Egypt, he and his wife, etc., into the south, you see, right? That's where he went, and keep going on, and he went on his journey from the south, even on to Bethel. He went further into the south, you see, and is coming to those promised lands like that, you see. Let me show you another one, then I'll close there. Okay. I have a meeting in about 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Exodus 14:21. Okay, it's easy to miss if one doesn't get it. Look at just when they were crossing the Red Sea, because it's not actually Red Sea, it's Red Sea. Okay, Exodus 14:21. And Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, which is the Red Sea. Okay, and the Lord caused the sea to go back by how? A strong east wind. Okay, all that night, and made the sea dry land, and the waters were divided. So that tells you that where the wind, where is the mouse? Excuse me. Yeah. So let's even say this is the Red Sea they crossed. Meanwhile, it is actually Red Sea, which I think that is the Nile they crossed, right? Does River Nile flow upward? Yes, it does. NW. So when the east wind is blowing, how does the east wind blow? Let me just answer myself. It blows from the east. That's why it's called east wind. If east wind is blowing and dividing the sea this way, I don't think people are trying to cross the river from west to east to cross into so-called dry land, right? This way, and the wind be blowing in their face. No. Apart from Abraham going south, it says that it's an east wind that crossed, that divided the Red Sea or the Red Sea, whichever, going this. You see, that will be against gravity or against pressure. The air pressure is what Naomi meant to say. So the wind is coming this way, it's dividing, and the people will follow the direction of the wind. So they cross the Red Sea, which is here, or even the Red Sea, from east to west. You see.
So, you see, to identify that is very easy. Where is Egypt? Where is the pyramid of Egypt? First, we have to pinpoint where the land of Egypt is. Where, because simply the pyramid alone is a witness to tell us this particular place.
Where's the pyramid?
The pyramid is in Mizraim, Egypt.
So which is here, right?
Yeah.
So what does that
change?
So
any crossing from that, any crossing will be around that region. So we don't need to, we don't need to.
What I'll do, I want you to watch an interview that we've done. I know you've seen snippets, but I want to watch the full interview. Okay? Tebati work part of me. At the close,
okay, next time.
I said, no, thank you so much for coming.
Okay, thank you.
The interview for Pastor Phil, so you can just check it. I didn't even get to talk about timeline yet because I don't sweat now. Inside code.
I think we have to talk about the timeline because we are already in the timeline where Jesus Christ will take over.
Okay. I think he has taken over a long time, but it's okay.
No. It hasn't taken. You see, the time of deception whereby the Romans deceive everybody.
Right.
That is the white horse. They came. The Bible says they will pretend like they are the angel of God. They dress themselves like that is when they came to Africa to deceive everybody with Catholicism and everything. That is the white horse. Deception.
Just a moment,
Then
sir.
from deception, it will go to tribulation and so many catastrophe, enslavement and everything. But this time now, it is when God is gathering every nation to revenge what they did to his children.
It's okay. What we'll do is now the truest truism. You came here like 2 months ago, Mr. I've forgotten your name. One wonderful, beautiful name like that, Igbo name, and we said you should watch it. We say, yeah, you watch it, but you have been busy making money. He's a very rich man. The truest truism, if I can remember him. He has been making money. He has not watched that interview. He's not asking us now. Is he on YouTube? He's on YouTube, sir. You have to watch it. He's laughing. That day was whether it was in one oil mine in Saudi Arabia. I don't even know where he was. He said, I'll watch it. I'm just busy now. And he's someone that reads the scripture a lot. I'm even impressed by his knowledge. And he's not even a pastor like Pastor Phil. So let somebody type the name of the interview and put it there. You understand? Let's just put the title there so that it can go. The link. Yeah, YouTube won't let you do links. So let's do it that way. So thank you so much, everybody, for coming. Thank you, Pastor Phil.
God bless you.
Yes. So watch the interview, then we can come back. Olusha, okay, there's a lot of more guests, but let me hear from Olusha Yakombi. Let's go. And condolences once again, by the way. He's literally at the funeral of his uncle that passed on 2 weeks ago or there about 3 weeks ago. So, but then he's still requesting to join. Hey, we want to close though. All right, so let's hear from. Oh, I've accepted him, but it's disconnected again. But you can, yes. So, the truest truism. Just check that Conley Minister's interview, Conley interview with 91 podcast. That should be fine, so that you can get start. Olusha, are you ready? Are you ready, rather? Olusha, Olusha. Okay, let's hear from ancient Hebrew. Then that is Sheyi Adebayo or something like that. I don't know. I've missed. I forgot the surname. This is Sheyi. Good morning, or is afternoon right here? This is Sheyi. Oh, she's gone. Olusha, have you slept or you're muted? So that we can.
Sorry, I'm on transit. I'm just listening. I've been listening to you and Pastor since.
Right. This well. All right. So thank you. So so that's the link. So thank you so much for. I've been trying to get you on God Logic's podcast. You should call him and share. You can. I mean, I don't know. You can share snippets with them. They can. There's a way they can get riches. I mean, the contact is there online, so it's not something hidden. So something you can get to. So if it's an interview we can make, then we'll make that happen. But thanks everybody. Those who have requested, I brought them up. They just more or less just disappeared. I don't know. Then so it's happy new month to everybody. Thanks for coming. Let's begin to wrap up for the day. So tomorrow we'll continue Daniel chapter 3. Cain is named after our beloved Kano. Well, oh yeah, yes, I remember. Oh, that's Mr. Unstable Internet. Okay. Cain, yeah. So that's Mr. Onobajo. Yes, I remember. I said Cain. It's wonderful. So yeah. So if anybody wants us to have an interview with people, they could just do a mail and all that. So let me see. Is Orlando Core requesting? No, they're not. Okay. So please, Orlando Core, just send a link, or I don't know how to do this. Could you do me a DM, Orlando Core? Let's see how that goes. Or could you come up so we discuss that very quickly? So we close for the day. Who is like you, Lord, in all the earth? I have a meeting by 1 o'clock and I don't want to miss that. I have to prepare before we start. Matchless love and beauty, endless work. Nothing in this. I don't think they're ready to come up. But then it's fine. So just do a mail, do a DM, then we can pick things from there. Let me appreciate those who are on the live, then we close. Just a moment. Okay, so thank you, Hali, Freshly, Ademiju, Musical World, Lucretia, Fermin, Wisdom Solomon, Tito, Medallion, O'Kane, Still Multimedia Lighthouse, Wola Lani, Olushe Akambi, Pastor Filthy, Ancient Hebrew, The Truest Truism, Castleze, Giangzi, Orlando Core, Naomi Winters, Priesthood. Thank you so much. This is the Yoruba YouTube link. So what you can do is just type Conley Minister's interview. Let someone paste the Telegram link. You guys should join the Telegram link. Follow this channel. We are live every day, 10 o'clock every day, UK time. We've been doing that for like about a year, and we're still doing that all through this year, by God's grace. So it's happy new month to you. Join the Telegram page. You can just search for Conley Ministers. Yes, thank you, Tourist Tourism. Can just, yes, and we've not talked about partners. You know, search Conley Ministers partners. Let me try to comment. Conley Ministers, how do we do this? ConleyMinisters.org. Let me see. Ministers/partners. Just type this on your browser. So you have an opportunity to support this ministry with an amount every month. Okay. So that's that. You can, so once you search that Conley Ministers anywhere on Google, it gives you everything. What's the thing called? Telegram page, the YouTube page, the website, ConleyMinisters.org, and all of that. So when you get that partners link, then you can support with something every month. You get a few links there, and I don't know why I'm doing this today, which is good. Treasure of my heart. So you see that partners like that. ConleyMinisters.org/partners. You see. So when you get that, then you get to where you could just partner with the ministry. You can join for free actually, but then you can become a partner. So yeah, so as little as $5, £5 a month, okay, and all the way to £5,000 a month. Anything bigger than this kind of amount, you need to contact us so that we can get that sorted, okay? But anything between 5 to 5,000, you should be able to go through without. Actually, anything should, but of course, it's going to be higher than that. We live in a country that don't think you can never be prosperous. So when they see these kind of amounts, in fact, even the bank will call me and start telling we saw. They don't, anyway. So you click that, it brings you over to the checkout, you do that, and then, by the way, you can also, what's the word? You can use this 5 to 5,000 lets you change whatever amount you want, okay, to whatever amount, then it's not going to take £200,000, so thereabouts, okay? And then you can send that to yeah. Then of course there's one-off giving also. So that's it. Thank you so much for all that have joined. We'll see again tomorrow by God's grace. God bless you. Daniel chapter 3 tomorrow. Bye-bye. Love you all. See you later. Your presence. Okay, good morning. Let's get the Instagram up and running. Okay, let's get started. Let's not forget our app, our apps for tapping the live. All right. We continue. We stopped yesterday. All right, so we started on Instagram. Get to UK. So we shared on Instagram. So let's get to 3K likes when we get started. On Daniel chapter 3. Good morning, Choma. Good morning, Ali. Hope you had a good night rest. Yeah. You are the God of heaven and the earth. Kaabo, okay, Orlando. I don't quite know who that Orlando is. Did you invite them? Okay, that's Holly. Did you invite them, Holly? By the way, that Queen Liz or something is not okay. Did you invite the person, Holly? Maybe you can come up, Holly, so I can hear from you. Still on a case. You don't need to bother that Lizzie. I don't think they're ready. Yeah, Harley, good morning. Yeah. Did you invite Orlando?
No, I didn't. I just saw him on here.
But who are
I was
they?
actually surprised.
I don't know them really.
So Orlando, he does a lot of debate with Muslims in Hyde Park.
I what?
In Hyde Park in London.
What's Hyde Park?
Also, Hyde Park is it's a famous park near central London.
Okay, Hyde Park.
Yes.
Okay, that sounds familiar. Okay, so he has physical debates with people who say there is no God.
Islamic people, and he's big on YouTube. Even on here, I think he's got about 165.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So who's God Logic then?
So God Logic is always big on YouTube, and he does
That's
debate.
another person.
Yes.
So both of them are friends.
I've seen God Logic in America, and I've seen him come to Hyde Park in London for debates.
Okay.
So he must have met London. Maybe they're friends. Maybe. I'm sure they are friends. They must be.
They are sure. You're sure what?
No, I said I'm sure they probably have each other's contact.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's like they're both African or African descent somehow.
Yes. London looks Ghanaian or Sierra Leone.
That's Orlando, right?
Mm-hmm.
How about the God Logic?
God Logic is just Black American. Well, African American.
British American, or because I thought he's
no, he's an American. So he's African American.
He just came to London for that event one time you mentioned.
Yeah, it goes all around. So the one in Hyde Park is big. So they always have, you could go on YouTube and they're probably live. They always talk about the whole Muslim course, the whole Christian. Argue about that.
Okay. Well, interesting. But did you say they always talk about Muslim cause or something, or just basic?
Yeah, they just argue about the Trinity. That's what they argue about. But I think the reason why Orlando would probably like God Logic to meet you is because, in a way, I kind of feel God Logic needs to understand about the whole African history relating very much to the Bible. Because if he knows that, I think it will just divert to a different. I think that would really touch him. I can't wait. If that can happen, I'll be very happy. In fact, I'm waiting for Orlando to come back here. I'll find a way to message him. One day I'm gonna. Well, anyway, I'll look out anyway. I'm just in the background, just trying to hoover around, just to see, and also for Liz as well. I haven't given up on that. I'll find time. I've just been busy this week, but yeah, based on what you sent me as a voice note, I'll tell her, because it doesn't make any sense. Because why are we doing this? Are we doing this for money, or are we doing this for
truth? So what I would say is, yeah, thanks for that. So, but I would say maybe better down a little bit on Liz. They're acting funny based on what but let's try this Orlando, since he's talking about God Logic already. So that's just going to be a little bit of, so you can just mention you're from here, etc. Then I don't think they're the type that will do what Liz is doing without having to mention it in public.
No
right.
way.
Right. So
Orlando will come back here. Trust me. He came here for a reason, because he's always said something like that anyway. Because sometimes when I watch his video and he's trying to debate these people, and he's trying to get them to understand that you people need to wake up. But I don't think he wants to say, or should I say, in fact, you know what's needed? Someone like you could be a bridge between black African American and the Africans. Do you understand what I mean? Because
very important.
Yeah, it's very, very important, because that language is so. If you don't understand the language, it's going to be difficult for you to understand anything. So a bridge.
And most of them study Hebrew from these modern Hebrew guys.
Yeah. And you know what just blew what blew me away about 2 nights ago? Ancient Hebrew never died. I went on a YouTube channel. Some of the videos she has on there, it's unbelievable. If you understand Yoruba properly, you would, yeah, you definitely know that yes, there's something there.
Definitely. So okay, so maybe when you're free this weekend, next week, whenever it is, let's put less energy on the Liz and focus more on those that already have momentum.
Yes,
You
yes,
understand,
yeah.
you know. So I don't know how reaching God Logic directly would be, but it's probably easier through Orlando, right? But then it would be a
Yes.
double if you can reach Orlando also, you know. If
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh,
sorry, if
so
you can reach God Logic also, rather, right?
okay. Yeah,
Right.
I
So
remember last time. I remember last time when you mentioned that sometime you'd like to take some people with you. Oh, echo.
yeah,
Yeah. So remember last time you mentioned that you'd like to take some people with you when you want to go and do the ministry work. I wouldn't mind if you take me along and we attend God Logic's live. I think that's another
yeah,
way.
yeah. So, but when is God Logic's
Every
live
night.
on TikTok?
Every
Everywhere.
night. Every night on YouTube. Oh, you're muted.
You know, I was just thinking the nights for me are a little fixed because you know this morning is gone, right?
Yeah.
you know, so let's try to reach him first. It might be easier so that there's preparations. It makes things easier. When we went to the other live with Gang and the rest, it's easier because you just paid some money and they let you through. So that was a lot easier. But for this, there may be such things. You may have to wait for 1 hour, 2 hours. It's not going to be efficient. So let's try the Orlando route, reach both of them, those three people.
Okay.
There's a fourth one, which is the Muslim one, Nigerian Muslim one, right? Have you forgotten?
Oh yes, the I wasn't the one who it was some guy came he came here and was talking about I think it was one who was talking about MS Baba. Do you remember? Yeah.
So that was somebody else.
Yeah,
Okay,
that was someone
I
else.
can't even remember who that was.
Yeah, there was one guy
But at
from
least, right, at least the person you have gotten back, they've not, whoever that was, they've not gotten back to me.
yeah, he hasn't been back on here. But trust me, this guy will definitely come. Orlando, he might even come back here today. Because it was random that yesterday, but you didn't know I wanted to type a message, but I was a bit busy. because I wished because I think he was requesting for you to have him on. Do you remember when he said
I think I tried. I saw one Orlando.
Orlando Call?
Bald head is
Yes, that's it.
yeah. So I tried to add them. I think they didn't accept. I don't know. But we're just about closing.
Yeah. People come from the Middle East to come and debate him in Hyde Park. All the way, yeah, they come up from all around the world. So I'm surprised. You know what? This is really good because that means this is getting out there. It's getting out there for him to see it. So yeah, someone probably invite him.
Right. Maybe he could be. So let's double on it. Send a DM to those two, especially. I was wishing, let's just increment your list if you don't mind, so that you do them at one swing, right? You just do a DM for Liz again, the MS Baba, if that's the person's name. Then this Orlando God Logic, that's 4. Do we have anybody else?
No, not at the moment.
So let's just have those 4. When I was trying something like that, literally on my own or with just somebody with me here, we just had to open an Excel basically. Like we reached 20, 25 there about people who had it. Okay, this one, first contact, second contact, yes, no, give it time, no time, whatever. And you may get to a point, I guess, but then I don't know how much time you have. I don't want to suck up all your time.
Yeah, I'm a daily I'm a daily trader. So I'm always very busy, but it's okay. Yeah, I'll do it.
All right, then. So let's start with just those 4. Yeah, Gillian, good morning. So let's start with just those 4 and we push them. Hopefully they come back and there needs to be that bridge, truly, like you said, between, yeah.
No worries. Thank you.
Okay, so let's hear from Mr. Gang. I just wanted to get a little update. Good morning, let me see. I just want to get a little update from Harley. Is why it's not that we're receiving guests yet. But Mr. Gang, how was the event yesterday?
Well, Minister, thank you. We finished it well.
Yeah, Chema is also asking. It's okay. It's well.
Yeah, I
Okay.
thank you. I think I joined the live at the point before it ended. Yeah, so it went well. Most
All right.
times I was listening in, and then though I missed the reading for yesterday, but it's fine.
All right, then. Thank you. So, okay, let's get started this morning. We're reading Daniel chapter 3.
Oh, I missed the first two. Oy. Okay, it's fine. I'll catch up. No problem.
Yeah, of course. And also, Daniel is not one of those our strange books.
You know, it's not that it's. I don't consider it strange, but there are some key stuff that we need to
Yes.
start picking from the beginning. Yeah,
Yes.
before we even delve deep into it.
Yeah.
The consecration, the change of names, you know, because you come across people. Sorry, I'm beginning to talk. You come across people who want to tell you that when they want to make their argument, they start saying that, okay, why did they the names? You are bearing the names of whatever. You are bearing the names of whatever. You know, so because people want to ask you what was the real name of this person, not forgetting that these guys, sometimes when you go into captivity, they force you to change your name, and that name can be lost forever. You get it? So but people just want to make. Let's read first. Let me not distract us. Let's read first.
Yeah, it's all right. Okay, so Daniel chapter 3, let us pray. So we're live on Instagram and TikTok. I don't know, maybe we'll soon change to Facebook Lives because we tried, what's the thing called now? We tried Twitter Spaces and all of that. Twitter wasn't quite responsive. So move over to Instagram. It's like the thing got momentum, but I mean, we used to have 5, 10, I know at least, but maybe when Instagram saw our content, they didn't like it. I don't know. Then later it started becoming 2, 1, 3, 0, 1, 3. But TikTok is just 9 also. And there are times we've had 70, 100, 50. Anyway, so maybe we'll try Facebook Live also someday. We'll see how it goes. So let's go. Let's pray. So we start. Thank you, Father, for this beautiful day. We bless your name. We thank you for your grace. We thank you for your wisdom, for all you've done, for everything, for the opportunity to worship you, to be your representatives on the earth here. We give you thanks. As we read these words, cause us to know you, to be strong, to do exploits, so that we can get our hearts to be strengthened with might by your spirit in our inner man. Let the eyes of our understanding be enlightened, so we can know you to be more like you. We give you thanks, our Father. In the name of your Son, Yeshua, we've prayed. Amen. Daniel chapter 3. Okay. Nebuchadnezzar the king made an image of gold. Like we said yesterday, he was shown an image of gold, silver, bronze, iron, and clay. But he decided to make everything gold because we think he did that because Belteshazzar, which is Daniel, told him that he is the head of gold. So what this image would mean is that he wanted everything to continue in his own Babylon. He didn't want the thing to change. But he's told him that he's the head of gold and the dominions is going to change over time. But he didn't want that. It's why I think he made gold. I was making everybody bow to that. So whose height was 3 cubits, and the breadth thereof was 6 cubits. And he set it on the plain of Dura in the province of Babylon. Okay? Then Nebuchadnezzar the king sent to gather together the princes, the governors, the captains, the judges, the treasurers, the counselors, the sheriffs, and all the rulers of the provinces to come to the dedication of the image, like you're dedicating a temple or house of God, which Nebuchadnezzar the king has set up. Okay? So then the princes, governors, the captains, judges, treasurers, counselors, sheriffs, and all the rulers of the provinces were gathered together unto the dedication of the image that Nebuchadnezzar the king had set up. And they stood before the image that Nebuchadnezzar had set up. And then an herald cried out, "To you it is commanded, all people, nations, and languages, that at the time when ye hear the sound of the cornet, the flute, the harp, the sackbut, the psaltery, the dulcimer, and all kinds of music, ye fall down and worship the golden image that Nebuchadnezzar the king has set up." You see that? Verse 6. "And whoso falleth not down and worshipeth shall the same hour be cast into the midst of the burning fiery furnace," just like Nimrod. You see, like we said, Nimrod was king of Babel, okay, and had a furnace of fire. Nebuchadnezzar was king of Babylon and also had a furnace of fire. It's where prophetic and things and history tend to be cyclical, you see. And then one threw tried to throw Abraham in his fire. Nimrod tried to throw Abraham. If I not tried, he threw him into the fire. But Abraham survived that fire. And Nebuchadnezzar threw the Hebrew boys into the fire. They also survived. Verse 7. Therefore, at that time, when all the people heard the sound of the cornet, the harp, the flute, the sackbut, the psaltery, and all the kinds of music, all the people, the nations, and language fell down and worshipped the golden image that Nebuchadnezzar the king has set up. Okay? Wherefore, at that time, certain Chaldeans came near and accused the Jews, you see. They spake and said to the king Nebuchadnezzar, O king, live forever. Thou, O king, hast made a decree that every man shall hear the sound of the cornet, the flute, the harp, the sackbut, the psaltery, the dulcimer, and all kinds of music, shall fall down and worship the golden image. And whoso falleth not down and worshipeth, okay, that he should be cast into the midst of the burning fiery furnace. Then a certain Jew whom thou hast set over the affairs of the province of Babylon, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, these men, O king, have not regarded thee. They serve not thy gods, nor worship the golden image which thou hast set up. You see that Daniel was not mentioned. Maybe because Daniel said that the governance should be given to his friends, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, and then he should stay at the gate of the king. Maybe not as a gate man in that sense, okay, or a security officer, but maybe like there is this place at the gates of the city when the men of the city discuss some matters, okay, right? So, you know, you say you talk to the enemy at the gates. You know, the Proverbs 31 woman, it says that her husband is at the gates of the city, right? So it's like it's places where elders will stay and make some discussions, maybe a town center, if you will. Okay. Thank you, Father. But also, Nebuchadnezzar bowed down to Daniel himself before this time when he gave him the interpretation of this same dream, okay, of some image, right? So they do not serve my gods, nor worship the golden image which I have set up. Okay, they're now asking them. Then Nebuchadnezzar in his rage and fury commanded to bring Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Then they brought these men before the king. Nebuchadnezzar spake and said unto them, Is it true, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, do not serve my gods, nor worship the golden image which I have set up? Now, if he be ready, watch this now. I want to show you something, which I think is what it's saying. Now, if ye be ready, so now this is if, and then conditions, okay? There's a way we've interpreted this, which I think is different from what people interpret it as. Not too important, but slightly important. But we'll see something. Let's go, 15. So now, if ye be ready, that at when ye hear the sound of the cornet, the flute, the harp, the sackbut, psaltery, dulcimer, and all kinds of music, you fall down, okay, and worship the image which I have made. Well, so if they worship, that's fine, okay? But if ye worship not, ye shall be cast the same hour into the midst of the burning fiery furnace. And who is that God? Oh, that's the mistake you made. And who is that God that shall deliver you out of my hands? You see. So, is it that they worship and they're fine, or they don't worship and they're cast into the fire? You see. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego answered and said to the king, O Nebuchadnezzar, watch this. We are not careful to answer thee in this matter. That's the first indicator that their answer was about to be very rash. Okay? So watch this. If it be so, our God whom we serve, that means if you have said this, we are not careful to answer. He gave us two options. One is we bow and worship, the other is we don't. And the first is we bow and worship, yes, which you keep us fine. The other is we don't bow, you cast us into the fire. So we are not bowing down and worship, so forget that one. That option doesn't exist for them. We are not going to bow, and you will cast us into the fire. And we are telling you our God will save us. They are very sure. So watch this. Let me read that 17 again. If it be so, you gave us these two. You say we are not careful. There's no option for us. So this one is gone. So we are not careful to answer you. But if it be so that if we don't bow, right? But if it be so, our God, whom we serve, is able to deliver us from the burning fiery furnace, and he will deliver us out of thine hand, O king. Now watch this, 18. But if not, I think that if not is not going back to this. That if not is going back to a third option. That is, we don't bow and you still don't throw us into the fire. Okay, which the king, of course, is not even giving that option. Let me use fingers to make it easier. Okay, so number one, they bow, right? They bow and they're fine, nothing happens. Number two, they don't bow, they're thrown into the fire. But these guys are bringing a third option to the king. They don't bow, and the king says, you know what, I won't throw you into the fire still. You see, like if you meet them halfway, something like that. But they're saying even at this option, they're still not going to bow later. Okay, but let me read 18. But if not, be it known to thee, O king, that we will not serve thy gods, nor worship. That was very rude. Right. So if not, be it known to the king, unto thee, O king, that we will not serve thy gods, nor worship the golden image which thou hast set up. Okay? We will not worship the golden image which thou hast set up. So that's what they said. But then let's try what conventional interpretation people say is that we bow and you save us. We don't bow, right? And you throw it into the fire, okay? Right? But then the thing is, if they don't bow, they're already in the fire in that sense, you see. They're already in the fire. So there's no point of, they're already burnt off. But they're saying, but if not, be it known to thee, we will not. And I don't think that if not is if that God doesn't save them. They knew he was going to save them. Because if he doesn't save them, if not, is talking about them being thrown into the fire and their God not saving them and they burn. Somebody who is burned does not even get to make a decision if they're going to serve again after being burnt. So they're not saying if our God doesn't save us. They're saying if you don't throw us into the fire. You see? If not, O king, we will not serve your God. Don't worship the golden image. So it was a third option. But anyways, let's keep reading. Then was Nebuchadnezzar full of fury. Full of fury. And the form of his visage was changed against Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Therefore he spake and commanded that they should heat the furnace 7 times more than it was wont to be heated. So I think that's talking about 7 times. Okay. 20. And he commanded the most mighty men that were in his army to bind Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego and to cast them in the burning fiery furnace. Then these men were bound in their coats, their hosen, and their hats, and other garments were cast into the midst of the fiery furnace. Therefore, because the king's commandment was urgent, the same thing with Nimrod, and the furnace exceeding hot, the flames of the fire slew those men that took up Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. You see, the fire was so much it affected them. The same thing with Nimrod. And these 3 men, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, fell down bound in the midst of the furnace of fire. They're still bound there. They fell down bound. In this case, they saw them immediately. In the case of Abraham, it took time because Haran was burnt. In that time, it was 2 that was thrown. Here it was 3. Then Nebuchadnezzar the king was astonished and rose up in haste and spake unto his counselors. Did not we cast 3 men bound into the midst of the fire? They answered and said unto the king, True, O king. And he answered and said, Lo, I see 4 men loose, walking in the fire, and they have no hurt. And the form of the 4th is like the Son of God. So the question is, how does it know how the Son of God looks? How does it know how the Son of God looks? 26. Then Nebuchadnezzar came near to the mouth of the burning furnace and spake and said, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, ye servants, it's changed now, of the Most High God, come forth and come hither. Then Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego came forth of the midst of the fire. And the princes, governors, and captains, And the king's counselors, being gathered together, saw these men, upon whose bodies the fire had no power, nor was an hair of their head singed, neither was their coats changed, nor the smell of fire passed on them. Then Nebuchadnezzar spake and said, Blessed be the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, who has sent his angel and delivered his servant, and that trusted him. How does he know about angels? That trusted him and have changed the king's word and yielded their bodies, that they might not serve and worship any god except their own God. 29. Therefore, I make a decree that every people, nation, watch this, you see. So Nebuchadnezzar was reigning over all the world at that time, from North Africa there, Northeastern Africa. The same place Babel was, the same area where Egypt is and was, the same area where Babylon now was. I decree that every people, nation, language, which speak anything amiss against the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego be cut in pieces, and their household shall be made a dunghill, because there is no other God that can deliver after the sort. 30. Then the king promoted Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in the province of Babylon. Interesting. Let's do one more chapter, then we discuss and close. So short and sharp. Short and sharp. Chapter 4. Nebuchadnezzar the king unto all people. So now he's about to write a letter. So you will see that this letter is to everybody once again. Nebuchadnezzar the king unto all people, nations, and languages that dwell in all the earth. Then the next part sounds like classical epistle. Peace be multiplied unto you. Verse 2. I thought it good to show the signs and wonders that the high God has wrath toward me. How great are his signs? Mainstream is not going to like this. So they would tell you they went to the chronicles of the Babylonian Empire and they didn't find this letter there. That they are not aware of any Daniel. They cannot be aware. They will remove it. Any king in the history of the world, because the Bible is world history, that acknowledges God, they would remove that part of his history. They will remove that part of history. The same thing about Cyrus that spoke about to rebuild Jerusalem. I don't know. There are some of those kings like that acknowledge God, they will not know. They will tell you it's another day, so they bring his second name and remove that part. Same thing with the Pharaoh, you see, that exalted Joseph and all those things. They will tell you they don't know what name it is. I thought it good to show the signs and wonders that the high God has wrought toward me. How great are his signs and how mighty are his wonders. His kingdom is an everlasting kingdom. He has seen that in the vision. He wasn't just talking normal Christian phrases. He's not a Christian. He's not even a Jew. Does it mean Daniel bowed? I think Daniel was not even invited, is what I think, Lighthouse Media. Either because he was at the gate, but it should be everybody, or because even Nebuchadnezzar himself had bowed to Daniel previous to this and worshipped him, more or less. You see? So it's just in a class of his own. They just left him. But then those who were reporting everybody probably didn't see him or didn't see him literally, because he has assigned the rulership, etc., that was going to be given to him to these three Hebrew brothers that he had. How great are his signs and how mighty are his wonders. His kingdom is an everlasting kingdom, and his dominion is from generation to generation. Or he wasn't in town at the time, according to Choma. he was out of town. But it still came for him later. Because like I told you, he left the governorship position and just went back to his house, took one small counselor so that he can keep praying in tongues and keep receiving visions, sustaining his priesthood. So he probably wasn't in that big ceremony, the center of it. Okay? So, and in fact, as busy as that ceremony was, you will discover that even Nebuchadnezzar had to be told that Shadrach was not bowing. So it wasn't a meeting of 15 people or 100. No. He called for all of his all of his guys, and he was really ruling over the whole world. So you can imagine people would have come from Cyprus, which is called Kittim. People would have come from Rome, but it's not called Rome then, the lands of Japheth. People would have come from Far East Asia. People would have come from far deeper into South Africa, okay, into that northeast Africa where Egypt was. Okay, I would say that at that time, Americas were still probably joined. North America would probably still join with Europe, and South America would probably still join with Africa at that time. That's what I'm thinking. But it was not a small meeting, taking months and months to plan because it was difficult to travel down. Okay. His kingdom is an everlasting kingdom, and his dominion is from generation to generation. Nebuchadnezzar, was at rest in my house and flourishing in my palace. I saw a dream which made me afraid, and my thoughts, and the thoughts upon my head, and the visions of my head, and the thoughts rather upon my bed, and the visions of my head troubled me. Therefore I made a decree to bring all the wise men of Babylon before me, that they might make known unto me the interpretation of the dream. Then came in the magicians and astrologers and Chaldeans and the soothsayers, and I told them of the dream, told them the dream before. I told the dream before them, but they did not make known unto me the interpretation thereof. See, this Cain's an interpretation of dreams. But at the last, Daniel came in before me, whose name was Belteshazzar, according to the name of my God, and in whom is the spirit of the holy gods. And before him I told the dream, saying, O Belteshazzar, master of the magicians, because I know that the spirit of the holy gods is in thee, and no secret troubleth thee, tell me the visions of my dream that I have seen, and the interpretation thereof. Thus were the visions of my head in my bed. I saw, and behold, a tree. So this is another dream. Okay? Said, now I know this is your area of specialty. Now tell me what this one is about. Okay? Mrs. Okoye, do you want to say something? Good morning, Chema. Did you want to say something?
Oh no, no, I wasn't trying to say. Sorry, maybe I tapped something the wrong way.
All right. Do we say yeah or no? Which one? All right. Okay. So first was the vision of my head, right? The visions of mine head in my bed. I saw and behold a tree. So now let's work with the interpretation of this dream together, like we did for the dream of Pharaoh, okay? Now, the dream, the one that Daniel did in Daniel chapter 2, that one is advanced level. advanced advanced pure and applied dream interpretation. Okay, so but this one is ordinary level, so let's still work with this. That one was advanced. You have to see the dream yourself first, that the person had forgotten. That one you have to travel. So, but this is not maybe too hard. Okay, so behold, I saw a tree, just to show you how sometimes you can interpret dreams if you pay attention. Behold, I saw a dream that's interpreting yourself. I saw a tree in the midst of the earth, the tree in the midst of the earth. The height thereof was great. No, the person having this dream was Nebuchadnezzar. Okay? The height thereof was great. The tree grew and was strong. Okay? And the height thereof reached unto heaven. Okay? And in the sight thereof of the ends of all the earth. So that means this tree was at the center, maybe even North Pole, center of the earth like that, got to more or less the firmament dome, and then the branches extend through the dome to your supposed, what's the name of that place? Antarctic Circle, right? The ice wall. Right, just one tree, okay? And the sight thereof to the ends of the earth. Okay, I think it's saying the sight, so we will see it from everywhere because of the height, okay? The leaves thereof were fair, beautiful leaves, and the fruit thereof much, okay? And in it was meat, that's food, for all, the beast for all, okay? The beast of the field had shadow under it, and all the fowls of heaven dwelt in its boughs, right? Okay? boughs thereof, and all flesh was fed of it. This is almost like God. So who can this what or who can this tree be? Is it Yeshua? There was no Yeshua then. I'm putting you in the place of Daniel, right? Now I know some of these things are supernatural, but sometimes it superimposes even with your natural wisdom. Okay? So you're like, okay, what is this tree? All the birds are eating from it. Everybody is eating from it. It's covering more or less the whole area. And this must be the biggest tree ever, right? Okay, let's keep reading. And this is not God. Maybe not. Let's see. Let's keep reading. So the fruit thereof was much, right? The beasts of the field had shadow under it. The fowls of heaven dwelt in its boughs thereof. And all flesh was fed of it. So everybody was eating from this tree. And wasn't, bothered about it. Okay? I saw in the vision. Yes, it is, of course. Someone said it's Nebuchadnezzar himself. We know. But we're just trying to try from first principles as though we do not know and try to view it from a fresh mind. I saw in the vision of my head upon my bed, okay? Oh, that's Pastor Phil. Upon my bed, and behold, a watcher. Aha. So this is your first mention of watcher in the Bible. Even the ones that descended in Genesis 6, he didn't call them watchers necessarily, but we know they're watchers from checking the other scriptures. Okay? But this is your first mention of watcher. So I saw in the vision of my head a watcher. So now we know, okay, so this is a tree. Now a watcher. So good. We know that, okay, good. Because in dreams, you have to determine some criteria, the timeline, the personalities, right? The location, the interpretations, right? And see if something is literal or figurative, okay? So a watcher and holy one came down from heaven. Right. Okay, so there is heaven. So this place is earth, indeed. So came down from heaven. The tree was the vast dominion of goodness. Okay. And only one came down from heaven, and he cried aloud and said thus. By the way, this is a good watcher that has not lost their place, okay? And cried aloud, okay? Ew. Oh, which kind of student are going to? Let me just keep reading. All right. Maybe they don't get what we're trying to do. You can let me just continue. So he cried aloud and said, hew down the tree. Aha. So a watcher can be saying cut down, this got to be a person, probably. Of course, not a literal tree. So a watcher cried aloud and said thus, hew down the tree, right? And cut off his branches. Shake off his leaves. Okay? Shake off his leaves. And scatter his fruit. And let the beasts get away from under it. And the fowls from his branches. Wow. Nevertheless, leave the stump of his roots in the earth, even with a band of iron and brass in the tender grass of the field. Even with a band of iron and brass in the tender grass of the field, and let it be wet with the dew of heaven. So leave the roots. Is there an agricultural practice where they bind trees with iron? Just trying to think. Because even with bands of iron and brass, okay, I don't know the meaning of that part, by the way. Okay, I don't think it's talking about Roman, no, I don't think so, but anyway. In the tender grass of the field, and let it be wet with the dew of heaven. So let this tree be wet. Okay, trees need dew, right? So maybe it's talking about, he wants to wet it with water. Okay, let his portion be with the beasts in the grass of the earth. So now this tree now is going to begin to walk and eating with beasts. Right. So this person was probably a human being. Okay, cutting it down, not as if, you're unaliving the person, but maybe you're reducing their dominion. Now they're now eating. They're now going to be with the grass, with the beast in the grass of the earth. Let his heart be changed from, that's it, from man's heart. Okay? Nebuchadnezzar kingship will be taken away from him. Yes, indeed. So let his heart be changed from man's heart, from man's, and let a beast's heart be given unto him. So this gives it away, right? That, oh, this tree is a man. This tree is a man, right? Okay. So which man, if you can pause here already and think, which man is that tall and the trees all over the place and people can see it, everybody's feeding from it, and then they're cutting it down from man's heart to beast's heart. The question is, who is seeing the dream in the first place? Nebuchadnezzar. Yes, indeed. Right? Like, oh, that's got to be Nebuchadnezzar. So it's straight away is the king. So, in fact, I'll expect even the Chaldeans to be able to get this one. So, but you see something, the way Daniel interpreted it, he interpreted it like a Yoruba man or like an African man generally. I don't know if a Nigerian man, let me put it that way. I don't know if other nations do it, but I'll show you when we get there. So let this portion be with the beast of the grass, okay? The beast in the grass of the earth. Let his heart be changed from man's and let the beast's heart be given unto him. And let 7 times pass over him. Okay. So what is 7 times? Like I said, time is one of those things you've got to check. So what is times in this case? Can it be 7 days, 7 weeks? It's probably going to be years. This matter is by the decree of the watchers. So of course, God sent the watchers. Okay. But then this is a second mention of watchers in your whole KJV, right? This matter is by the decree of the watchers and the demand by the word of the holy ones. We may need to go to chapter 5, actually. Yes, 7 seasons. By the demand of the word of the holy ones and the intent that the intent. So this is the reason for this, right? 7 seasons in 7 years, really. To the intent that the living may know that the Most High ruleth in the kingdoms of men. That's the reason why this thing is going to happen to this man, by this watcher's decree. So that men might know that the Most High ruleth in the kingdom of men, and giveth it to whomsoever he wills, and setteth up over it the basest of men. So the Most High ruleth in the kingdom of men, and giveth it to whomever he will, and setteth up over it the basest of men. Wow. Verse 18. This dream I, King Nebuchadnezzar, have seen, right? Now thou, O Belteshazzar, declare the interpretation thereof, for as much as all the wise men of my kingdom are not able to make known to me the interpretation. Oh, but thou art able, for the spirit of the holy gods is in thee. So Daniel must not disappoint here. So somehow the Chaldeans were not able to get it, okay? Of course, probably they will try, just like the pharaonic times, and it will be obvious that what they're saying is a mess. But in the case of Joseph, what God did was to hide it from these men and reveal it to Joseph. And honestly, I think Joseph's dream was more difficult than this. I don't know. Yeah, I'm just thinking. But then it might be that it is the questions that Belteshazzar will ask, Daniel will ask the king, that will keep revealing things. Did you see this in the dream? How many seasons again? Then it takes and writes. Okay, this and this and that. All right. What kinds of animals? Well, just all animals. I didn't see them clearly. Okay. What this and this and that? Did you say a watcher came? Okay. So what did the watcher say? He said this and this and that. He takes his time and tells him. 19. Now, for this one, I don't think Daniel went and came back. Then Daniel, whose name was Belteshazzar, was astonished for 1 hour. So for 1 hour, he was more or less just maybe pacing back and forth. Like, oh my God. And of course, you give this guy his time. The same way you invite a programmer to come debug your system, you invite some security personnel to come search your property, you invite a professional. If he's taking 1 hour, you want to let him be, right? So Daniel is probably pacing for 1 hour and astonished. Wow. Yeah? What is this? What is, just moving back and forth like that for 1 hour. For 1 hour. and will sit. And I can imagine the courts to be quiet and will check his books, check this, check that. You see. He was astonished for about an hour. And his thoughts troubled him, they could tell. So the king spake and said, Belteshazzar, let not the dream or the interpretation thereof trouble thee. Because now they can tell this guy knows what is coming. And he's looking troubled, it's like he's seeing something. So you don't let it trouble you. Just speak. I'm your king. Everything is fine. Just speak. So Belteshazzar answered and said, now this is the Nigerian part. My lord, the dream be to them that hate thee, and the interpretation thereof to thine enemies. You know, when a Nigerian person says, I saw my enemy in a dream. My enemy was suffering in the dream. It's a Nigerian thing. So that's that. So that's one thing they would normally do. Because you don't want to say, Shema is laughing. I dreamed that your enemy was eating apple in the dream, and the soup, there was no meat there. He said, it's my enemy. So, my lord, the dream be to them that hate thee, and interpretation to thine enemies. So the tree that thou sawest, which grew and was strong, because it grew and was strong, whose height reached unto the heavens, and the sight thereof to all the earth, okay, whose leaves were fair, and the fruit thereof much, okay, and in it was meat for all, under which the beasts of the field dwell, and upon whose branches the fowl of the heaven had their habitation. It is thou, O king. So that already says a lot. Pray for your enemies. So that already says a lot. When he says he's that tree, of course, and I can imagine they'll be like, and they'll be like different gruntings and, you know, all of that in the temple, or rather in the throne, in the palace. Why can you say something like that? This man, they will soon cut your head. So are you saying the king will be cut down? It is thou, O king. Thou art grown and become strong, for thy greatness is grown and reacheth unto heaven, and thy dominion to the ends of the earth. And whereas the king saw a watcher and an holy one coming down from heaven and saying, hewn the tree down and destroy it, yet leave the stump of the roots thereof in the earth, even with a band of iron and brass, in the tender grass of the field, and let it be wet with the dew of heaven, and let his portion be with the beasts of the field, till 7 times pass over him, right? This is the interpretation, O king. So now we know, okay, you'll be cut off and all that. Okay, so the question is, okay, are you saying I'm going to unalive and that stump is my son, or what is the point? Okay? So this part is a little hard, to be fair. This next part of the interpretation. Okay. This is the decree of the Most High, which is come upon my Lord the King, that they shall drive thee from men, and thy dwelling shall be with the beasts of the field, like it says there. And they shall make thee to eat grass as oxen, and they shall wet thee with the dew of heaven, and 7 times shall pass over thee, till thou know. I wonder how the animal will know. Okay? It's true. So Euro is saying if he's a woman, he will just tell the king directly, you're gonna be an animal, man. An animal for 7 years, man. And he won't wait for 1 hour. He will say it in 1 minute. They will first beat him and they will lock him up for that 7 years. They say, wait till I'm an animal. You gotta be an animal, just wait. He's so woman. Right. So he said, so thou shalt be with the beasts of the field, they shall make thee to eat grass and oxen, cause the dew to come on you. 7 times shall pass over thee, till thou know that the Most High ruleth in the kingdom of men, right? And giveth it to whomsoever he will. And whereas, now this is the difficult part, whereas they commanded to leave the stump of the tree roots. And that 7 years will let you know that this thing has an end, beginning and an end. After 7 years, I think it should be restored. Okay? Or maybe the kingdom won't be as strong as before, but it said 7 times. Okay? So leave the stump of the roots, of the tree roots, rather. Thy kingdom shall be sure unto thee after that thou shalt have known that the heavens do rule. Wherefore, O king, let my counsel be acceptable unto thee, and break off thy sins. So that means this thing sounds like it's still reversible. In the case of Pharaoh, he saw the dream 2 times, and Joseph said this thing is determined. For you to have seen it twice is determined to be done. Okay? But this is sounding like it's still reversible. Only by the king himself. But probably they already know he's not going to change. And break off thy sins. Now he's preaching to the king. By righteousness. And thine iniquities by showing mercy to the poor. That's not a bad thing. Shouldn't be a hard thing. He said, just break off your iniquities. Show your mercy to the poor. And if it may be a lengthening of thy tranquility, just maybe, because he knows that this king wants to reign forever. So maybe this would make God extend your time a little bit. And all this came upon the king, Nebuchadnezzar, 29. At the end of 12 months, okay, what I'm looking for is in this chapter, I think. So we don't need to go to chapter 5. I don't think so. That is 4, so we don't need to go to chapter 5 for that. So after this dream, of course, maybe Nebuchadnezzar was like, okay, I'll change. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you. And no issues, right? But watch this. And at the end of 12 months, now look at this. This is very interesting, important. At the end of 12 months, he, Nebuchadnezzar, walked in the palace of the kingdom of Babylon. That's his headquarters, in his palace. Okay? So he walked in his palace. Then the king spake and said, he was talking with himself, is not this great Babylon that I have built for the house of the kingdom by the might of my power and for the honor of my majesty? Right? While the word was in the king's mouth. Now watch this. While he was still saying this out, maybe people could even hear him. While the word was in the king's mouth, there fell a voice from heaven saying, O King Nebuchadnezzar, to thee it is spoken, thy kingdom is departed from thee. And they shall drive thee from men, and thy dwelling shall be with the beasts of the field. They shall make thee to eat grass as oxen, and 7 times shall pass over thee, until thou know that the Most High ruleth in the kingdom of man, and giveth it to whomsoever he will. The same hour was the thing fulfilled upon Nebuchadnezzar, and he was driven from men, and did eat grass as oxen. And his body was wet with the dew of heaven, till his hairs were grown like eagle's feathers, and his nails like the bird's claws. So this is why I think that Oramfe, that Yoruba deity that they use some eulogies for, that sounds like things that goes for Amraphel. His name's Oramfe, but it sounded like Amraphel, right? Which is Nimrod, okay? One of it is Akoyano, Tinjewe, Bigbe. And I think this is the part where that kind of superimposes or overlaps with Nebuchadnezzar. Like I said in the interview anyway, some of you have heard that. You see. 34. And at the end of the days, I, Nebuchadnezzar, lifted up mine eyes unto heaven, and my understanding returned to me, and I blessed the Most High, and I praised and honored him that liveth forever, whose dominion is an everlasting dominion. You see, keep repeating that. And his kingdom is from generation to generation. You see. And all the inhabitants of the earth are reputed as nothing, and he doeth according to his will in the arm or in the army of heaven. And among the inhabitants of the earth, and none can say, or none can stay his hand, or say unto him, what doest thou? Again, this is another term. When you say Kaabio, Kaabiosi, right? In Yoruba, it says Kaabiosi. That means any Kaabiosi, the person that's going to ask him is not. There's nobody that can ask him exactly what this means. That's what they mean when they say Kaabiosi. It means this phrase here, right? Where is it now? You see, none can stay his hand or say unto him, what doest thou? You see. I don't know why Instagram keeps cutting off this live and interrupting it. Maybe after 1 hour. Maybe it's can you imagine? So is it, oh my God. Anyway. So I'm wondering, is it that, does anybody know why are they restricting our life to just exactly 1 hour? Or did they change the rules because of us? Because I don't understand. Maybe they have never seen anybody who will continue to do an Instagram live even though nobody's watching. Because I've had to restart it again. Right? Because it used to go for long, but now they're cutting it to 1 hour. Maybe that's the first person who's maybe it's taking up their data somewhere, actually, to be fair. Because I know how some of these things work. They can be very expensive to maintain, even for big companies like them. So imagine when we are running stuff, we're running websites, we're hosting, right now we have almost half a dozen websites, right? And hosting all those things, they can be expensive. So maybe that's why they're cutting it in case maybe the person doing the TikTok live has left or Instagram live. So I've had to start it again. Okay, thank you, Father. So that is Kaabio. No one can stay his hand or say unto him, what doest thou? Kaabio 36. And at the same time, my reason returned unto me, and for the glory of my kingdom, mine honor and brightness returned unto me. And my counselors and my lords sought unto me, and I was established in my kingdom. Which book? I'm reading from Daniel, the book of Daniel, chapter 4. Is wicked what mainstream does, what Satan does with this so-called whatever, scholars or whatnot. If they had even a neutral mind, they don't need to be religious. If they had a neutral mind and see a book like this that talks about Babylon to this detail, what they would have done would have found some common grounds. There are many things that are mentioned here and many possibilities of one king to have had a different name, and they could have superimposed it, but they will tell you no, is one fake thing. The human mind can be very neutral on matters, but you see the heart cannot be neutral. The heart is hardly ever neutral on any matter. So my lords and my counselors sought me, and I was established in my kingdom, and excellent majesty was added unto me. Oh, it was even better. 37. Now I, Nebuchadnezzar, praise and extol and honor the King of heaven. All whose works, they don't like this kind of kings. All whose works are truth, and his ways judgment, right? And those that walk in pride, he is able to abase. Thank God he called it pride by himself. Yeah, indeed. All right, so we'll stop it here, and we will continue chapter 5 tomorrow. So let's listen to guests. Holy Ghost. Yeah, let's write that down. So we're doing chapter 5 from tomorrow. Where is the list? Treasure of my heart and of my soul. Daniel 5. In my weakness, you are merciful. Redeemer of my past and present wrongs. All right. So let's see if we have more guests. Okay, so let's go. Let's just do 3-4 minutes for each person as we proceed. So, Mrs. Okoye, yeah, let's hear Chema first. Let me set Chema's time to 4 minutes. Let's go. You were saying something, Chema.
Lighthouse has been asking. There's an echo.
Okay, let me take that.
Lighthouse has been asking since forever what book we're reading, and we've been answering him that it's the book of Daniel. But I think what has him a little disbelieving of our report is your commentary, right? It's a commentary that you're giving behind, because I'm reading it from, as you're reading, I'm also reading the Bible, and it's the same thing. So there's nothing different. So it's his commentary that has it.
Oh, maybe the commentary. Lighthouse is the book of Daniel reading. Sorry. I was giving a lot of commentary. Maybe it was sounding like.
Which book is this? Which book is even Giang answered, Daniel, he did not believe. He asked again.
Maybe he thought Giang was trying to call somebody's name. Daniel.
Because I even answered initially, because I was like, it's Daniel. I even told him chapter 4. He kept asking, what book is this? Anywho, all right, so that's just a funny anecdote. Okay, I just wanted to.
He said it's like, this is detailed. Oh, it's true.
It's his commentary. Yeah, that's why. Yeah,
it's a commentary, truly. Go ahead.
I just wanted to. This particular story always interests me because of the involvement of the Watchers, right?
Yeah.
Because for the first time after recorded history, after Genesis 6, we actually see the Watchers interacting, if you call it that, with a human being, and actually uttering words, right? So that words to his hearing, such that even when Nebuchadnezzar was retelling the dream, he actually quotes them verbatim what he was hearing. Right? So it's interesting how they did not say this is the word of God. They said this is the word of this is the Watchers and the words of the holy ones. So there was probably it kind of lets you see there is a hierarchy even in heaven, that there are certain things that angels have power to implement. Why do I say that? Because that statement is also corroborated by what happened to Zachariah when he interfaced with Gabriel. And that one say, how is this going to be? And that one, kind of like blinks several times, like, do you know who you're talking to? Hello? I am. And that kind of thing where he kind of stands straight and says, I am Gabriel. And it's like, do you have an idea who is standing in front of you? And then he utters those words like you are struck deaf. I mean, you are struck dumb, whatever. But I also feel he was also struck deaf, because how is it that they had to signal to him, what would you name this child? So that kind of lets you know they stopped his ears, they stopped his throat or his vocal cords, so that neither could walk until that baby eventually showed up. So I just it's interesting when we for me, right, interacting with these supernatural beings. So that was the fun thing for me. Of course, the Daniel. Okay, but let's just leave it there.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
No, we took part of your time talking about Light Nation, so go ahead.
No, well, that's fine. I'm just saying that Daniel, that golden calf and golden statue thing, I have a feeling that Dan wasn't involved, because not once is his name even mentioned. He doesn't even say he interfaced or interceded for his friend, because my translation says it was the local sheriffs, governors, deputies, judges, and all that stuff. Yeah, the local, yeah. Then Nebuchadnezzar sent together the local governors, deputies, the governors, the judges, the treasurers, the counselors, the sheriffs, and all the leaders of the provinces. I don't know, because how are you going to be able to, if the thing is happening here, how are you able, let's say it's happening in Ibadan, how will you know those in Lagos are bowing down, right? Okay. So the only way you are and how are they bowing down to something they can't see? Right. So it's standing over 70 feet for, so it's within a particular location or exactly that can see it.
Yeah, what I'm thinking is that he invited his chiefs, like a king that has several kings. So just the leaders should come and bow and go back.
Exactly.
That's what I think. Yeah,
So I feel maybe he was sent out on an errand somewhere. Maybe there is a war somewhere. We need a dignitary from the because his name is not mentioned not once. Of course, his own comes, his own
yeah, of course.
his own situation shows up, which is even more visceral because this is lions now. But let's not spoil it for people who haven't read the story. Yeah, so that's my own observation. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Let's hear from Mr. Gang. Then we just start to wrap up. Mr. Gang, let's go.
Yeah, Minister, thank you. And good day, everyone, once again. Daniel is one of those books that, introduced me into my interest in eschatology, kind of. Because there are a lot of things that Daniel said, that set the pace for the basic all forms of eschatology and Bible timelines and Bible history. Is echoing, sorry. I don't know that's Lighthouse. So he had set out that, and that introduced us. There will be snippets of information about the last days, but Daniel's dimension was completely. I think the only other person that was very close to Daniel was Revelation. In terms of giving us timelines and events. So sometimes we try to compare even the two books to even get clarity, because some of the information are almost verbatim in terms of what was dished out. But again, God showing His sovereignty with respect to His ability to deal in the affairs of men, even those who tend to make themselves seem like God. He knows the best way to humble them. Like Nebuchadnezzar having to go to the fields and stay there for 7 years to be fed of grass because of how he tried to elevate himself above God. It's just one key for us to take a very good note of. I also would say that I believe that being the king, the title they gave Nebuchadnezzar at that time was like he was the king of the entire earth.
Yeah.
And so because of that, he summons his people. But again, he has lieutenants across every location. It's just like in Nigeria here, when they say flags will be flown and have a mask. The president doesn't need to be very close for that to be done. If there are things that are not done, whoever contravenes will be liable and will be taken up. You remember when the king, I don't know where we have read that, when he decreed that people should not pray to any other god and serve this, but Daniel went to his upper room, opened his window and did that, and the people saw him and picked him and brought him. So sometimes people observe. He had lieutenants around that try to enforce whatever decree or whatever laws that he has set. So he might summon the key guys, but again, the instruction is across the region where he governs. So whoever contravenes it becomes liable to be dealt with based on what he has said. But the interesting thing, and like Minister, highlighted, was the fact that he saw 4 people in the fire, and he could say that one looks like the Son of Man. Has he ever seen the Son of Man? Who gave him the inclination that was the Son of Man?
He's even Son of God.
Son of God, yeah. He said like the Son of God, exactly. So how did he know that was the Son of God? Who gave him the insight into knowing that this person that was there was like the Son of God? Has he, in the course of his visions or dreams, been exposed to see how the Son of God is, that he could recognize him amongst other people? He didn't say the Son of Man. He said like the Son of God. You get it. So and when people begin to talk about whether Jesus is the Son of God or not, God have a son or whatever, that Jesus is God, people are just trying to be disingenuous because it's littered in Scripture. There's no point for argument. Well, I don't know why people just want to argue over things that doesn't really make sense. For unto us the Son is born, a child is born, unto us the Son is given, and the government shall be upon his shoulder. He shall be called Wonderful Counselor, the Prince of Peace, the Everlasting Father, the Almighty God. Almighty God is one of the things that he was going to be called. What else do you want us to tell you? Who else is Almighty God? So I don't know when people begin to make certain arguments. I just watch them quietly, because those kind of, when somebody decides to be disingenuous and he doesn't want to accept reality, they try to make claims to whatever they want to make claims to. But sincerely, Daniel is one book that, like I always say, growing up as a young believer, there are certain books that were scary to read. Daniel was one of those books, and then Revelation. But on my own, I felt why are people afraid of this book? So I picked them on and read them, and it gives clear insight about all of that. Daniel talking about, I know we've not gotten there, but him talking about this beast that tried to tinker with times and season. Very, very insightful.
Interesting.
Yeah, thank you. Let me not take the entire time. Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you. Yeah, it is interesting. I'll get there one step at a time. It's just wonderful. Yes, Lighthouse. Good morning. It's morning here. Where are you calling from? Is it your first time?
Yeah. Yes, in fact, I'm in Ghana.
Okay.
The reason why I was asking you for the book was that, if you are reading the book of Jubilees, it's just like Genesis, but it's more detailed than that of Genesis, where we see detailed events and all those. And so the way you were making the how do you call it, the commentary and all those stuff, I thought maybe is another session or another book you are reading that I would like to read more. That was the reason I was asking that. And also, looking at the entire story, there were questions baffling me. Number one is, are the watchers the same as the cherubims? That's the first question I would like to know. Then number two is, does Nebuchadnezzar interface with spiritual beings to the extent that he knew a spiritual
Son of
being
God.
at one point in time? That's number one. Number two, he hears the voice of a spiritual being. For instance, when he was on the balcony, he was talking. Bible said a voice from above came. It means that Nebuchadnezzar heard the voice, the sound of the voice. And I know that those voices are spiritual voices. They are not voices that the entire public will hear. It means that it's only a spiritual person that will be able to hear the sound of that voice. Does it have any connection? And then number three, after all these witnesses, he saw how God delivered Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego from the fire. He even testified that there's a Son of God. How then, after the interpretation of the vision that he had, how then will he go on ahead and will not fear the God he proclaimed to be worshipped by all other beings? And he will have to rebel against him. Is it that because it is prophecy, it's supposed to come to pass? Or Nebuchadnezzar forgot that God was with him at that particular time, or God wanted to reveal himself to him? In fact, these are the major questions that is baffling my mind. If we can
Okay.
discuss it. Thank you.
Just three questions. The first is, are watches same as cherubs, right? You can stay on. You can keep your mic on if you want.
Keep your mic on.
Yes, please.
Okay. Well, the answer is no. They are different, and the name watcher is descriptive. It's like it's designated something to do. Okay.
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 So it's just, we are using two speakers, so it's echoing back. If you don't mind. So it's a descriptive name, right? So there's a possibility that sometimes a cherub might be able to function as a watcher, maybe. Okay. But
Okay.
yeah, but watcher is more descriptive, and cherub is more like, also is describing itself. The watcher is describing the function that angel or that supernatural being is doing at the time. It was this class,
Okay.
these watchers, right? Angels that have been assigned to watch over men. Of course, that's what it means eventually. So those angels that
Okay.
have been assigned to
Okay.
watch over the sons of men for different reasons, that fell and started having relations with the daughters of men in Genesis 6. Do you remember?
Sure. Sure.
Okay. So it's a designation of who they were, of what they were doing. Okay. But cherub is
Okay.
describing their class. There is seraphims, there is cherubims. So it describes their class, which sometimes carry the idea of how they look, right? So that's
All
what I
right.
say
Yes.
about that difference. So by the way, these watchers in Daniel are good ones. Okay, till now there is likely to still be watchers till now as we speak. Okay,
Okay.
right. So
Yeah.
they'll be there doing stuff. There's got to be watchers over. I mean, they are just those kings, those princes, those angelic princes over regions and nations and things like that. So the
Okay.
second question: did Nebuchadnezzar have encounters with angels? Of course, that's it, right? And I don't think that credit necessarily goes to Nebuchadnezzar anyway. It just happened to him. That's
Okay.
okay. But
Okay.
also by reason of his position as a king, some things will be shown to him because he will have the ability to implement them in some cases and all of that. So yeah. So a voice came, that voice could have been heard by a few people truly, just like what happened with Paul. Paul heard the
Okay.
words, the others just heard maybe like a rumbling from heaven. They heard the
Yeah.
sound.
Sure. Yeah.
So the other said his sound, he heard the sound of a voice, you see. So
Mm-hmm.
it happens like
Yeah.
that sometimes. I think the time of Yeshua also was also another one like that, and the voice came from heaven,
Sure.
things
Yeah.
like that. So I wouldn't necessarily give that credit to Nebuchadnezzar in that sense, if that's what you're looking for. But yes, technically he had encounters, either physically or in dreams, yes. Okay. Then
Okay.
the last one, I'll just read the question back to you. Let me remember if I remember the question that why, despite after seeing the miracles of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego being saved from the fire, why did they
Yeah.
still disobey God after just 1 year or
Yeah.
less or more, right?
Yeah.
It's the same question I can ask you too. After you have read the story of Nebuchadnezzar, why do you still disobey God sometimes? You too, we should ask you.
Well, well, I'm having this thought that is either Nebuchadnezzar does not know the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego.
He knows. We should ask you too.
He
Don't you know
knows.
God? Don't you know God of Shadrach? Why do you still disobey God sometimes? Because we are all studying you now. Even the angels are looking at you. Did you not tell this man last week that? So it's the same thing.
Okay.
He will forget. He will just feel proud. Like, come on, yes, I know there's God, but even if there's, I must be the second God. I must be this, and then he fell. You understand? It happens to us. It
Sure.
happens to us too. So I wouldn't say it's like it's his destiny that must happen, and because it's been spoken, God forced that on him. I don't think so. He just fell into that
Okay.
temptation. Right. By the way, if more details, because some books are like that, they'll give you more things happening in the spirit. If more details were given, don't be surprised that Satan himself would have tempted this guy, or some other fallen angels would have kept whispering into his ears, "Can you look at this? This is wonderful. Look at that." Right? I think we'll see that in chapter 5 when it says
I
that
see.
the answer. Right.
See.
So
Sure.
there must have been temptations because Satan is always interested in these people, like all those kings and presidents and all
Definitely.
that. Yeah. So anybody that has anything God is interested in, Satan will be interested in it also. And anybody that has influence over people, that person will be a traffic of spirits. They will be trying to enter his head, enter his mind. I mean, even the
Okay.
president of Ghana, president of Nigeria, like that, there are people that will take juju and tie it on their waist to come talk to him, so he'll give them contract. He has to be, otherwise he would have signed before he knows what's going on. You understand? Because he's in charge of
Yes,
so
sir.
much wealth. A lot of people will be calling his name in different places. So his head will always be hot if he's not.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So that's the way it works. That's the way it works. So I think it just fell as a man. It's what it is.
All right. Thank you so much. I'm grateful.
Yeah, thank you, my brother. Let's hear from ancient Hebrew, Mrs. Shei Adebayo or something. Maybe I've mixed up there. All right. Ancient Hebrew.
Good morning. I was going to say
Morning.
good afternoon there. Yeah, I'm waiting for this thing to kind of. Am I live? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah. Sorry, there are kids laughing in the background, so please just allow me for a few minutes. Now, the question that last brother was asking about this water thing, because I think I remember that I had treated that word in the past. So what I did now basically is just quickly Google what is the Hebrew or Aramaic word for the term for the watcher that Nebuchadnezzar saw.
Okay.
And the word in Aramaic is IYR. And I remember that I dealt with it before. Basically,
It sound like
he would recognize that this was a spiritual being because the being had eyes all around it.
okay.
So this particular kind of watcher that he saw, it's a special class of watchers. So when you see this, you will know it's a watcher because he has at the minimum 100 eyes. Because the word behind the IRYR is I O U or Onyo Orun. So you might have had there's this oriki that they give God sometimes, Abetikara or Abujukara. Can you understand?
Okay.
So when you see that angel, you know the job of that angel is to watch. So the three letters say that this is a watcher. So even if we don't know what exactly you saw, but there's no way you would see that you would not know that this is a special being from
Right.
God.
I see.
So that's just that on what he actually saw.
Right. And that eulogy that says Abetikara, what is that Ajere thing? Be Ajere, right? The Yoruba part.
Oh dear, I would mix that up if I try to explain that. I'm gonna have to go look in the Yoruba dictionary
Oh, I see.
for the Ajere that they're talking about.
I'm looking for that meaning of that Ajere. Did I get the word right? Abetikara. Can you help me say that?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah. I'm just using that as an example.
I know. I'm
That
just going off a tangent on the example, really. Sorry, is what I'm doing. But can you help me repeat that eulogy? Abetikara be Ajere.
Abetikara be Ajere. Yeah.
So, but what does it? Can you break it down? Abetikara, how does it? It's got ears all over.
Well, Abi, as eti, ka gbogbo.
Okay.
Ka all around, ka complete.
All around his body.
Yeah, all around his body.
What I'm looking for is that Ajere. I'm not sure what Ajere means. Beti Lukara, they add lu sometimes.
Yeah, Ajere. But the thing now that you actually even mentioned that now, Ajere, the letters in it, that's an A, J, and an R. It might have something to do with the Ain, the Y, and an R.
Okay.
Like I said, I'll have to look into that. Now that you mention it, I see a little bit of connection there. So it could be some that could have. Sorry, we might be able to connect that with something that's actually more ancient.
Indeed.
So a lot of the things that some of our people say, there are links to the back to old times. So I will look it up. I will look for the meaning of that Ajiri. I won't just take off something on the internet. I'll look deeply into it. So it is a watcher. It should be able to see and hear. It should be able to see and hear. So, but that was one thing that I know that I looked and I thought, well, this thing, and I think there is also another description in the Bible about a being that has eyes all around it.
Right. So that's a seraphim, right?
That's a seraphim,
right? It says ophanim. And what is that? What is that Greek word for? Just a moment. Let's hold on. Let's see. Yeah. So I think that's the ophanim actually, because like you say, ophthalmology is about the study of the eye. So ophanim is this eye.
Wow.
Full of angels. Right, so that's the English they brought in, but like you said, in the Hebrew, it is Ayer, right? IYR, and Igbo.
Yeah, Aramaic.
Right,
Aramaic, IYR.
Right.
Yeah, but this is an ayin.
Mm-hmm.
It's an ayin in the front of it.
Mm-hmm. Right. So, and what's it now? And the Igbos will say, I am. That's my eye. Can someone help me? The Igbo. What's the Igbo for eye? This is Okoye.
Anya.
Anya.
Anya. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Anya.
Wow. Well, the ancient Yoruba word for the eye is anyo. Anyo. That's kind of where that letter, the character that they use actually comes from, and they use it for difficult sounds. So anyoju. But anyo, that is what you actually see with. So that's actually
So,
close to the
and
Igbo
that's
one
why
as
I said
well.
that for those of you like this that want to colonize Yoruba people that want to colonize the world, I say it's not to be Yoruba. There has to be this
And Igbo.
there has to be this language that you just deconstruct or just pull back those Hausa, the Swahili, pull them back. There's another word. What's the word for child in Igbo? Nwa, right? Nwa mungo. Nwa is child or son.
What?
Nwame. What is Nwa? Nwa is child.
Nwa is child. Nwam is like my child. When you
Nwam.
put the so
Yes.
nwa is a child. Yeah.
Right. Did you know that the Swahili word for child is also Nwam? It's the same thing. Nwang Mungu. That's the child of God or son of God. And you see some Swahili words in the Hausa, like Sama, Samai. You see? So there must be this African language that if you back off all of these African languages, just go 200 years before and hear all the ancient forms of the Igbo, the Hausa, the Swahili, the Amharic, the Aramaic, the whatever, the ancient forms of all of them, you will see that they will begin to overlap a lot more. Try 300 years beyond the 200, that's 500 years later now, you're dealing with less number of languages. By the time you're going 2,000 years, now you've got that language that you just say it and the Igbo, yeah, I'm hearing something. I'm hearing that. This one will say, I'm hearing this. You see? But they've dispersed by brothers and all that, apart from the actual 70 language disruption that happened, they just still keep hearing, of which that language disruption was not random. Right? It wasn't that it was just Kata language and it was just this one saying da, 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 da. No, they still had this built from that Hebrew, which is the ancient language, the original language that Adam spoke. You see, according to the book of Jubilees, you see, that Adam spoke, which is that base language again we are working with. So that must have been language that all languages must have branched from. Because when they came, descended on that mountain, the Most High and 70 angels came. You see, so it's like the Most High took his own language that he spoke with Adam with and gave this one the 70 languages of these angels, apparently, which more or less became the 70 nations, a category of languages in the world then. You see, when we combine what happened in the book of Joshua, when Joseph was interpreting 70 languages to Pharaoh, you see. So maybe not Yoruba. Now, to be fair, Yoruba is like maybe one of those that retain that is maybe very close to the root, okay? But it's still not fully it. There's still some deeper depths and you see some things linking. And that language, if they tell you now, you don't go hear, you will not understand it, you see. But you'll be able to hear your words. Like I was telling about that song, and Chimbungu, Chinyere, something like that. And it was Creole or whatever the person was singing in the Caribbeans. And the Igbos were hearing, I'm hearing Chi something, I'm hearing this, I'm hearing Imela in South Africa, I'm hearing this, I'm hearing that. It's because there must be that base language, which I would call the Hebrew, okay, that all those languages started branching from over time. You see, it's interesting. You wanted to say something ancient Hebrew. You're muted. I thought you wanted to say something.
I was going to say, although we say, well, I say it is the Yoruba language. It's a Yoruba language. What I'm saying, it is one of the languages that we call Yoruba today. You know, a lot of people who have similar language came together under the name Yoruba. So it is a Yoruba language, but it's an older Yoruba language.
Yeah, it's got.
But depending on what you're looking at, you would kind of link it to one of the languages. And you're right. You will see a lot of those words. So if you're looking at Aramaic, you're looking at something that's very Ondoic, the Ondoic Kale languages.
Right.
If you're looking at ancient Hebrew itself, that sounds like an...
It's the Ondo that says Abba, right? Rather than Baba. Abba, which is straight father in Hebrew. Abba.
Ekiti said that too. Ekiti said that. Ekiti and Ife. They say that. And people in Kogi. So if you're looking at the Hebrew itself, you're looking at Ife, Ekiti, and Yagba and the Kogi languages. Well, not all of the Kogi language, but the ones that sound like that. If you're, and then some Ijesha as well, because you see, there are lines. There are lines where they kind of join together, and kind of So like say split. And then in like say in the Arabic, you would find Ijesha. And you will find something maybe close to some of your that they speak today. So the system of writing was a clever one. It allows people who have all these dialects to be able to read. So if you would say Ushu or Ishu, the letter is an S, and you can put your U in front of it, or you can put your I in front of it. So it was a clever system of writing that they invented to accommodate all the dialects of all these Hebrew people.
Right. Indeed. So that must have been the
So
opening.
I would still say it is a Yoruba language.
Okay, I know. You are determined to
Because
correct.
I haven't read anything else. And for example, you look at a word like look at all the names of these places that they wrote in the Bible.
Okay.
They wrote them in Yoruba. Asia is a Yoruba word. Persia is from a Yoruba word. If it is written in the in the Bible, it is a Yoruba word. It comes
And
from a
someone is asking
Yoruba
about
description
Ewe.
of those people.
Someone is asking about
Yeah.
Ewe. Ewe is so close to Yoruba, isn't it? This Ewe from Togo, I think, right?
I've seen some videos of some people doing it, but not all of it. But yeah, I think we have similarities. There are similarities. There are words, maybe I don't know where they got them from, or maybe because I just don't have an understanding fully of those languages. But there's a lot of work to do in the one. I mean, there's like, you're looking at 7 dialects when you're trying to break down a word to find out what a word means, and you're looking here and you're looking there. I'm not even looking outside the Yoruba languages yet. But yes, there are similarities. There are things that we have in common. But there's a lady who does this Ewe thing, and I see some of the interpretations she does, and I don't connect. I can't see it.
Okay.
Yeah, but she sees it. At the end of the day, if she understands what she's doing, fine. I understand what I'm doing, but maybe at some point, there will be some kind of connection.
Right.
But we are there in the language kind of started there. This is where it started. Oh, sorry. Oh, there's a pause.
No, I can hear you. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Now, sorry, there was something I wanted that I forgot to tell you. The other day we were talking about Ono Ugweri, because I couldn't kind of really give you a 17-minute video in a little chat like that. Now, Ono Ugweri, what you call somebody who comes from Ono Ugweri is Oni Ugweri. So that gives you the I, N-I, that Simeon, Prophet Simeon was called. So Simeon was an Oni Ugweri. That's where the word Niger that they put in the Bible comes from. He was an Oni Ugweri, but he was from Ono Ugweri. So when they're talking about the other word that they used to call the slaves, it is a description of the flow of the Niger, because Ogun, Otunwaro, Ogun Oro, it is a code word. So you have to know that river, Ogun, Owaros, Atlantic Ocean.
Right.
So there's not many rivers that do that.
Okay.
There's not many rivers that do that. So the cold one.
Which, by the way, we think the Great Sea is that Atlantic, not the Mediterranean. By the way.
Oh, it is the Ethiopian Ocean. It is the Ife. That's basically Ife Ocean. That's the Ife Ocean. It's not there. Although all of that land was called Ife.
You have colonized that water too.
Well, the water, well, we didn't place it there. The maps show. So it is impossible for the ocean to be here and then the country to be up there where it is today.
But the Angolans also they have that ocean. The Senegalese have the ocean. It's now belong to Ife now.
There was an empire here. All of that, they were under the empire. It's like the British Empire. Britain was everywhere. So everybody lived happily under this empire at some point before other people from outside put their noses in the empire. and decided to, yeah.
All right, fair enough. Somebody says, Hazar, Yahoshua, Yoshua. Okay, shepherd us. The watchers. Oh yeah, we'll try to use that word with the name. Sure. I see. Well,
The
okay.
the other thing that I wanted to bring up, because you said you weren't convinced, but I know
Okay.
over time you will understand about the Onogwori thing. The
Right.
people,
I'll keep checking. I give you
oh,
50. Now it's like 60%.
I know, I know. Well, you know, for you to believe something, you need to actually really look into it. You just don't accept things. You need to look into it. Now, you know the people who live along the coast of Lagos today. What do you call
Okay.
them? What do you call them?
Is it a co? They call Lagos a co, right?
No. You find them in the Badagry area. What do you call them?
It's not a large. Is it?
It's got to it's got to do with the word that I gave you. It's got to do with the term that I gave you. Ono Ogweri. They call themselves the Badagry people. They usually call themselves.
It's not
What
a
do we
jaw.
call them?
It's not a jaw. Large.
No.
They are
No,
known
no,
for
no.
hunting,
You're
right?
going. I think you're going east. You find
Eh,
them. You find them in the next country as well.
Yeah, Benin. I think I know the word from in my head.
They call themselves Egun. They call themselves Egun. It's got to do with the Ogun. It's got to do with the Ogun.
But are we very sure about
They
that?
call themselves
We
Egun.
asked them, is that the etymology in their language?
Well, there is a possibility that you will get some other description, some other
Yeah.
explanation for it. But it makes logical sense. They've lived there for ages. They are the people of the. They just call it Egun. They use it. They use this other letter to start theirs, but we will call it Ogun. We
Right.
can also call it Igun.
Hmm.
So I'm gonna leave that one Ogweri for you to do more work and find out if there are other. But yeah, sorry, that was what all that area was called before the Persians came
But
in,
then
before the Assyrians came in.
another thing is it's this British girl, somebody's girlfriend that's that named in Nigeria. I've not checked into that myself. Is it Lugat's girlfriend or something like that? That decided
No,
to
oh
speak
God.
N word and
Well, where did they get it from? Where did they get it from? They try to give it to the Berbers. They try to give when you're looking for this word, they try to attribute it to the Berbers. No, it's not to the Berbers. I mean, I like I said, I just gave it to you. Simeon was that only Ogweri. Let them explain
have
it any other way.
have you seen anything about Lekki? Have you checked up Lekki?
No.
No, not yet. Okay, maybe
Is it the word? Is it the word or the area? The word or the area?
the word.
No,
So
I
I have
haven't come
some
across anything like that.
ideas, but for me, you are more. You just say the way you've seen it. I would rather check 3 times. Yeah, Flora Shaw. Somebody's
Oh,
girlfriend.
any word that I come across, any word that I settle on, I have looked and looked and confirmed, and I can support it with other things before I settle on it. So
Right.
if I come across a word like, if I come across that word lucky in the Bible, I will kind of look for it, and it has to have a meaning because it's a Yoruba word. Yoruba words have meanings, unless they're saying it in a wrong with the wrong tone, or they've brought it down from another dialect and put it in this particular dialect that we're speaking it in. But every Yoruba word has a meaning. You can always break it down syllable by syllable,
Right.
word by word. If you can't find the meaning, you're saying it in another dialect. You've changed. They have changed the original sound of it.
Right. Anyway, thank you for that one more time.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. So, we're just bringing us to the close of today. So, we'll be here again tomorrow by God's grace, every day, every time. What next? So, we've got a conference coming up this month. So, it's no longer next month, 25th of April in Sheffield. If you're close by, come around. Yeah, that's just about it. The academy is coming up soon. Is setting up the infrastructure. Okay, but let me appreciate those who are on the live so we close. The Ghana SJ lady, I'm not getting that. You are living the life folk. Yeah, I don't know. This person can come up. I don't know. So let's appreciate those who are on the live. We can still take maybe a new guest if they're there. So let's push this. Thank you, Walalani Femi Yoshina. Okay, user 632 AJ Delevite. Okay, thank you, Engineer Iris, Strengthening Me, Hali, Zedek, Basila, Lighthouse, Oyero, Folk, Giangzi, Jason, Phil, Ancient, Chiomokoye, Odushe Yakombi. Thanks all for coming. We are going to see tomorrow by God's grace. So that brings us to the end. So let's not forget to, someone can paste the Telegram link so people can join. Yes, you're welcome, Lighthouse. Telegram link, if you have not joined, join the Telegram link. Then we'll move that. God bless us all. See you tomorrow by God's grace, same time. Bye, bye, bye. Daniel chapter 5. You're my creator king. You're my creator king. Who am I? Who am I that you set your love on me? Ooh. Good morning, everyone. Okay, so. Thank you, Father. When we proclaim your great name. We're reading the book of Daniel this morning. We're live on Instagram and TikTok. So whichever you're watching us from, you're welcome. Watching from YouTube, you can also share the live so people can join. Right. So yes, good morning, Ali. So do we have any updates, Ali, from your reaching out to people? Any updates? Not yet, okay. So whenever you're able to, then. So let's hit our 3K. 3,000 likes. We start. To worship you highly. To worship you highly. To worship you. All right, let's get started. Reading Book of Daniel. Who am I that you said you love me? Who am I? I create a king. Okay, so let's pray and start. Daniel chapter 5 is what we're reading. We give you thanks, our Father. We thank you, our God. There is none like you. You are Master, you are Savior, you are Healer. There is no one like you. We appreciate you. We thank you as we read this morning these precious words, these scriptures, these words of the prophet as inspired by your Spirit. Yes, that you cause our hearts to be changed. So we'll be more like you, we'll know you more. And you would, by these words, bring us to fulfill the reason you've brought us to this earth. We give you thanks, our Father, in the name of your precious Son, Yeshua. We've prayed. Amen. Okay, let's go. Chapter 5. Belshazzar. Yes, thank you that. Belshazzar. So now this is not Belteshazzar. This is Belshazzar. The king made a great feast to 1,000 of his lords and drank wine before the 1,000. Okay. Belshazzar, whilst he tasted the wine, commanded to bring the golden and silver vessels which his father Nebuchadnezzar had taken out of the temple which was in Jerusalem, that the king and his princes, his wives, and his concubines might drink therein. So apparently, from this point, Nebuchadnezzar is gone. And this is Belshazzar now, his son, about to continue. So the head of gold is just about gone, is what is going on. Then they brought the golden vessels that were taken out of the temple of the house of God, which was at Jerusalem, and the king and his princes and his wives and his concubines drank in them. It's like the spirit of error just came on him. Actually, his time was off, okay, but this almost like triggered it for him. So they drank in them. They drank wine and praised the gods of gold and of silver and of brass and of iron, of wood and of stone. In the same hour came forth fingers of a man's hand and wrote over against the candlestick upon the plaister of the wall of the king's palace. And the king saw that part of the hand, the king saw the part of the hand that wrote. So a hand came, the same hour came forth fingers of a man and wrote on the wall. And it was behind his candlesticks. That's very strange. That's very strange. Then the king's countenance was changed, and his thoughts troubled him. Of course they should. So that the joints of his loins were loosed. Okay. And his knees smote against each other out of fear. Almost like a cartoon kind of animation. So his knees was smiting each other. So, and his body was shaking because he was really shaking up. Verse 7. The king cried aloud to bring in the astrologers, he shouted. To bring in the astrologers, the Chaldeans, and the soothsayers. And the king spake and said to the wise men of Babylon, whosoever shall read this writing, they are quick to do this. Okay, and show me the interpretation thereof, shall be clothed with scarlet, and have a chain of gold about his neck, and shall be the third ruler in the kingdom. What happened to the second? The third ruler in the kingdom. Thank you, Father. Then came in all the king's wise men. Then came in all the king's wise men, but they could not read the writing, nor make known to the king the interpretation thereof. So they could not even read it. Okay. Then was Belshazzar greatly troubled. I mean, why a hand just came and wrote something and just went off? What did this hand write? Let somebody come and check it. What did he write? Is the hand gone? Okay, it's gone. What did he write? He's trying to say something. And by the way, this is probably, of course, indeed, where that phrase, handwriting on the wall, came from. Luatosin, you're welcome. Good morning. This must be where that phrase, handwriting on the wall, came from. You see. So we can read this thing. So handwriting on the wall is not always readable. In fact, if this was the source truly, which it probably is, it wasn't readable. Then was the king Belshazzar greatly troubled, and his countenance was changed in him, and his lords were astonished. Now the queen, by reason of the words of the king and his lords, came into the banquet house. And the queen spake and said, O king, live forever. That's her son, probably. Let not thy thoughts trouble thee, right? Nor let thy countenance be changed. This is not something to be so troubled about. There is a man in thy kingdom, in whom is the spirit of the holy gods. And in the days of thy father, light and understanding and wisdom, like the wisdom of the gods, was found in him, whom the king Nebuchadnezzar, thy father, the king, I say, thy father, made master of the magicians, astrologers, Chaldeans, and soothsayers. For as much as an excellent spirit and knowledge and understanding, interpreting of dreams, and showing of hard sentences, and dissolving of doubts were found in the same Daniel, whom the king named Belteshazzar. Right now, let Daniel be called, and he will show the interpretation. That's quite a profile there, and and trust. Let me read that again. For as much as an excellent spirit and knowledge and understanding and interpretation of dreams and showing of hard sentences and dissolving of doubts were found in the same Daniel. All of this was found in him, whom the king called or named Belteshazzar. Now let Daniel be called, and he will show the interpretation. So God usually reserves these things for some of his people for some reason, so he can exalt his people. Thank you, Father. Then was Daniel brought in before the king, and the king spake and said unto Daniel, Art thou that Daniel? So in case there are many Daniels, art thou that Daniel, which art of the children of the captivity of Judah, whom the king, my father, brought out of Jewry? I have even heard of thee, that the spirit of the gods is in thee, and that light and understanding and excellent wisdom is found in thee. And now the wise men and the astrologers have been brought in before me, that they should read this writing, and make known unto me the interpretation thereof, but they could not show the interpretation of the theme. And I have heard of thee that thou canst make interpretations and dissolve doubts. Now, if thou canst read the writing and make known unto me the interpretation thereof, thou shalt be clothed with scarlet and have a chain of gold about thy neck, and shalt be the third ruler in the kingdom. So Daniel replied. Then Daniel answered and said before the king, Let thy gifts be to thyself, and give thy rewards to another. Yet I will read the writing unto the king, and make known to him the interpretation. So you see the attitude of Daniel. Right from the start, he just doesn't like all this paparazzi, these cameras and lights and all that kind of stuff. Right from the start, he proposed in his heart not to defile himself with the king's meat. He doesn't, he's more like he doesn't want to defile his priesthood, you see. So he didn't defile himself with the king's meat when he interpreted, when he saw and interpreted Nebuchadnezzar's dream. He was about to be elevated. He said, Give that to my friends. I can stay somewhere else and just be fine. And this is the third time he's doing something very similar to that along those lines. You see. Okay. They didn't take care of the silly young man. Oh. Did you mean maybe he wasn't raised well? Interesting. Verse 18. Maybe because he knew what was going to happen. And he didn't, right from the start, he just wasn't that kind of person that would stay with the governors and politicians and stuff. Yes, his tone wasn't reverent at all. Maybe the king had to add some other things, some other issues that was just obvious. And Daniel was sure, like, I beg, just keep yourself. O thou king, the Most High God gave Nebuchadnezzar thy father a kingdom. So, again, I'm not trying to demystify or belittle the supernatural in this, but I'm telling you some of these things, the supernatural wisdom and your natural wisdom that God has also given you sometimes can overlap and can work together. And I want to show you how this interpretation potentially came to be, okay? And it's not too difficult. Some of these things can be taught. Maybe if you're in a school of prophets or something like that, you can be taught these things, okay? At least to some level, okay? So, a kingdom and majesty and glory and honor. So, O thou king. At this point, Daniel could tell an interpretation on the spot, okay? Perhaps it's part of why he answered that way, but also this next answer, he probably could tell the interpretation right away, okay? But it took a few things, which we'll soon see. So, O thou king, the Most High God gave Nebuchadnezzar thy father a kingdom and majesty and glory and honor. And for the majesty that he gave him, all people, nations, and languages trembled and feared before him. Whom he would, he slew. And whom he would, he kept alive. And whom he would, he set up. And whom he would, he put down. Nebuchadnezzar was more like a god on the earth. 20. But, okay, when his heart was lifted up and his mind hardened in pride, he was deposed from his kingly throne, and he took his glory from him. They took his glory from him, perhaps the watchers and the holy ones. 21. And he was driven from the sons of men, and his heart was made like the beast, and his dwelling was with the wild asses. They fed him with grass like oxen, and his body was wet with the dew of heaven, till he knew that the Most High God ruled in the kingdom of men, and that he appointed over it whomsoever he will. I don't know how he was able to know that in the state of the animal mind. And thou, his son, O Belshazzar, has not humbled thine heart. Thou knowest all this, right? But hast lifted up thyself against the Lord of heaven. And they have brought the vessels of his house before thee, and thou and thy lords and thy wives and concubines have drunk wine in them. And thou hast praised the gods of silver and gold and of brass, iron, wood, and stone, which see not, nor hear, nor know. And the God in whose hand thy breath is, and whose are all thy ways, hast thou not glorified? Then was the part of the hand sent from him in this writing, and this writing was written. So that was probably the hand of some watcher, some angel somewhere. 25. And this is the writing that was written. So he could read that writing, so he could articulate it, he could pronounce it, okay, because it's written in a certain script, okay, which we'd have a little bit of a look at. It's written in a certain script, okay. And so he could pronounce it out, okay, because it's one thing to transliterate, it's one thing to translate, it's another thing to interpret, you see. Transliteration translation, and interpretation. So he was able to transliterate it, and then he mixed the translation and the interpretation together, and then sealed it up with more or less a declaration, you see. So, and this is the writing that was written. Many tekel upharsin. And that writing is Hebrew, actually. Is Hebrew script. Maybe the angel then wrote in an older Hebrew or just plain Hebrew, but because there was no Hebrew person there, apparently, is why they could not transliterate it and then translate it. Okay? But even if a Hebrew person was there that could transliterate and translate it, okay, then they probably won't be able to give the interpretation thereof, and maybe won't have that position to make the declaration. But transliteration, let's do that first, is this. So this is what you see on your screen, which is this, is just the transliteration from the Hebrew to English script, if you will, okay? So this is many tekel upharsin. That's transliteration. This does not mean anything in English. Many tekel upharsin. It's just been transliterated from some script, right? The me, right, and the n in Hebrew, the me and n was repeated. The C sound, right, and the K and the L, right, Lamed, and the same thing with the upharsin from right to left, okay? So this is transliteration. This is the first phase, okay? So now, many tekel upharsin. That doesn't mean anything in English. In Chaldean or Assyrian, it probably doesn't also mean anything. They can't tell what that is. Maybe someone will begin to have a clue because sometimes those languages overlap, but still it's not fully interpreted, okay? So now let me try to tell you the translation, okay? What we have done is transliteration. Let's try the translation. So this is, oh, I don't know, am I making sense? This looks like something that needs feedback. Excuse me. It needs a feedback. We're looking at Daniel 9:25, 5:25 rather, okay? For those on Instagram. Who else is getting it on TikTok so I know that you get it? Or on Instagram, let me know if you need me to do anything. Right. Let's get one or two more persons on TikTok confirmed so we can continue. Okay. Who am I that you set your love on me? Any more comment? Let me know if you are getting this, if it's making sense to you. Who am I? Just one reply. I know you are, but I need maybe one or two more, is the thing. It's like the others are just listening like you're on a radio and... Okay, Kasolize is arrived. Let me get one or two more persons. How are we related to Israel? So, Mr. Joby, you've been here before. Okay, Odette is getting it. Odette, are you able to come up? Olinze. Oh, am I that you said you love me? Oh, am I created king? I don't know why these responses are so slow. But it's okay, let's proceed. On a bus, give me some minutes to alight. Okay, it's fine. Right, so anyway, so this is the transliteration. Many tekel upharsin doesn't mean anything. But now translation is many means to count. Many means to count. Okay? Shekel means to weigh. In fact, that is where your shekel of your money weight comes from. 20 shekels of silver, right? So this many is like counting money. So this many is like money also in English, right? Because it's like the counting of something. And this is straight away money because it's shekel, right? That's your shekel also. And then Perez. Where is Perez? There should be Perez somewhere. Just a moment. Okay, so is this incomplete? It's interesting. So there should be Perez. I don't know why they skipped Perez here. Okay, there should be Perez here, but this is Perez here. So Perez means to break something or to tear something, right? Like the breaking forth. Perez Uza, the breaking forth against Uza. And we have said in the Yoruba, this is the adjective for tearing something in pieces. The way the Yoruba works is that it has an adjective for each verb, right? Or for a special adverb for each adjective, right? Such that if you want to say tall in English, or you want to say short, or you want to say big, or you want to say long, you can use the same adverb, e.g., very, okay? You can use the same adverb, e.g., very, okay? So you can say very tall, very long, very short, very rich, very popular. So you can use the same verb. But in Yoruba, you can do that, but in extra, you can also use a special kind of adjective, right? Special kind of adverb to qualify that verb or whatever it is you want to qualify. For example, if you want to say somebody is tall, you can either say ogagon, okurugon, otobigon, o lowogon. That gon is just means very, is an intensifier. So you can use the same intensifier for many adjectives, okay? But again, you can use a special intensifier that will attach to just that adjective. E.g., instead of saying ogagon, you can say oga fiofio, right? Which means he's very tall, but that fiofio is, rather than saying just very, you have used a special kind of very that applies only to tall, okay? So, so that kind of adjective is what you use for tear. You can say ofaya pere pere. So that pere pere, you only use it to qualify the extent to which something has been torn in pieces. Okay? So ofaya gon, that's also correct. You just say it's very torn, something like that. But you can use a more special adverb to qualify the way the thing is torn, and you use that adverb pere. Okay? So most times it's repeated twice. Pere pere. But not most times, it's twice. It's always twice. So ofaya pere pere, but the Hebrew will say Perez. Ancient Hebrew is here. I'm sure she would like that. Very. Right, that's very wealthy, Dexter. You're welcome. I should be showing you the screen also. But then the Instagram is so quiet. I'm not getting replies or requests from there. So we're doing Daniel 5:25. So I don't know if ancient Hebrew got that, so that let me try to show Dexter since he's interacting. So switch the camera. So extremely I think there's a way I can just place this gently and it's steady there. Okay, good. So this Perez is Yoruba will say pere pere, and the Hebrew will say Perez, like Perez was like that boy that was born, and because he broke forth, his name was called Perez. Okay, so this breaking Yoruba will say pere pere, but it's more of an adverb as against maybe a verb generally, or it's a special verb that you cannot confuse. It's only for tearing things that are broken or torn, right? So anyway, so if we were to transliterate, we've done transliteration. Now translation, this is counting, weighed, broken, Persia. So it's still coded. So it's coded on almost 2-3 layers. Okay, counted, weighed, broken, Persia. Okay, now we have transliterated it. You have translated it. So let's say we are in English. We are speaking in English to this King Belshazzar, right? So when okay, King, what is the wall? Is many tekel overseeing? What's the meaning of that? I don't understand that. What language is that? Well, language is saying counted, weighed, broken, Persia. Okay, so what does that mean? Counted, weighed. What are you saying, really? So now I have even translated it. He still cannot get it. You see? Can you name your child Perek? As much as his name. Oh, it's so funny. No, you cannot, Sojobi. You cannot. Yoruba has, of course, gone through a lot of transitions, and Yoruba has many dialects. Okay, right? So Yoruba has many dialects. We can get you to come up so that we can hear from you more once we're done reading. Okay, you shouldn't call your child Pere Pere. Like they call that one Perez. You know, the way words are used sometimes change over generations, right? So some of those things happen like that, you see. All right. So where were we? So I'm not speaking in English, although they'll be speaking in Syrian, okay, or Akkadian. But let's say it's English to make it simple, okay, and relatable. So many or measured or counted, weighed, broken, Persia. What does that mean? So, but then he didn't waste the time to tell him this. He just went straight to tell him the interpretation. So this is the interpretation, you see. So what he did here was transliteration. He just read it out the way it sounds, but he did the translation and interpretation in one breath before he then does the declaration. That's powerful, isn't it? 4 layers, right? So this is the interpretation of the thing. Many, God has numbered thy kingdom. How many is the number? So do you see how this is? Although Yoruba will say melo, right? Not like that, okay? Let me see. Right. So Yoruba will say melo, but this is many, so that's still different, okay? But he has numbered that kingdom. So you see, it's telling you how many he has measured, he has numbered it and finished it. Okay, you're not seeing that part. But we can read it. Everybody knows what's in the book of Daniel. So that's what the many is. So interpretation straight away. So shekel, thou art weighed in the balances and are found wanting. So he has been weighed like a shekel, you see. And that's density, right? That is weight over volume. This is talking about volume, the size. This is the weight. So that's how you tell the quality of precious metals sometimes. So thou art weighed in the balances and are found wanting, you see. Perez, thy kingdom is divided. Atifa, Ijoba, Areya, Pere, Pere. Thy kingdom is divided and given to. So now here it doesn't tell you the Euphrates. It uses the Perez instead. But then if you add the Euphrates, it's added here. You see. So Perez, the kingdom is divided or broken or torn. You see. And then let's see what next. To the Medes and the Persians. This is the Euphrates. That's the Persians. You see. So now, how did he get the interpretation? You can add me any moment from now. Cheers. Okay. You're welcome. So, how did he get the interpretation? It's very simple, right? Well, kind of simple. It is from that head of gold, chest of silver, thigh of bronze, legs of iron, feet of iron and clay. You see. So, because he has a knowledge of that, and some of the visions you will see that will come in chapter 6, 7, 8 of Daniel, you see that I could tell that, okay, this guy's time is here. Okay, many, okay, I understand to this point. Okay, God, what is this saying? Of course, this guy's time is over. He's drinking from I know this is menorah. The guy is drinking from the cup. His time is over. So, and this is saying, okay, Perez, this guy's kingdom is torn from him. And he declared it like that. You see. Then commanded Belshazzar, and they clothed Daniel with scarlet and put a chain of gold about his neck and made a proclamation concerning him that he should be the third ruler in the kingdom. Right? So I think Daniel took it anyways, or maybe it was more or less forced. Right? In that night was Belshazzar, the king of the Chaldeans, slain. You see, that very night, because of that declaration. That very night he was slain. 31. And Darius the Median, okay? And Darius the Median took the kingdom, being about 62 years old. That's quite a fairly old man, this Darius. So the Medes is taking it first. And they have heard that the Medes and the Persians are taking it. So the thing just activated things and this guy was gone. And this man took over. It's interesting. Okay. Well, we can... who am I? Gudia Ulinze, good morning. How are you doing?
I'm okay. Good morning.
Morning. Are you in Abuja or the UK? It's like I forgot. Okay, in the UK, of course. There's a serious background noise.
Serious wind. So sorry. You can mute me. Okay.
No, it's okay. It sounded like you are like having a bike ride or something. David Harrison. All right. So it's fine. Anyway, I just wanted to show you a following which you confirmed the other time. So let's do one more chapter, or should we just wrap it up here and discuss? Is it enough to stop and discuss, or should we read one more? Waiting for comments, one more, okay. If there's so much to say, then it might be enough for people to. Let's get 2 more votes, 2 more comments, and see what direction we'll take. Read more, okay. Mazi wants us to read more. All right, one more. Let's go. Chapter 6. Right. Then should I just show, thank you, Liberation. One more. Should I just show, how is Abraham Oduduwa? Please explain. So you'll just be patient for one more chapter. Can you be patient? Can you wait for one more chapter, So Joby? I'm sure you have probably watched the video. So if you have not, just go and watch it, because I'm sure that's where you're coming from. But watch the full video. Have you watched the full video, Mr. Shojobi? Have you watched the full video on YouTube? No. Aha. So maybe you should watch it to be easier to save. But then we'll still let you come up once we're done with one more chapter. But in case you're not able to wait, watching the full video on 91 podcast is going to help. Then you will see. Daniel 6. Now, last question. Should I show my face or show the screen? I discovered some people just like seeing people's faces. Like now, I feel like asking Odette to open a camera, people see her face. We just like seeing people's faces on TikTok for some reason. So we used to show screens. Odette. you're laughing. You're first laughing in Spanish.
I'm working.
I know.
That's very frustrating.
No, that's fine. That's fine. It's okay. But that way you can mute. That wind is really serious in the UK in the past few days. It's pulled out some tree branches. I mean, it can be dangerous because the trees are kind of dry from the winter, and sometimes some branches break off, and that could literally. I saw some trees on the road when I was walking and praying some 3 days ago when we had wind here, and that tree shouldn't fall on your head. That branch. So if you can, please, you can keep your phone. She said, "Oh, more." So use your headphones or something like that if you can, and try to stay off branches, off of big trees, from under big trees, please. So that can be much safer to walk. Okay. So should I show my face or show screens like this? We used to show screens, but somehow people, oh, now go there. So no. So you should show face. Who else is voting for face? Maybe because also you explain by gesticulating and all of that. Maybe that's why it feels more interactive than staring at the pages of a book. Let me just revert to the face, because the way I just keep alternative then, right? The way I just kept this thing is it can fall off. So let me show face. Because we discover people engage more when we show faces, maybe because they feel like they're talking to a person rather than just staring at some pages of a screen. Okay, so let's go. And it pleased Darius to set over the kingdom 120 princes. For some reason, it took 220 princes. Okay, that's Darius, the new king, a Median from the Medes. So, which should be over the whole kingdom. Okay, and over these 3 presidents, of whom Daniel was first. So he more or less moved Daniel even from the 3rd to the 2nd. Like we said, these Hebrews, these African people, they are used to just entering communities quietly and they're taking over. more or less, somehow, always going to the top. Okay. Of these three presidents, of whom Daniel was first, that the princes might give accounts unto them, and the king should have no damage. Then this Daniel, it's qualifying him, was preferred above the presidents and princes because an excellent spirit was in him. Guess who was writing this himself? Maybe Daniel himself. And the king thought to set him over the whole realm. Very, very repetitive. Of Jacob when he was with Laban, Joseph when he was in Potiphar's house, the prison, and ruling with Pharaoh. He always set them at almost a day. Just hand over everything to him. He'll take care of it. Okay, he thought about setting him over the whole realm. Then the presidents and princes sought to find occasion against Daniel. See. So he has been thinking about it, maybe discussing with his closer allies and all that. I might just make this guy the head of the whole thing. This is literally like the vice president of, I don't know, do you want to say America or something? Probably bigger than that. They sought occasion against Daniel concerning the kingdom, and they could find none occasion nor fault. Right? There was nothing they were looking for legitimate reasons to bring him down, and they couldn't find any. For as much as he was faithful, neither was there any error or fault found in him. They couldn't find a legitimate reason to disqualify him for this position or to make him hated. Okay, just give me 30 seconds. Let's tell you something very briefly. So they couldn't find a legitimate reason, so they had to look for something. They had to look for something. Sorry about the interruption. Okay. So neither was there any error or fault found in him. Verse 5, Daniel 6:5. Then said these men, we shall not find any occasion against this Daniel, except we find it against him concerning the law of his God. Oh my God. You know, this is the way at least UK functions, okay? And I can tell this is the way they function. If there is as little as just a group of people, literally less than 100 people in the whole of the UK, I can't prove this, but it's difficult to also disprove, right? Just as little as literally 100 people in the UK, maybe even 50 sometimes, maybe even 5 people, is a system I know and I've seen. They would make a general law, right? And they will fine-tune the law and pinpoint it to the point that it will target exactly those 100 people, and they will publish the law. I'm telling you. And they will publish it. And for some, they are that legalistic. And they'll publish it, and that thing will constrain just those people. You see? So a general, more obvious one is the way there are some visas, right, that are rolled out for some certain people, and they will make the law, they will squeeze the working hours, they will tweak something, and it will be tailor-made for you. The only thing they will do there is not just so they will not do it to mention your name. I've seen that system again and again in the UK. That's how they work. Something in them, that hypocrisy or whatnot, will not let them just point to you, and because they like to be very legalistic and they want to keep that stiff upper lip and just that smile. They want to keep that. Yeah, morning, America. Right? They want to keep that. So they will tailor it and they will publish it to everybody. Part of their own citizens whom that law do not apply will complain. They will keep quiet. They won't tell them, shh, the law is not for you. So the thing will look real. Exactly how, what's that thing, global warming works. They sanction everybody and give you rules. No, we are all working towards global warming. We are all going towards net zero. We are all working towards sustainability. And they would act it live for you like this. But they have the resources to act that drama. But in Africa, it's going to choke their economy. And Africa is always trying to copy them. And they'll tell you, well, you see, even we are under the law. We're also sanctioned by the same rules. No, they'll go and curate a rule that everybody will do. The same thing. Almost like, and I can imagine, this I don't even have direct proof. and I don't even have the time to research it. But the same thing with the vaccines. They can pinpoint a DNA strand. Everybody takes a vaccine. It will affect only a certain demography of people a certain way, but they'll make sure everybody takes it. That's how they function. Anyway, so then these presidents and princes assembled themselves to the king, right? So they are going for the law of his God and said, so in this case, I think they mentioned Daniel's names, right? Maybe they didn't. Okay, they didn't. They just brought about a law. This was even a weak one. The one they do now is more pinpoint, right? It's more forensic than this. So they came and the princes, counselors to the captains. So, and the captains have consulted together to establish a royal statute and to make a firm decree. You'll be surprised some rules change from the very top of a government. You will not know, maybe you are part of the reasons why that rule changed. You see, there's a set of people, that's even a broader group, right? Like African immigrants and all that came a certain time, around 2025 or 2020 rather, right? 2021, 22. They are targeting that group. And just about when they were about to be, right now, I think they've changed the thing to 10 years. Unfortunately, for those who have been waiting for their ILR or something in the UK, I don't know if they have changed it. So, but those group that came in batch, that jackpot batch, right? They targeted them such that from 2020, right? Those who came 2021, 2022, from that period, and they came when they were just about to hit 5 years, was when they started discussing white paper crap something, and they changed the thing to 10 years. I don't know if they've changed it now. Someone can confirm. Right? So the people he targeted was that batch of people, you see. So rather than saying, you people that came that time are too much, we can't pay. Yeah, they will say, well, because of this, just go all over the place, cherry pick confusion, and say because of that. But no, it's those who are about to click 5 years at that time that they're targeting, and they want to waste their time more before they give them this so-called ILR thing. You see, apparently that's what's going on. But that one is even a broader situation. You see, look at this. Let's see. So they have consulted together to establish a royal statute. So the governors and the princes and the councillors and all the captains have consulted together to establish a royal statute and to make a firm decree that whosoever shall ask a petition of any god or any god or man for oh my God, exactly. You see, whosoever shall make a petition of any god or man for 30 days, all they need is just 30 days for 1 month. They are very sure he was going to pray between that 30 days. That is exactly how things work. So they would fine-tune the rule to the finest breath, and they know that broad blanket would just pass through everybody, but it was just going to catch just you. And if you tell them they're discriminatory, they'll say, now how? Was it not everybody? They say yes. Oh my God. Oh, Jesus is king. So ask a petition of any god or man for 30 days, save thee, O king, he shall be cast into the den of lions. And I don't know why this king didn't suspect that. Why this special 30 days? What's happening in the next 30 days that I've not heard about? Right? Now, O king, establish the decree and sign the writing, that it be not changed, according to the law of the Medes and the Persians, which altereth not. Wherefore the king Darius signed the writing and the decree. Verse 10. Now when Daniel knew that the writing was signed, he went into his house. He knew it was signed. He went into his house, and his windows being opened in his chamber towards Jerusalem, that will be to the south, because they are apparently in Babylon here, which would be in the northeastern Africa, where you have present-day Sudan into Egypt. So he faced Jerusalem, which I think will be the south, right? And he kneeled upon his knees 3 times a day and prayed and gave thanks before his God as he did aforetime. I tell you, he's got a priesthood that he cannot deny, you see, to the point where he was given a political position. In fact, first off, he said, give us pulse and water when he was a younger boy with the Hebrew boys, the 3 of them. Then secondly, the time when the Babylon king, Nebuchadnezzar, asked him to be the king, a prince rather. And then he said, no, give this position to my friends, Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego. I will just be at the gate, some low office. Okay. Then this time also, he was going to be given a robe and a chain. He said, just keep your gift to yourself. But now eventually they were able to give it to him in government, eventually, like government proper. Now they're thinking of exalting him even to more or less vice president, you see. But he doesn't want to let go of this priesthood. They know this guy's been doing this for decades. So they tweak the thing to that point. And this king didn't remember, there's this Daniel that would do that. Very similar to what happened with Esther, okay? Okay? So he opened his chamber towards Jerusalem and kneeled upon his knees 3 times a day and prayed and gave thanks before his God as he did aforetime. So he would pray 3 times every day. Right? The believers of today, Christians of today, don't like structure and patterns. And I think it's an intentional thing Satan has done to deceive that group of people, to deceive the believers. You pray 3 times a day. Tell a believer that today, they'll tell you that's legalism, that's this, that's that. Am I a Muslim praying 5 times? You know, they want to be spiritual without the ritual. Like someone said, it's difficult to be spiritual without rituals. So he prayed 3 times a day, and prayed and gave thanks before his God, and he, as he did aforetime. Then these men, because that's where he gets all this wisdom and all that from, that's that place, you see. Then these men assembled and found Daniel praying. They went to look because they knew who the Lord was sent for. And again, that's what they would do. Because they've set that blanket law as though it's some random law, just nice, we just want the economy, da 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 da. They would then go and start targeting and looking at you on those laws. Oh, Jesus is king. So, and they found Daniel praying and making supplication before his God. And they took pictures of Daniel as evidence. Then they came near and spake before the king concerning the king's decree. Hast thou not seen a decree that every man, hast thou not signed a decree that every man that shall ask a petition of any god or man within 30 days, save thee, O king, shall be cast into the den of lions? And the king answered and said, this thing is true according to the law of the Medes and Persians, which altereth not. 13. Then answered they and said before the king that Daniel, that one, which is of the children of the captivity of Judah, is an immigrant, right? He's the captivity of Judah. We brought him here from the land of Judah. He's an immigrant. He regarded not thee, O king, nor the decree that thou hast signed, but maketh his petition 3 times a day. Then the king, when he heard these words, was sore displeased with himself, and set his heart on Daniel to deliver him. So he couldn't reverse this law overnight like that. They went to pick the kind of law that wouldn't change a flip. And he labored till the going down of the sun to deliver him. How was he laboring? Maybe checking some laws to some loop around this within the legal system where this can be reverted. Probably what he was doing. Because they wouldn't change their decrees just like that. Legality is very powerful. Now, imagine this level of legality in just natural laws, which is still there till today, you see. Just natural laws act like this. But then pseudo grace, let me call it that, has created this false pseudo reality that there is a way you can interact with God and it can be anyhow. There's no law, no rules, just do anything, just do that. It's just fluid and anything goes. You can just do anything. There is no such thing. Even the freedom that Jesus bought for us, it is sat on the canvas of legality. Without that canvas of foundation of legality, it cannot sit. It was bought with a price before it was given to you for free to appropriate it. You see? So you could not change those words. But somehow you think you can just do anything. There is no law. Just, let's just do anything. Yeah. Liberty has made me free and all that kind of stuff. And resting the scripture, you see, and twisting it. It's not so. And most times, that is why most so-called believers, Christians, etc., would often have to fall back to the law of the land as whatever guides their life, because they are more or less Torahless, lawless. You see, you can dress anyhow, you can pierce your tongue, pierce your eyes, weird crap and stuff. Just do anything. You see, so they will do as much as they can until the police will actually catch it. Once it's something that is a crime, that's when they stop. Right? And even when the police arrested you, like, well, God has forgiven you, but the police that arrested you, right? So it's something else. So most times they revert back. In fact, they are the most. They're just about a group of people generally in the society that, I mean, they're just guided by the law of the land. That's where most of them has their borderlines. And most times when you challenge what they're doing, they immediately bring out the law of the land to you and say, is it a sin in Nigeria for me to I don't know, whatever it is. But this is UK, this is Canada. This is not, how can you be telling me not to do what? This is Canada. I'm an adult. How can you be telling me not to? Didn't you know you were an adult when you were in Africa? Is this people that just told you you're an adult, you just realized? So most times they're very quick to just flip out the law of the land and say, hey, look at this is Canada. It's by the law. We are not. Can't you see the law here? So that is your law that your fathers taught you before you left your country. So they always fall back to that law. And since you are seated on that law, then they can manipulate it, right? And twist it in a certain way to control your life. Since you have decided to be lawless. Good morning, Eagle Prince. So, he labored till the going down of the sun to deliver him. 15. Then these men assembled unto the king and said unto the king, know, O king, that the law of the Medes and the Persians is, right? Know, O king, that the law of the Medes and Persians is that no decree or statute which the king established may be changed. They are reminding him. Right? They are reminding him of that. 16. So Instagram has just very roughly interrupted. So what I would do is see it. So right now, I was still saying this yesterday that I hope it is not because of this channel that Instagram starts cutting people's life every 1 hour. That didn't used to be the case when we started some months ago, or weeks ago, months ago. But now every 1 hour they interrupt the Instagram live. I have to restart now. So now people have to start restarting. Yes, that's the book of Daniel. And that wasn't so just 3 months ago. So look at the timing. In just 3 months, this is exactly 11:01. So they've interrupted the live now. You see? So they now start disconnecting our TikTok live, Instagram live every 1 hour. Check like that, it won't be just mine. Because if it is mine, I can sue them and tell you, why are you just discriminating my channel? You see? But they will make it a general rule. So most people won't notice and won't know why. But again, let me not conclude it's because of our channel. Okay? So we have to start again. So once it's 12 again, to disconnect it, we have to restart manually. Yes, that's what I'm explaining, Solomon. They now cut off the live every 1 hour, which I think is general. And they used to be so just a few months ago. Okay, so where were we? For your faithfulness to me. Right. So they said it cannot be changed. Now 16. Daniel 5:16, I believe. Is it 6:16? I think it's 6:16. Then the king commanded, and they brought Daniel and cast him into the den of lions. Now the king spake and said unto Daniel, thy God. That's all he could do. He had to hand him over to God, because by the law now, this guy there's a trouble. There's problems already. Thy God whom thou servest continually, he will deliver thee. And there's premise for that, because of how he delivered those Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Then the king commanded and brought Daniel, casting him, said that God will deliver thee. 17. And a stone was brought and laid upon the mount of the den. And the king sealed it with his own signet and with the signet of his lords, that the purpose might not be changed concerning Daniel. Then the king went to his palace and passed the night fasting. So his heart was really with Daniel. Do you see how powerful those laws are? It could have been like, obviously did get this, because of that. No, there's no way it's going there. But the law can be changed. What law? You are manipulating the law because of that. But that loophole, maybe by then didn't exist. But he had to literally throw an innocent man, in that sense, into the land. He could unalive that man, right? Just by somebody who had the knowledge and twisting. So the legal department, faculty of the human life is very important. Sometimes literal legality of the legal land you live in, whatever country it is, very powerful. The law is so powerful you could unalive people, right? Okay. So he passed the night fasting. Neither were instruments of music brought before him, and his sleep went from him. Right? His sleep went from him. Then the king arose very early in the morning and went in haste. So maybe this was the end of the 30 days. I'm just thinking, right? So I went in haste unto the den of lions. And when he came, right? And when he came to the den, he cried with a lamentable voice unto Daniel. He was almost weeping. And said, and the king spake and said to Daniel, O Daniel, servant of the living God, is thy God whom thou servest continually able to deliver thee from the lions? He figured if Daniel was safe, he would reply. 21. Then said Daniel unto the king, O king, live forever. My God has sent. It tells him even the logistics involved. My God has sent his angel, right? And hath shut the lion's mouth, that they have no hurt, that they have not hurt me, for as much as before him innocency was found in me, and also before thee, O king, have I done no hurt. Wow. Then the king exceedingly glad for him, and commanded that they should take Daniel up out of the den. So the question is, why did that change at this point? Why didn't he do it the same night? Just put him in and bring him out, something like that. Why did he wait the next day? Maybe he found some back end somewhere to be able to save Daniel, or he waited all through that time. Since you guys said 30 days, right? Well, within the 30 days, we'll put him there, right? Just trying to save Daniel as much as possible, and maybe throw him on the 30th day. And did he say he rushed to the place in the morning? Let me see. Just a moment. Yes, he did. In verse 19, Daniel 6:19. Then the king arose very early in the morning, very early. Like the moment is 12:01. Actually, their time will probably be 6:01 then, because their day starts around 6 a.m. So once it's just 6:01 like this, there's some legality there, I would believe, within their law, perhaps. Okay? Is what I'm just guessing, right? So 19, and he went there early in the morning and went in haste unto the den of lions. So he went there in a hurry. Right? He went there in a hurry. He went there in a hurry. Let's see 23. So, O king, I've done no harm before thee. 23. Then was the king exceedingly glad for him, and commanded that they should take Daniel up out of the den. So I think this might be the 31st day. So Daniel was taken up out of the den, and no manner of hurt was found upon him, because he believed in his God. Right? And this king really respected Daniel, because Daniel could have, within the 30 days, gone to the king and said, King, I'm sorry for doing that, and revert it. Daniel didn't do that, and the king didn't say, look at him, he's even arrogant, right? He probably was still praying through that 30 days, if that was there. Okay. Welcome, Obiora. So, because he believed in his God. Let me read that again. So Daniel, to bring Daniel up out of the den. So Daniel was taken up out of the den, and no manner of hurt was found upon him, because he believed in his God. 24. And the king commanded, and they brought those men. So I don't know what law now this works with. You're welcome, Obiora. So, and they brought those men which had accused Daniel, and they cast them into the den of lions. Them, their children, and their wives. And the lions had the mastery of them and break all their bones in pieces. And okay, or ever they came at the bottom of the den. Okay, that means just before they are at the bottom of the den, somewhere along the walls, they were still falling, rolling down. It had been eaten up from the walls. Wow. Then King Darius wrote unto all people, nations, and languages that dwell in all the earth. Check again, mainstream will tell you they don't know about this Darius. So he wrote this, peace be multiplied unto you, like an epistle. Okay. I make a decree that in every dominion of my kingdom, men tremble and fear before the God of Daniel. Well, hold on a minute. Has there been any time, well, maybe Solomon, I'm trying to think of a time when a Hebrew king was ruling and the whole world was under his rule, apart from the patriarchs who were not Hebrews in that sense. Abraham probably didn't achieve that. Nimrod did. That's from Ham, very close. The whole world literally was working on the Tower of Babel. But Nimrod is the 13th, along with Ham, coming through Shem. Abraham is the 20th. Jacob didn't achieve that. They went to Egypt. They came back. They didn't stay so long before they started disobeying. They didn't stay so long. Right? They had to disobey. Assyrians took them. Babylonians took them. And it's in this Babylonian captivity that Nebuchadnezzar was probably one of those first to rule over the whole earth, like Nimrod. Nimrod, yes, indeed. Nimrod, Nebuchadnezzar. Just about the first. Because it's usually under these Gentile kings that they declare something as the state religion, so to speak, in that sense. Almost always. Right? Especially all across the world, or at least with some global level of relevance. I don't know why, honestly. Okay. Anyway. That in every dominion of my kingdom men tremble and fear before the God of Daniel, for he is the living God and steadfast forever. And somehow the Hebrews, the people of God, believers, tend to be apologetic. Tend to be so apologetic. Right? God is the mainstream, at least supposed to be. You don't need to be apologetic about that. Can't you read scripture that God created the heavens and the earth? So why do you have to make the worship of God a kind of sect? And then the devil created this broader spectrum and call it the secular world. There's no such thing as secular world. It's the demonic world you have. There's no secular world. Why do the secular songs always have to have perversion in them and violence? Right? Why can't you, okay, in fact, worst case scenario, allow Christian songs as parts, which is already apologetic, by the way, allow it as part of the songs that can be played in radios and public places as a secular song. I mean, it's not, what can I call it? Just allow it, right? And most times Christians won't even push you. Mix the songs together, they don't mind, right? But no, they will tell you, we don't want that. No, Islam is not that apologetic, by the way, just to quickly compare. Why? They don't like those songs. It pricks their conscience. Maybe I'll still post that video when I was playing the keyboard somewhere where I was waiting for a train. Not the other one. I posted one that was in some other airport. The one I posted the other time when I was waiting for a flight. This one, some guy had been playing. He's just singing. He will play Mozart. He will play Yanni. He will play all those jazz, and we were like, oh yeah. When I got on the keyboard and I sang, "It's your breath in our lungs, we pour out your praise," people started reducing. Because it reminds them there is a God. They don't like that. Just play jazz, play dun, 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 dun. The guy would even play Mario. Dun, 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 dun. Or what's that? No, that's a Christian song. You play. They're like, oh, nice. When I said it's your breath in our lungs, they started reducing. They started turning off their camera. I'm like, you people should make peace with God now. They just started scratching their head. They started checking their time. I see these sinners. So the world hates that. And that's why they hate Christianity, hate the Bible, as detailed as it is. It's so blatant and so there in front of you, right? But it tells of their heart. It didn't, your breath in our lungs. It's God's breath through you. Okay. And I still did something bad. But they should just ask for forgiveness. Don't run away from God. Run to Him. You see, maybe I'll still post that video if I've not deleted it. We can make it into some content stuff. I've just not had time. I've been busy. So maybe I'll post it. But then you wouldn't see how the people are departing. They started reducing. By the time I turned my back, opened my eyes before I've reduced. It was so funny. I was just laughing in my mind. They don't like, and I was singing from my spirit. So the thing was echoing through the place. No. They didn't like that. So see, everybody knows who God is. They are very clear. They know. But what they don't like about, they want His things. They want His blessings. Even including Christians. They want all those blessings, but they don't want that holiness. They don't want that godliness. Yeah. So why even the ones in church are like that too? It's just the carnal mind, right? They want that blessing, and not to question ourselves, right? Not to criticize anything, but you will see people that would anyway, let me just not say that. I don't want to. But then the point is, people know who God is. They don't like that godliness. They want the good things and not the God, you see. Right. Yes, that's why most people stay away from churches. So now some churches maybe get condemnational in that sense, right? They get a little harsh, or they go off scriptures to try to establish some holiness that is not in the Bible. But then for some people, it's just their conscience, right? We shouldn't, because we want to try to make them accept God and now make the thing like, no, you can't do that. I've been to a church and I told them, I've been to a church. I don't know if they're being apologetic. It was one of my first times. And after the church service, I mean, you can imagine it's supposed to be maybe a mega church. And first, you know how churches can be nowadays. Almost anything goes. It's supposed to be a YT church. I attend most of those sometimes, right? Till now-ish, right? But the lady can just wait and say, okay, fine, you guys are not Hebrews. It's not in your culture, You came, Christ he came to you as Gentiles. Okay, fine, go ahead, right? But ladies can dress in a certain way. Not too funny, but, just anyhow, Right, so all of that is already there. But now we now finish church service now, right? And there is this lounge, there's this coffee area, take coffee, enjoy yourselves. You can even get cakes, maybe you can buy sometimes. All right. But then you're now playing a song was now a secular song. Abba, now, how far can you get? We just came out of church now. Can you now sustain that God at least for this space and time? I know you're coming from club last night, but when you're here, after that church service, you have a lounge. That's beautiful. During that time, can't you just play gospel song? And they were playing a remix of Umbrella. That's the word. And I typed it on the group. The group was silent. Fam, I knew that I wouldn't say that. They would kick me out soon. The group was silent for hours. I knew, oh my God, I've destroyed my own career in this church if I had any. And I play umbrella, baby, umbrella, baby. Now. We just finished service now. Just still wait. Enter your car. Just some little regard. And this thing was played in the central, of course. All the speakers of all the thing was playing. In the toilet, you'll be hearing that. I'm like, what is going on? Is who plays this thing? You see? And all the message also, I know they're trying to open their heart. The message will be so just like borderline. Try to just in the same place, which is not about the place. It's just all over. It's just this American Western thing. This lawlessness as well, Torahlessness from the Western world. Like I tell you, most people, right, especially believers, will fall down to that baseline. They will do the minimum basest thing required to fulfill the law of the land to keep them from being arrested. But the laws of the scriptures, they disregard that and tell you one grace covers it. You see, it's in kind of that kind of church I went to, and maybe it was Christmas in the time, so they were talking about the birth of Jesus, right? Okay, like, oh yeah, um, Mary had not touched Mary, Joseph had not touched Mary, so she was a virgin, and she was found pregnant, and this was the word he said. In their day, that's going to be a problem. You're found pregnant without being married. But in our day, it's just like things are different now. It's not so much of a problem nowadays, but then it was a problem. Like, oh, really? I didn't know. I didn't know that, right? But apparently, in their culture, it's not so much of a problem if you get pregnant. I mean, your parents would introduce your boyfriend to you. You will come in with your boyfriend. You're 17 years old, and a boy will come into my house with my daughter, and you will now excuse them. This. Oh my God. It's a perfect comedy skit. You will now excuse them. You will now excuse them and say, oh. Oh my God. Let me just stop there. If it is in Africa, if you survive that night, that's if you survive alive. Let's just leave the rest. This is public space. But old songs can be between good and bad. But new ones are very funny. Yes. So there's this general secular song, but then this is supposed to be church, right? So what we would expect is in the church, play the full gospel song, right? When you then get outside, play the holy secular song. They could be secular. In fact, the book of Proverbs looks like that secular song, the secular kind of thing. Like, okay, the wise should do this, the foolish shouldn't do that, but it still puts God in it, you see. That's how it should be. So when you get in that secular, there should be songs like, food no day, gari no day, something like that. Just talking about the government of the day, okay? Something like that. So they are secular songs, but not bring that secular, in fact, the perverted one like umbrella inside the church. The remaining thing now is to use that as a choreography, which I'm sure some are doing. Play the umbrella song and carry umbrella and do choreography inside church. Which thing remain now? So that lawlessness, you will go to the very basest base until you hit the rock bottom of what the law of the land, the serious guys who are writing laws, who want to rule your country, which they're doing that, right? That you can go to, that's where you stop. That's what you see. So you go as far in hell as far as you can go without the repercussions, because you really like that sin. You really like it. So you go as close to it as possible, as you can, without consequences. It's really the consequences you're afraid of or concerned about. Because the person's heart is not changed. When your heart is changed, your appetite will be altered. Okay, so let's finish this chapter. So I make a decree and dominion of my kingdom. This is supposed to be a heathen king. My kingdom men tremble and fear before the God of Daniel. He is the living God and steadfast forever. Right, like that, stand forever. It says when Nebuchadnezzar, the previous king, was saying that his kingdom stands forever. It says the living God and is steadfast forever. His kingdom, that which shall not be destroyed, and his kingdom, that which shall not be destroyed, and his dominion shall be even unto the end. So Daniel is constantly talking about dominion. Excuse me. And the times of kings, because this revelation of Daniel is permeated literally all the government of Babylon at that time, which is the leader of the world. He delivereth and rescueth, and he worketh signs and wonders in heaven and in earth. Who has delivered Daniel from the power of the lions? So this Daniel prospered in the reign of Darius and in the reign of Cyrus the Persian. You see, so that's the next reign coming after Darius. So that's the end of Daniel chapter 6. It's wonderful. So we'll go to Daniel chapter 7 tomorrow. It's your breath in your lungs, so we pour out our praise. So Daniel 7, okay? Great are you, Lord. All right, so let's take guests quickly and we discuss for the day and we close. So you can request on Instagram. In fact, I want Instagramites to speak first, maybe, so that we can hear from you real quick. We want people to speak and we just do 3-4 minutes for each person to speak. Then after 3 minutes, then we will go to the next person. So let's try to keep to the time as we contribute. I should be having a meeting today also. And tomorrow, by the way, quick announcement, we'll be having the moderators, like Mr. Gian, Mrs. Okoye, doing the reading tomorrow because I'll be in transit. Okay. So I would also be there. I will still be able to start the live, but they will be doing the reading so we can keep the steady network. Right. So even if I have a good network, I'll still let them do it. So so that Daniel 7 will be read by Mrs. Okoye and Mr. Giang. They'll just coordinate together to do that tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock. Okay, so do we have any requests from Instagram? We have at least 2 people today. The thing has been, it's going to cut it by 12 again, but we'll probably restart if you have not closed by then. Okay? So if you have a request, you can just request. I'll see it there, and we can bring you up to speak. Let's hear from Mrs. Okoye. 3 minutes, 4 minutes. Let's go.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you for the reading. Now, there was something you were talking about Christians. There was something you were talking about Christians being apologetic. I don't understand why Christians have that position, because we've been like that for centuries. Yeah. Because remember, Constantinople, North Africa were predominantly Christian principalities and dominions. Right. But because they started to allow, so for instance, based on some, I can't remember the sources per se, but when the Muslims were looking for places to sojourn, or when, they were not granted access anywhere else. But for instance, the king of Ethiopia at the time, who was referred to as the Lion of Judah, I think it's even in the movie The Message. I don't know if anybody has seen it. It was a movie in the 60s, 70s about the story of Islam. And Ethiopia were one of the first, Ethiopia, Egypt, all these places were the first people to allow them to come in, because it was a case of love your neighbor, and they were like, okay, tell us about your religion. Sorry?
Where were they coming from, the Muslims?
Wherever they were coming from, Medina, and they were trying to find, succor in different locations. And the Christians were like, okay, well, love your neighbor, let's be welcoming. They welcomed these guys in, talked to them, and they found, oh, we have some similarities. We are brothers, right? So they allowed these people in, and it started with, your church bells are disturbing us when we want to pray. Could you turn down your church bells? The Christians say, oh, okay, no problem. We can stop it. Okay, this one, could you stop this so that, because it's infringing in so and so. Little by little, Christians began to give way until these people came in and took over these dominions that were originally Christian, right? I lived in Saudi Arabia for a couple of years. There is no such thing. Like you said, they are not apologetic about anything. They are very, so even when the Christians, of course, Nigerians would go there and show themselves. Other people, other races had been underground. Nigerians went there, befriended at least our church, right? Befriended the king. As of that time, we found favor with the king. So the king allowed us to be having our church services. We even went as far as holding a crusade. At least I was there. I saw it live. Right? So we are holding this crusade, and the law is, as long as you don't have you're not trying to convert Saudis, you guys can practice your stuff, right? But the minute, and there's something you keep talking about, the American influence. When the Americans started to see what we were doing and started to come in, because that church, it was a potpourri of every form, every race that was Christian in Saudi Arabia. So it was like how heaven was. So everybody that was Christian, as long, was in that church. So when the Americans began to come and saw what we were doing, they were like, oh, okay, with this kind of influence, you can build this, you can build this, you can build this. Okay. So they started to partner with the old king. So the king was like, it's the same God we are serving, it's the same God we are serving. But his sons were like, this king is going senile. He's trying to allow, so we're able to buy land that we wanted to build a church in. Or more, these people lost their minds. Like, this can never be. The custodians of the four holy mosque, never, that kind of thing. And before long, they scattered that whole church. The church was eventually destroyed,
Wow.
But point is,
What way? They just weakened the law by legally, right? How did they literally scatter it? They just discouraged them to scatter, right?
Oh, by the time they collected the pastor, because the pastor of the church was a Nigerian guy, collected him. You know that thing where they would do the law, tied up his resident permit with his job, and said, oh, because of so and so thing, you have to leave this country. So either you forfeit your gratuity or you go to jail. Choose one. And if you leave, you can never come back. Right? And that's how they shut that thing down. Right. Some pastors were thrown into prison for one thing or the other. The point is that whole church was scattered into the four winds.
Frustrated it.
Right? So because it was like, because one of the princes turned to the pastor like, you're going too far. You're trying to build a church here. The custodians of the four holy mosque, never. This can never happen.
Just a quick digression, although it's besides the point though. But I think there's a Catholic church, just one in Saudi Arabia, or just Catholic
church.
Sorry.
There is no church that is standing as a building. All churches are underground. They must, because on several occasions we've been in churches where police enter inside to see what we're doing. It's illegal. It's illegal.
Wow.
So you would just pretend as if, we're having, and because it's separation of the sexes, men and women cannot go in through the same entrances. So and that was so many mistakes we're making.
Just a moment. In Saudi Arabia, it is illegal for men and women to enter through the same door.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
There's entrances. So in a straha is what they call like all these event centers. So there is an entrance for women only. There's another entrance for men only. Men and women cannot go into the same entrances.
Right. And then Christianity, just a quick one. Now, that is maybe a little bit extreme, but Christianity now, they don't even know what man and woman is. And some will hold up that law and tell you can have a gay preacher. You see madness, right?
Right? And these people, they are not apologetic about anything. And you have to respect that. And I'm like, why aren't Christians like this? They don't allow it. And the minute they saw it, and they were, the Americans came in and were trying to put it on TBN, like, see the church that we are building in Saudi Arabia, they went berserk. Like, what are you doing? You're trying to bring this thing in here. Of course, it's satanic influences and, not trying to allow light to come in there. But point is, they don't allow it. We are the ones who gave these people... Anyways, it's sad though, but it's something worth.
All right. So let me hear from Ancient Hebrew. That will come back into your mind because it's like we just have 2 guests left. Ancient Hebrew, welcome. Let's give you your 4 minutes.
Hello. Yeah. Sorry. I've only got a few minutes now, so I'll be very quick with this. Good morning, everybody. So that Mene Tekel of Hazen, the Perez is not the name Perez.
Okay.
It's a different thing. Like I said, sometimes you have the same letters, but they don't mean the same thing. So what I think happened there is that the writing on the wall was written in a different dialect. That's why it's kind of transliterated in that way. But then when it comes to do the interpretation, it's transliterated another way. So, but the most important thing about that particular part of the message is that it's just referring to Persia. That's what it is.
Yes.
So, and then the Aramaic of that, because I was saying yesterday that all these names that you find in the Bible, they were written from the view of the Yoruba person. So you have PRZ, which is common in those two words. The N that you find in the Ophazen is the only one that is not at the bottom. But I'll have a look at it later. But I'm just talking based on what I see. And I already know the word for Persia, which is Iperuasia. So the P, the R, the Z. Iperuasia. Now, Asia is from the Yoruba word, Asia.
Okay.
And that's because the whole continent looks like a flag that's waving. So that's the
What
that's the word.
Asia is a banner in Yoruba, right?
A banner, a flag, Asia,
Okay.
Asia. That's the meaning of the word Asia. So basically, the location of Persia, it's close to Asia. I think it's straddling Northeast Africa and
Okay.
then Asia on the other side.
But again,
So and then
sorry, how is it? Did you say it kind of looked to them like a flag? In what way?
the whole map. If you look at the map,
Mhm.
that map of if you look at the map, it's like a banner at the top there. That's what it is. That's why it's got the name Ashia.
Okay. That one too. That one is. I'm going to give you. If I'm to score you,
You can look at it. You plenty of time to look at it and look at what I'm saying. So basically, the location of those people, it is the Iperu Asia.
okay.
So that's what that word is for. Then the mene. There's this Yoruba play song that they say monini mejeji that kids do. Yeah. So imueni you're counting one by one. Imueji you're counting two by two. So
Right.
that word is imueni mo eni, or you can say imueni, but it is imueni. So when you take plus one plus one, you're counting.
Counting, right? Hmm.
Yeah. Now the tekel, I'm going to have to look into it because I just looked at that briefly. So I'm going to have to look at it to be able to explain that fully to see what the tekel really is saying. And I know it's about the weighing, it's about the found unwanted. But basically,
Mhm.
it was a code message. Code message. The interpretation was given by the Holy Spirit. The full interpretation was given by the Holy Spirit. You could read the words. You could read the words. He might have an idea of what he said, but he needed the Holy Spirit to give him the full interpretation of
Yeah.
what the writing on the wall actually
Yeah.
is saying. So yes, but it is written in Yoruba.
Okay.
Whether it was Syriac, whether it was Aramaic, whether it was Arabic that was written on that wall, it was a Yoruba dialect that Daniel could read. I'm gonna have to. I put up on the curb. I put up on the curb here. I have to get off the curb for this woman.
All right.
So yeah, that's my kind of contribution. I'll look at the tackle overnight. I got
Yeah.
choir practice, guys. Sorry,
All right. Thank you
I
very
gotta
much.
go.
All right, then, ancient Hebrew.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thanks, everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bye.
Yeah. So that's ancient Hebrew that wants to colonize all of us in Nigeria. He's Yoruba colonizer. Lady. Thanks for coming. Hope the training will have these things. The training there, it will start from a broad foundation. In fact, once you enter, when you enter the start of the training, did they want to make you feel like, oh my God, is this what I paid for? Teaching me many, teaching me A, B, D, A, right? So teaching me fundamental stuff, okay? But the first, I'm already letting it out already. The level one, week one, day one is going to be just learning to slow down, right? So almost just about anybody that understands that language that we're instructing, language of instruction, which is English, by the way, unfortunately, okay, should be able to understand it. So we begin to build from there. So touching on matters of many like that, we would get to be hitting level 4 by then, which is like stage 2 altogether. Okay, but we need to start from the scratch, is what is going on there. You see. Okay, so which training is coming? We would post the training soon. Is a training to? It's more or less like a re-education, like a relearning, like an unlearning for everybody in the world. But somehow it eventually starts to narrow down to Africa. But the way we've framed it, which indeed is necessary, is that one of the things the training is meant to teach people is let me see. We'll be announcing the training in that interview. We'll do the announcement very soon, okay? If I tell you the link, you probably go sign up early, and I want to give you people discount, right? So I don't want you to sign up. Just a few people here know the URL. So we'll open it up, okay? So we want discounts to be there. Just be saving up your money because it will cost you. It's in affiliation with a certain kind of, I mean, there's a lot of payment, of course. Hosting, cost designing, you can't, come on, right? Eventually, it may become something physical. You can never tell. Physical academy, okay? But there is need for re-education. And God has opened up the door. So wonderful, okay? Yeah, Liberation said we love the discount. So again, let me just tell you ahead. If you are a partner, you get a discount, okay? But if you come by there and say, hey, hello, I want to partner now, you say, why? We'll ask you. Because some of you now do £5 partnership. This is the lowest level. And say, hey, because of that, I want discounts. And because we will just suspect you. But partners will get discounts. Subscribers will get discounts. Those from Africa will get discount. Then there will be scholarship generally. Like if there's somebody, okay, with all this, you don't have any way you can fit. And of course, you can only use one coupon, okay? Because like I was saying 5 last week, the coupons are actually so generous that you only need to combine 2 or 3 of them before we start owing you money, self, when you should be. So by the time one decrease sounds at 60%, one is 90%. That's 150. So that's minus 50. We'll be paying you. We'll be paying you 50. We'll pay you 50% of the cost fee, for enrolling. So you can only use one of it. So you just look for the biggest. You can qualify for 2 or 3. Look for the biggest of the coupon. You just type the thing in. We tell the codes to the different people, subscribers, scholarships, those in Africa, those that are partners. Tell you when you type it in, it slashes your price immediately on your dashboard there. Then you enter, then it enrolls you. So so that's that about the question. Kakupo, how your calculates go? Wait, come, I'm an African now and I'm a partner. Okay, 60 plus 30 plus that one is 50. People will end up collecting change. Let me hear from Mr. Gian before I quickly talk with Sherma again. Mr. Gian, let's go. Go your time. You're like the rain that falls.
Sorry, Minister. Good morning. Sorry. Okay. All right. I came to see my dad. My dad has been down for like 3 months.
Okay.
So again, like I said yesterday, the book of Daniel is one of my very, very interesting books. Very, very good lessons to learn from the life of Daniel, that one could stand on his convictions and not be pushed around by whatever situation or circumstance he found himself in. Daniel was a great example to any believer who is in a location where you are being oppressed, but yet you want to stand on the principles of the God that you know and you serve. And true to it, it also teaches us lessons to see that God will always, show up for his own. Anyone who stands by his ordinances and his laws and his counsel, God will always stand to defend them, notwithstanding the circumstances and the situation. It's in Daniel that we first saw the appearance of the Son of God, apart from Abraham's experience and then that of Moses. That's the third instance where we hear about this. We are seeing God coming himself to the midst of the people to deliver them. And not in one case, not in 2 cases. Some people will tell you it's a myth. I know. Some people say it's a myth. Some people still want to say that this did really happen. But anybody has the right to want to believe what he wants to believe. But Daniel proved to us that when you stand with God and you stand in the midst of every form of decadence and decay, you still hold on to the tenets of God, that he still shows up on your behalf, no matter where you are. These guys were in captivity, but the fact that they were in captivity didn't deter them from standing for truth and for God, and God showed up for them in situations that could even turn nations to him. I remember I think it was after the fire incident that Nebuchadnezzar now declared that everybody should serve the God of Daniel, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, because of the mighty acts of God that he has shown. And so I always enjoy reading and listening to Daniel. I always get encouraged, even as a believer, particularly in the part of the country where we live in the north, where we are highly challenged almost at every time. You know, it takes a strong grace of God for you to be able to stand here to serve this God, especially the northern part of Nigeria. But we stand here. Recently, you guys heard about the attacks, and it's been like that for the past. I think since 2001, we've been having this. There's no administration governor that has not had his own fair share of these attacks. You know, but now it's coming back into the city. Then it was at the outskirts, but now this particular attack happened in the city. So it's quite a worrisome thing. But we know God has defended us for the past over 30 years, and he will continue to defend us as well. Yesterday, the president came in here, and it's sad, sincerely. It's very sad that Tinubu came to Jos, but stayed at the airport, finished everything at the airport, and went back. The governor and the elders met him at the airport.
Yeah, I know. If you had come to the venue, what would have? Even if we
no, at least when you come to the place, people would know that okay, you even have some empathy. But you came to the town, you didn't care to even go and see where the thing happened. You stayed at the airport. You didn't even come to the government house and say, okay, let me even go to government house to even see the people. No, the people from the town met you at the airport. They did a makeshift arrangement for you to meet at the airport. When I saw it on the news, I thought it was even in town. Only for me to see the moment he finished his speech, they just came and I saw him going to the aircraft. I said, what is this one again? So it's just for the photo ops, I think, that he came for. And it's sad, sincerely, because it still goes to show the lack of empathy of this government and shifting blames with respect to that. I am an advocate for good governance, and I've never shied away from saying my mind, notwithstanding what happens. By virtue of where I would say I am of the ruling class. You know, I would say I belong to the ruling class here in Plateau, because my governor is my uncle was one time the governor. My uncle that was just buried day before yesterday was the firstborn of my mom, and then the former governor was their sixth-born, though he's the third because some of them had passed on in between. But so we are there. My younger brother is the chairman of our local government. So when it comes to politics, it's just that I'm not partisan, but I'm quite involved with what is happening. But I don't shy away from still talking when government doesn't do what is right. And I don't think it's right for the government. For me, he shouldn't have even come. It's better he didn't even come than to just come and do that charade, come around, stay in the airport, and then those people that lost their loved ones, they pick them to the airport to go and see the president and go back. You came to commiserate with us, then we were gathered to go and meet you. And then what nonsense is that? The lady that had her son, I don't know whether you guys saw the video, but there's this lady that has her son, whom she was promised that she was saying he's not unalive. I think she buried the son even that yesterday, and she had to go and see the president because the president had come in to see what. It was just it's sad, but what do we do?
as well.
What do we do?
So,
God
at the end of the day, people will not even mind. Like I said, people will not even mind if it doesn't come, because if the security thing was in place, in fact, there will be no need for any consular visit because there will be
exactly.
You see, so I don't know. It's not even about the visit. It's about okay, even if you come and even do your fake tears or whatever, a real one, the tears won't raise the people. is to be firm, and it can be difficult to be firm. And what you are doing is strong because it's difficult to tell. The people that is most difficult to correct are people that we love, that are close to us. You see,
True.
people that are most difficult to correct. You understand? So it's for him to look his vice president in the face and be like, okay, you are this Muslim thing. This thing is terrorism. We can't keep killing people like this. I understand we are running mates and all that, but this thing needs to end. Should we divide the country and talk those hard truths? But not that both of you are having refineries in Malta. He too has his own in Cyprus, and you are both laughing and drinking wine. It's a hard one to do, but those are the kind of hard truths that need to be done in the pastoral wing, in the political wing, you see, and the third
True.
part, wing of the popular. So it's difficult to correct somebody you love. It can be very difficult because you like them, you guys talk and gist to tell them, my guy, that thing you did yesterday was somehow. You understand? It can be difficult. And that's what we need to begin to do. You know, pastors and like, that thing you said online, oh, this one you did, this one you did, correcting each other like that is what needs to be done. We need to exalt truth over fraternity. When we can begin to do that, then I think it will change things quite a lot. Thank you so much for coming, and we pray for strong health for your father.
Thank you.
That he
Thank you.
stay much longer. Thank you, my brother.
Yeah.
So,
He's 80. He's 80. He's sorry, but
yeah, there's still more to do to go. The uncle was 103.
yeah,
103 is
exactly.
better. And in good health.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And thank you, Choma. Thank you, everyone, for your prayers and concerns.
Yeah. Someone said the president didn't want to come there because of security reasons. He's afraid.
Yeah. But again, I knew he would come. The reason why I knew he was going to come was because there's this American missionary, Alex Barber.
That is lauding the whole thing.
Yeah, exactly. That guy called him out. He said in fact, he even dared and told him that he was going to regret it because he's seen this thing happening. He's sitting in Asoro. He said you'll regret it. So the guy came off and that video went viral. So definitely he has seen it because he even looked at the woman and was talking about the fact that he saw her holding her child. So it means that he has also seen that other video. They will have shown it everything. So he had no choice but to come. And he's not in good time with Trump. So he didn't support Trump during Trump's campaign. You get it. So he knows that he's right. He's carefully working on eggshells. So he's just being careful. He's trying to win whatever support he could get. His wife has been visiting Trump's wife. Having programs with her just to get that.
Goodwill.
He's looking for validation, sort of. Yeah, he's looking for validation. He's looking because the other day he went to see the king. He went to see the king. We were paying people to come out to be singing mandate. If you've done well, you don't need to pay anybody to come out to sing your stuff. If you do well, people will celebrate you. There's nothing. It's not the rocket science, but It's fine. Let's look forward to, and he's muffling up opposition. He's muffling up opposition with all that he's trying to do. You've gotten all the governors, about 32 state governors are now in APC. More than 70% of the National Assembly members are in APC. You have the courts in your pocket. You are appointed the INEC chairman. Yet you are not letting opposition to even breathe. Recently, you were on the neck of Labour Party until Peter Obi left Labour Party. Peter Obi left Labour Party stabilized. Now that coalition that fought with you have all coalesced into ADC, you are now creating factions in ADC so that you can also destabilize it. So it doesn't. So I don't even know what he wants. He wants to have a free run. He doesn't want anybody to oppose him. He doesn't want to contest against anybody.
It's already incumbent. There's nothing to be afraid about. But I am still fighting this. Although it's a long shot, a very long shot, almost impossible with man, especially. But this idea that there's the meaning of opposition. Why can't you guys gather together and run this thing the right way? Why must you copy democracy? To them, they can't rethink that until America brings them a different monocracy, whatever they will call that one, before they will accept it. Why can't he be president at
Sincerely, and what you said is right, because it's just this kind of bandwagon effect. The moment they moved, all of them opposition. The moment they lose out in opposition, all of them now defense to the new party. They now become strange bedfellow.
right?
Continue
And
the looting.
the
Continue the looting.
yeah, the hypocrisy and the division and the corruption at the primaries, the party level is already a mess. To buy a ticket for election is already something else. So when that is done, if it is possible at all, the whole idea of election rigging first dies. And that's how Saudi, I don't know how Saudi is. I was about to go back to the Saudi conversation. I don't think they have election like that. These guys will tell you it's dictatorship. Are they not decided upon? Is Trump not taking dictation from Israel? You know, so you just sell us one funny kind of gymnastic and people buy into it. You guys are elders. Like I was saying, oh, this Nigeria matter. I will stop now. Like I was saying, why in the world did you have northern guys in Katsina, in all those insurgents when the thing was still very young in Jonathan time, rather than an elder statesman that Buhari was to speak, right, to the leaders or to the bandits, whoever in the north, and tell them, what are you guys doing now? And speak the truth to them, and they back off of the land. No, he rather took flight with Tinubu and Amici and Buhari and went to America to look for how to discredit Jonathan because of opposition. This is madness now, with due respect. You are an old man. Talk to these young boys. They can't see you and start shooting program. Take their Sheikh Gumi or whoever and talk with him. They will back off the land. This is your general land. But you went you understand, to go and get whatever stuff, and he started the girl too, whether it's a man or woman, Michelle or Michael, started bring back our girls, Obama. Bring back our girls for what? To discredit the man. Now you see what you don't cause. Gather together like old man, elderly, wise men, and run a country. But they're not doing that. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. I beg, this Nigeria matter will continue tomorrow. So, Chama, yes.
Sorry. Oh, Nigeria matter will go. Sorry, Minister. Wole, it's Volada. I'm looking at his chat. I understand what you're saying. You understand me? If it were Osibanjo that was president, I won't be complaining. No. Osibanjo showed us a glimpse of what he could do. This person is not doing anything. That's the chance. You even got the opportunity. At least show some work so that people will be celebrated that, okay, at least, even if you didn't come the right way, at least we are seeing the dividend. There's nothing. Brother, there's nothing. It's just borrowing and borrowing and borrowing and borrowing. A few days ago, he went and borrowed. They gave him approval to go and borrow another $6 billion. How much? For what now?
6 billion from who?
National Assembly gave him approval to go and borrow again.
Well, do you know where this borrowing is coming from this time? Sorry, have you checked?
I've not looked at it yet. Maybe we can look at it.
One thing, like I said, as we move away from the topic, is that apart from this philosophy of so-called opposition, it doesn't make sense. Anything that has two heads is a monster. I don't know how sit and put that idea for them, and they call it democracy, just having an option, and it's a lie. Just there will always be opposition in any country. No matter how much, Jesus had a Judas, right? So if they can remove that fake so-called democracy thing, the number two, just stop stealing, stop eating money that is not as bad an idea as borrowing can be. I've said it before. If borrowed money can be used for exactly what it is borrowed from, even if you borrow from IMF, World Bank, all those three-lettered 1952 institutions after Second World War, right? As bad as an idea as that is, if they use the money for what they borrowed it for, that country will be better.
Exactly. That's the challenge.
They'll be able to pay.
We are borrowing. We are not seeing what is being done with the money.
You give his uncle's brothers, younger brothers, cousins some contract, and that one will do a shabby job. Okay, give your brother no wala, but do the job. You understand?
So somebody has written I think Jung has written 5 million from Abu Dhabi and 1 billion from UK.
Okay, first Abu Dhabi Bank $5 billion and UK Export Finance $1 billion, and those one will be happy. They'll be happy that you're taking the loan because they know what they will gain. How can someone be thanking?
Exactly.
You're not supposed to, So it's they just want to enslave the thing. Now you're taking France to start to run the coast.
Don't be poking us. We were still there in Nigeria. Not the poke us, I beg.
Coastal road, So,
let me Chaguri, they will do coastal road. No be Chaguri, we don't give an GCON. He gave Chaguri GCON now. Chaguri that loaned that money for Abacha.
He's doing that Lebanese man, or from where?
Yeah, that Lebanese, yes, that Lebanese guy now.
You see.
Gilbert
Anyway,
Chaguri and his family. Now they run all of the contracts now. All of those coastal road, nobody they run them, brother. Forget this.
it's
Forget this
becoming
matter. Let's your man speak of it. Let's forget Nigeria. God will help us.
So the connection to that Nigeria matter and what we're discussing is that, that apologetic thing you see Christians doing, most Christians nowadays are just Americanish people. The time when they will return to truth and they will tell you, hey, this is Yoruba, Igbo land, this is Hausa land, this is whatever land, this is Israel land, is when they restore that Israel. Until Israel comes under a nation, you will always be under that British rule, under that European law. And they will tell you many things. They will include gay in your law if they have the opportunity. You see, so they will always be apologetic until there's somebody who carries that priesthood and that government and that kingship comes into play. That's where you can say, hey, in this country there is no, and as Muslim as this guy is, Traore, is doing something very close. He's just not putting the name Israel on it. Very, very close. I think he said there is no more. Is it first their judges change? They don't wear the white wig anymore, like Nigeria still does. Then I think there's something that sounds almost religious that he did. I don't know. There are many things in those lines, right? Just tell them, you know what, we don't.
Yeah, Traore is giving them a model, sincerely, and I know that we have more than enough to stabilize in Africa, even if it means trading amongst ourselves. That alone, if we are able to build a trading region amongst Africa, so that with all these boundaries we have created for ourselves, or they've created for us, if we are able to break those boundaries and begin to trade amongst ourselves,
That's it.
It will sincerely change everything. But what do we do?
Yes. So
It's
as simple as Nigeria joining the AES, if Nigeria joins the AES, that's very close to checkmate. Just that. Just like the BRICS matter. Just join AES, but it will be difficult. He still went to the England on the chariot with the King of England something. So it's a long shot. So that's why I tell people, take care of your personal deliverance and salvation, right? It's on the pedestal of that you then begin to minister to people, to do government, to do ministry, to do stuff. Because this thing, national deliverance, takes time. It takes time. It's not looking like something that will happen soon. Let's say something very, very drastic happens, like, God forbid, World War III or European Global North World 3, War 3 or whatnot, and they do that, and Africa just has rest, just like the COVID, the earth itself was resting from the stress. They said something like that happens, and they just leave Africa alone for like 10 years. They will have no choice than to turn to each other. You have no choice than to steal money, nowhere to cart your money over to. No Singapore, what's the name of that country? Switzerland to take your money to. You Dubai, you cannot enter. You understand? Your Malta refinery, you cannot even take a flight there. Then before you know it, everybody will start doing Gary. This Instagram has ended again. So it will force the people, to force us to trade with each other and all those important things that we should be doing. That's the only, naturally speaking, that's the only way I see this thing moving forward. That reverse engineering. The same way they came, why things just started getting bad. Because they created it from the start. They just reverse engineer probably how it will happen.
Satan Yahoo is just Satan Yahoo is already it's a known fact now. One is they are not the real guys, and secondly, they don't love Christianity. Forget this thing you are talking about. They know. They hate us now. Nobody less than 2% the population of Christians in Israel. What are we talking? In that the Middle East, that land that they are calling the land, you know. The population of Christians there is the least. Even Islam is even much more there than what we have. So it's a known thing. It's just us. If people, it's just, and I think Christians globally has refused to tell themselves the truth. I think we are living in a lie. You know, thinking that what we are seeing is what it is. It's not related.
But people are even living in Christianity, and what we are talking about here, if I'm right, is the next step. Because when you say Christian now, it doesn't mean anything nowadays. Even Donald Trump. Actually, you understand? So nobody is there to sit on that thing and say, you know what, let's fight for Christians. The one that is trying to fight from America, there's oil there. There is different motivations there. So there will be no such thing. This is the way forward. So what you will have is these people that will say, wait, this thing is not a religion. We are the people. Aha. then the certain Yahoo people will now hate you fully, full blown. They hate your skin color, hate all of that. You see. But the Christian thing right now, that especially that label, is not getting very popular nowadays. It's not very popular nowadays. Name is power. They are
Honest.
not real people, but they have taken the name upon themselves. Yeah, that's not too difficult. Veganism branded. Indeed, veganism rebranded is what that Christian, yes, Christianity really is. Look at Christmas, Easter, all of those things. It's just all over the place. So anyway, let me hear from Zeoba TV real quick.
Zero.
Yeah, Zeoba. 3 minutes. Let's go.
Hello, guys. Good afternoon. I've been here since even tried to come in several times. Thank you for this awareness. The same time, I would have something to say, but you guys have said it all. Because for you as a Yoruba, coming out plainly to condemn what Tinubu is doing, and at the same time, that is support from me, because we have to say it out, because if we don't say it, we are guilty. We must not take side this time around. Nigeria is in debt, fully in debt. I think this will be the fifth times or the fourth times he's going for, taking loan, and what he's using it for, no one knows. At the same time, building a road to nowhere. What he would have done, it would have been railway line right from Lagos, Ibadan, all the way to Ore, Benin, Warri, all the way to the east and back again. That would have saved people's life from accident.
Yes.
And take the trailer out of the road, and we would have a good transport system, and at the same time taking care of all the federal road.
And security, sorry to interrupt you, and security a little bit, because if those trains are strong enough, before a bandit can easily shoot and kidnap, I mean, it's more difficult when it's sealed, right?
Yes, the security aspect of it, the way I look at it, it's supposed to be a regional army, state police, regional army. When regional army is being put in place, a northerner cannot come and minister or be a minister under Yoruba side of the army, or the south and southeast part of the army. There would have been 3 or 4 superintendent, or whatever they call them, army head, that will take over all those areas, that make sure that in agreement, Nigeria will only go to war with the 4 or the 3 battalion from the 3 region. That is, if any outsider attacking Nigeria. But within Nigeria, every regional army will secure their own land. A northerner cannot come to west, and they cannot even come to south, and they will remain in their own side. That is the power the Fulani has, that make sure that they have turned all the back rack to a gateway to every region in Nigeria to control. If that should be taken out from them, at that time the Hausas, they will come out and take north, and they will become things of the past. They will not have that such power. If Tinubu can do that, and also give us a state police, which is also a good one, as I said, it won't spend much. Amateku is already an army.
Yes, indeed.
To give them more power.
Yes.
I recruit young people even more, and with good
people will join. People will join.
The southeast, there is already an army which South side have put together, but it's only just to brand it, to become their army, and set up the head over there.
Yes.
And with all this, the Fulani will cool down because what they have, the rest people have it.
Yes.
And they cannot, the army cannot be transferred from north to
Sir, do you know what I think?
west.
Sorry to interject you. Do you know what I think? It's not as if they don't know what to do. This thing is not a matter of lack of intelligence, right? I don't think the problem is that they're not aware of these things. Have you not thought about it?
Exactly. It's just a political way. It's just a political way to do the right thing.
It's not that they're not aware. I've said it before, Zioba, that a secondary school graduate will run Nigeria better than the people there now. Not because people there now are not smart. No. It's because an actual secondary school graduate is not even smart enough to steal the money and complicate matters. Because he will just look at it with his 20-year-old mind and like, come now, this one is unaliving this. Then give this one something to protect himself. It's just common sense. But most times, many of these loans you see, I think it's got a call. Many of these loans you see, they are economic hitmen that come to these presidents. And I don't know why the presidents don't talk. I don't know who is sealing their mouth. Yes, there's a spiritual part of it, but there's even a natural part that can still be explained. Okay? It comes to them with, take this loan or we pew you. They won't say it that way, but at the end of it, that's what they're saying. You see, we know what to do, pull the strings here and here, and we'll frustrate your government, right? But take a loan, you look good, you take the money, you buy this, free yourself, nobody's going to disturb you. We're not going to touch you. Just take this loan. Tell the people, you know what to tell them. So it's these economic hitmen that go into these countries, you give them whatever they want and all of that, and do that, and they have to take the loans. So those are the things that are happening back end, you see. But these people will not talk, right? Until a time came that a president or a governor in Lagos one time, someone can remind me the name, he was about to break the code, all that they are occultic thing, you see, and said, hey, if I hear any Fulani thing in this Lagos, I will talk. Yeah, Traore rejected, right? Traore is not that politician kind of person that will just be twisting back and forth. He said, if I see any Fulani something, someone can remember of that governor of Lagos State, I think it was. He said, I will talk. I know who are behind. This is like 7-10 years ago. He said, I will talk. And truly, these guys didn't enter Lagos at that time. So is this political, maybe Fashola? He said, if you enter Lagos, bring this banditry. I will talk. I know who is there. But don't bring your things here. That's strong. At least at his level. That's strong. And he still did his governorship, just balance the thing somehow to the left. I don't know what is that. Maybe it's Minister of Power. I don't know those names at all. So they are economic hitmen. They are blackmailers. And these are our men now, the presidents and the rest. They have been running this thing for 20, 30 years. It's their career and their business. It's like some of you, you have been doing a job for 10 years. You have been on employment for 15 years. And they will just bring a law that will threaten your employment. You will conform now. So that's exactly what it is. They are being blackmailed. Very soft blackmail from a high point. So those countries that came and called you people Nigeria and tied together in knots. I like using this thing as an example. They know that this is what they're doing. They tie you in knots like this. There is no way that northern Nigeria and southern Nigeria can function under one government. They know. And it wasn't long. They knew you would soon need them. Before you know it, you started looking for international observers to just look at election, so-called election, right? Just a few years after 1960, so-called independence. They knew you would need them. It was intentional. You see, and they gave the North more power. The North liked instruction. You tell them yes, they go yes, and they are that religious Islamic thing. So they twist the thing together. They knew it will work. So they cannot allow you to divide Nigeria. Probably the way forward. They won't allow you to do that. Question: all these loans that are being taken, they are taken under the name Nigeria. So when I call myself now Biafra, you call yourself Arewa, that one calls himself Oduduwa Nation. So how will I pay a loan that Nigeria took? Is my name Nigeria? No. Bye-bye. So it will be such a complex activity to do. So it is all of that, each man now fighting for himself. Tinubu has got a political career. It's not to protect that. You see? It's got to protect that. So that's what's going on. So this, let me mute here.
Do you think after taking, excuse me now, do you think after taking all this loan, and after, if, for example, they decided to break up tomorrow, and that loan will not be shared among the 3 or 4 nations that will come out from Nigeria?
No, it might be shared. In what I'm saying is, It's not that it's not impossible to share, but it's easier for those who are gaining from Nigeria from inside and from outside to keep things running this way. Nigeria is not misfunctioning; it's functioning according to plan. That is how it is planned, sir. It takes more effort, right, to make Nigeria poor than it takes to make Nigeria rich. No, we understand what you say. It's your boy, sir.
Mm.
Yeah, it's true.
It takes,
It's true.
Yes.
you understand? It takes more intelligence to make a country so rich. You are working on gold, uranium, right? And you just cough your tomato on the floor. You finish cooking, you just pour it like this, and tomato starts growing there. It takes more intelligence to make that country poor, to make it poor, yes, indeed, than it is to make it rich. So all you need for Nigeria to be good, just don't do anything. People will just naturally move out. And those who they are not living in just leave the security operative. Nobody should come and save them. They should not expect any government. People will bring out knife now, but the people will come and say, take their weapons, and they will now come and fight them. So the real problem we have is the government. And that sounds like if you want to scatter the country. I don't want them to flag the line. All you need to do for Nigeria to prosper is nothing. Kofi Wonle, just leave the people, for crying out loud. They will prosper. But you use oil to centralize the whole thing. They started creating OPEC. Everybody's now running to oil. Everybody left agriculture, ran to the cities, left the old men to start agriculture, and you need transportation of fuel. From there, the prices of fuel crashed, right? Now, the country should have done a U-turn. I'm like, okay, let's leave fuel alone. Now that fuel prices are, they now started bringing loans just to maintain a false kind of way of life, right? And they start bringing loans and start taking loans. Before you know it, we are still in those debts till now. So it's a very simple matter. It's not difficult. There is no strategy to make Nigeria good. The strategy is to leave Nigeria alone from this evil. Just leave this. Just leave the thing. Stop eating people's money. Stop disturbing people's life. Just leave them alone. They will prosper. Once a young man see that, okay. In fact, even those in the north that are unaliving people, one day their bullet will finish now. As long as whoever is bringing them guns from France, Ukraine, right? The unaliving weapon they've used in Ukraine from NATO. Some of those guns, you can check their serial number, you know where they were produced from. How did Ukraine unaliving people get into Lagos, into South, and into northern Nigeria? There are routes for these things. They know where those things come from. So if those supplies just stop, just leave the people alone, let them breathe. If they stop, kidnapping will continue maybe for 6 months, maybe maximum 5 years. One day the kidnapper will come, we say, click, there's nothing in the gun. The guy will say, no, you carry knife, chook him. 5 years, the whole kidnapping thing will cease. So it's not that difficult. Just leave the people alone, they will prosper. This land, God has blessed this earth. There's more than enough food for everybody, more than enough houses for everybody. It takes a specially curated intelligence to keep the world poor. So it's not about they are trying, one more got on shape. And the man wants to protect his own career. So every man for himself. You understand? So if you leave the world alone, just leave the world like a beautiful garden God has made it, these people will prosper and life will become better. So once people understand that, they stop saying, let the governor try more now, let the president just do this. I have an idea. It's not about an idea. They're not running out of ideas. It's about that stealing, that evil. You understand? If they can let go of that, then the thing becomes better. So people need to begin to understand that they have their interest from outside the country, their interest inside the country that have some ways they overlap, and they're eating the people like that, in agreement. But Balarapo, you want to say something before we start?
Good morning, Mr. Kunle.
Yes.
Yeah, I have one very simple analogy. I just want to use 1 minute. You see, this Western world,
Yeah.
they are not as rich as we perceive. What they have is structure and system.
Yes.
Now, during the COVID, they printed a lot of money, and if you understand how money works in summary, you need gold to back up money. Gold is what we're actually spending. Money is just the legal tender. Money is just like a certificate of saying I have this social amount in the vault. So during that COVID period, they had a lot of hyperinflation, so they printed a lot of money, and they didn't have enough gold to back it up. So Africa cannot know peace, because Africa is where the real money is. The currency is what they're spending out there is what they're spending out there is just currency, paper. What backs it up in the vault is in Africa. Gold, lithium, silver.
It's even worse
Eh?
now. They don't even need paper now. They just print the money digitally. So it's just
So when they print the money digitally, at the end of the day, it causes inflation. So how do they balance these things? It falls back on Africa, our crude oil, our gold, our diamonds, our lithium. So when they hear that Mansa Musa is the richest man in the world, that he gave us so much gold, it causes inflation in Egypt, they are trying to create the artificial part of it and say Elon Musk is rich. If you tell Elon Musk to convert all those dollars to gold, you find that he's not wealthy. So that is what they are doing. We cannot know peace.
And then they will bring that fake money. That just freaking
yes.
paper.
Yes, when you hear the news.
Come and borrow it.
Yeah, because they know that because they know it's artificial, it's not even digital. So that money doesn't really have value. 150 billion pounds is artificial, is digital. By the time you buy private jet and all of that, it's gone.
Gone, indeed.
So they know what they're doing.
Yes, and they will then bring this fake just text message. Don't be surprised. Even Tinubu self didn't get $5 billion.
He didn't get the money. It's a flash.
It was a text message he got to say.
Yeah. So
what? Take people's blood, people's gold.
Yes. I also think that attack that happened in Jos is like he had an agreement with some of those northerners that for every time they don't give us this, we do this. It might be because those guys are like that. So these guys are not really wealthy. I've studied their system. I'm here. I know that what they have is system and structure.
Right.
And that system and structure is what they don't want us to have. That's why they keep breaking our refineries. They keep attacking our political life. They keep making us poor. Not just to have that structure. Because we have that structure, we now know that this is what we need, this is what we have, database and all of that. So they know. So it will not cause them anything to say, we just gave you another 739 billion. Because they know it's only a matter of time. The money will go back to them because our leaders will buy private jets, they will buy Patek Philippe, they will buy Rolls Royce. It's going back to them.
Back to them. So I mean, and like you said, structure and information. In fact, what was it you said the other time? Structure to no database. Database is far. Just give Nigerian youth, give Nigerian youth electricity and free internet. Let them understand what is going on. They will revolt naturally.
That electricity you just mentioned is what will take us, is what will break the shackles. They will never let us have electricity. Because we have electricity, we start producing. By the time we start producing, we shut out from China and the rest of the world.
That's it. So they don't know that information. That's where most of the warfare is. If 70%, 60% of African population is below 20 or below 25. If they have that information streaming through their head, some will still go and watch some crazy young boys just jumping up and down, fine. But there will be stream of information, of which, by the way, even the trickles of information the young Africans are getting, they still put a lot of funny movies that got their lives in it.
I know this is actually, I can tell categorically that UK is broke.
Right?
They are broke. What is keeping them is service. That's why somebody will make, and Joshua had to run. They made over $900 million. They took away $15 million from it. They have to run to Dubai now to say, so they are broke. Everything is taxes. African store that you go to with £100 now, £300 is not buying anything. So where will they get all this? Because natural resources is what feeds the world. Your crude oil, your gold. So where will they get it from? It's Nigeria and Congo and Sudan, and so we will not know peace.
Right.
So how do you get, if they come legally and say, we want to take your gold from a village in Jos, the villagers will say, no, we don't want money, we just want peace. So how do you do it? Displace them, kill them, let them run, then come back and do illegal mining. It's a win-win. Share guns and few dollars to some Abuki to kill people.
Yeah, and these are the truths. Yeah, and these are the truths that our leaders have refused to see. Our leaders have refused to see that this is what is there. These imaginary lines they build around us, that division they brought even within the country. We grew up together. Nobody knew what tribe you were. We are just kids growing up together. Today, even within your locality, there's okay, I'm from this clan, you are from that clan. There's a problem amongst your family members. Okay, you are born to this father, I'm born to this other father. There's a problem. They've created those divisions to just keep us in check while they make us away. You can imagine that some of the loans they took were tied to our crude. The loans they took from China is tied to our crude. So because of that, they can't even give Dangote the full supply that he needs to refine. Dangote has to be exporting crude from other part of the world to be able to meet his daily production quota. Because I was told that his capacity is over 75 million barrels per day. So if you could produce 75 million barrels per day, you can imagine how many do we consume in Nigeria. You get it? But because they are refusing to give him this crude, he has to bring a crude from elsewhere. So let us do it. Produce the crude, sell it to Africa. Let them be having their issues there. Let us
That's
trade
a
amongst
tall order. They will
ourselves.
not agree. Imagine the Jabi Lake now. Japanese government is now funding Jabi Lake through UNESCO. It means they now own that area in Abuja.
You remember why Yaradua turned down that Jabi Lake project?
But
You know that you know that Yaradua initially, it was Yaradua's brain idea, because
Yes,
Yaradua
now.
was saying that let us drench that the Niger, drench it and make Jabi Lake a seaport, so that we can create a seaport in Abuja that comes through the river, through the confluence from. It will come from the coast of Port Harcourt up into the north. So he created that, since it connects with Lokoja, and then the confluence where so from there you can have seaports in Abuja. You can decongest Lagos and other places. You know, Jorabada was to take up that project. What did Jorabada say? They say, no, we don't want you to pay us for this work, but everything we found on our way, we will take it. Yaradua said no now, because they know what is in those rivers. They as we are drenching every mineral we get along the line, we will take it. We don't want any money. They know what they're looking for.
The railways that these colonialists built, most of them go from a country to the seaport to be shipped out, not within.
Exactly.
Yes, the seaport is their escape route now.
Exactly.
So now that
so let's even see.
Tinubu
So I don't even know the agreement. I don't even know the agreement they enter with the
Japanese government has now funded it through UNESCO. So it means that they now own that area now. So Nigerians are like open source. Nobody wants to miss out. Russia don't want to miss out in Nigeria. It's like a pot of soup that is sweet. Everybody just bringing fufu and eba. That's what we are. Everybody bringing fufu and eba.
I have a gold site, right? I have a gold site in one part of this country. The depth to get to gold, you don't need to dig deeper than 6 meters.
6, literally, wow.
Yes.
You can imagine.
And it's alluvia. It's not even anything you need to break. It's normal alluvia, but you don't need to dig deeper than 6 meters to begin
I've always described Africa as a pot of Nigeria and Sub-Saharan Africa as a pot of gold.
That's that precious land.
It is.
It is so that bad. A cabman carried me in the Congo. They said there's a place in Congo. When you just use shovel to dig a little deep, you'll just be seeing gold.
Exactly.
In Congo.
And
that you don't even need to say with your bare hands. If you're hardworking, if you dig, you'll be seeing gold. But they have barricaded the place. UN trucks everywhere, killing people, unaliving them. The media is silent.
So they like it when there is disorder. In that disorder,
yes,
people steal.
Yes. So they give. Sorry to say. If you look at the structure of Islam, it supports violence and killings. So so just give them guns and few dollars to carry out the non-agenda Islamic agenda. That's what they make it look like. But the what is behind it is the pot of gold that they want to steal. Sometimes when I see this, it just brings me to tears. But what can we do?
It's a natural enemy. They know that these ones are violent. Okay, calculation. These ones will just keep saying Christian Bible and they wait for America. Okay, give these ones gun in the dark. Let them want to live this. The land is now empty. Take those ones.
It's like there's a particular boy in the family that is always looking for trouble. When you say he's the one that stole, everybody wants to believe.
Right.
But it's not even. He might not really be a thief. Do you understand? It's just troublesome. So that's what they're doing.
So Minister, we just need this awareness just need to hit us so that we know that we are not divided. This Ubuntu spirit should come back. Let us look at ourselves beyond those imaginary lines they created for us, and run like a continent, and run like trade amongst ourselves. Our population is over 1.2 billion. What are we talking about?
Right.
About 1.2 billion population. What else do you need?
Let me do this. I was going to do this later, but today the spirit of today's conversation is making me do this. So I want to already tell you guys where their URL is, because I've not. Normally we should be announcing next week or so, but so we have this. Just check reasonandlearn.com. Okay, so that's the URL, reasonandlearn.com. So it's just there needs to be re-education, right? And we have to set that infrastructure in place. Every African may not be able to see that. Everybody in the world may not be able to get that internet access. But we need to Yes, Reason and Learn. Once you click that on Google, it should pop it up. But there's a new website, but make it into one word .com, right? So we've had to build that infrastructure with some partnerships and all that. So that's it. So, but don't register yet. You can if you want to, but you don't need to. And the only reason is because we want to be able to give some people discounts. It may be a little bit for some people, maybe slightly expensive. Putting those facilities and that infrastructure together costs quite some. So check that reasonandlearn.com, and that's the website. We've been working on it. The infrastructure is mostly in place. It's just some setting things perfectly right. Then we launch it. You understand? We'll have a scholarship there where people can learn, so that young people can come along. We're doing this every day. Most of the people here are above 30, above 40. I keep wondering what are over between 20 and 35 are doing. I don't know. Right? They're hardly here. I don't know where they are. I don't know. Time and again, is our 35s, our 40s, 50s that I have concerning about this thing, concerned. Right? So let's check that just to have a feel of what, and we pray that God prospers it, and the thing moves forward. 22, oh, brilliant. Nice to have you here. If I knew that, I would have been bringing you more often to speak. to hear from you guys. Right? If there's anybody below 30 again, let them just put on the comments. Because from my demography, it's usually about 90% of people here are above 35. 90%. That's these 25 people now. 20 are above 30 years old, or let's say above 35. So if you're lower than 30, right, just stay there. I'm less than, just type it in the comments. You see how many comments you have. Maybe 5. So, and these are the people that need this thing the most or the more, right? And we are just believing God, just keep guiding us, and you see that many, you're less than 30, that's good. So that's 2 now out of 25. So you see that many people, even their churches, right, place of worship, unfortunately, Islam is not getting so popular with regards to influencing young people. Unfortunately, it's not about a tribalistic, what they call that thing, religious. Christianity is having more influence, good, bad, or ugly. That's the fact. Right? You can say pastors are stealing, they're doing this, they're having more influence. That's the word. So that's where the thing is tilting towards now. Forget about political correctness. Let's say Christians and imams are not having so much influence. Sorry. Okay. So, but I said that to say this, that many of us, the churches you attend, your children are not attending the same church. You understand? Because of that shift in culture, shift in many things. Right? So there needs to be a place where this learning, everything comes in one flow. Right, that's what we're trying to build. You can check the course curriculum is also there. Maybe I should show it on the screen. Well, let me just show it very briefly, so that in case some people are Reason and Learn, so that normally this should be announced later, but so this is it, right? Reason and Learn is the acronym that forms the real. So Reason and Learn. So it's a global program for understanding how the world works, how the world changes, how the world evolves. So that's what that is about. So it's just that one single learning platform. It's really wonderful. It's literally there's 5 levels for at the moment. There is 3 pathways, like I said, and those pathways are political, the preacher pathway or spiritual/religious pathway, and the third is the popular. Okay, you can call it 3 P's like that. Preachers, political people, or political people, the preachers, then the popular, which is media and culture. Those guys affect, and that's where you find many of our below 30s. They're influenced by these popular people, you see. So those are the 3 special pathways when you get to the second stage. So total of about 23 weeks for now. Literally over 200 videos are there that we have made already. Okay, yeah, thank you, Gio Lindsay. So this thing is such a powerful thing that God is doing. People there needs to be that relearning and unlearning, right? These guys, they scatter this thing for you, and this is literally what Satan did. This is a work of Satan. If you are talking about real Satan, it's not the guy that will come and cut your neck. He will send your younger brothers, cousins, distant cousins to come and do it on his behalf, and he will come back as a hero to still try to act as if he's saving you. So it's a spiritual work. This is real spiritual work. So we have to unravel that tangle. They just tangle the whole thing. Everybody's just confused. What's going on here? So these things need to be set back right. And it starts generally with the mind. There's a spiritual aspect to it, but the solical part needs to be set right. You see, so that's stage one. There you can literally click here, then it will take you to the checkout and all that. So, but maybe don't check out for now, so you can take advantage of the discounts because it can be expensive for some people. Okay. Yeah, Liberation Project. That's wonderful. Right. And that's somebody below 30 already thinking about something. That's wonderful. So that's the program we've been talking about, okay? But we're still working on it. We don't want to register yet so we can take advantage of the discounts. But then in order to support, you can just pay the full amount if you want to. But then that's that about that. There's nobody on Instagram, so there's no point taking the Instagram camera. So these things need to be set right. People need to understand who they are, understand their world, understand how they fit in it, and how they can now function in it, you see. Very important stuff, you see. So it's such a powerful thing God is doing, and we pray that God just helps us. It's Satan you're literally fighting against when you're doing this. Satan hates light and truth, hates it. So these guys enjoy the confusion. Let this one fight this one, that one fight. They will now come like USAID, UBAID, UKAID, all this AID, and say, oh, and no matter how many times a whitish person enters those dangerous zones, hardly will they kidnap him or touch his hair in his head. In South Nigeria, a little bit more aggressive, they will kidnap a Igbo person. But in the north there, like he will bow down like this and hold his gun. Is that his brother he wants to kill? Anyway, so thanks to everyone. We need to end today. Let me just so it's getting Young Zilly too. Are you below 30? Literally from your name, Young Zilly. Okay. So people can join that Telegram group for some updates. Normally we should have posted this there. Maybe I'll do that soon. Because that's the inner group where we release things first. But because of the spirit of today's conversation, I just had to just mention that to people so that it follows that momentum. It just crossed 30. That's brilliant. Good. That's wonderful. So like I said, maybe just 5 out of 25 of us here are less than 30. You see, just less, just about 5, and 5 out of, and we can plan. Yeah. So, and 5 out of 25 is that. What percentage is that? That's 4%, right? Because 25 times 4 gives you 100. So that's like 4%. You see. So it's a lot of work, and that's why we make that scholarship possible, right? So that someone that's really interested, we just give them the scholarship code, they use that to get through, and that will cut at least 50, 60, 70% of the cost off, so they can enroll from any country. All right. Yeah, you're welcome, Young Zilly. So let me appreciate those on the live, then we close for the day. So Mr. Gang, just support Chioma. I know you'll be more busy, so she might come earlier, like you're literally visiting your dad. Internet may not be so good there and all that. So but just work with Chioma. Tomorrow I'll be in transit, so she can start reading the scriptures and then just work with her with moderation. But I'll also be able to join. I'll just be in transit. The network will not be so good. So Techspect, Phenomenon, Vesija, Sholushaye, Gillian Obiora, Hali, Dean, Clifford, Chief D, Nubian, Nora, Engineer Iris, Liberation, Walaolani, Babaladapo, Z, Oba, TV, Giangzi, Yongzile, and I Kamani. Thank you so much all for coming. See you tomorrow. God bless you. Love you all. Bye, bye, bye. See you 10 o'clock, same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
It's running. Jake on stage there on the earlier train. The girls are the boys there, but the fans were less. It's like they don't speak like James, like James. Boy next door. That's why I'm don't pass over as well.
Is it clear? Background noise? What's going on?
Hello. Tell Billy to go into his phone and put if they do not disturb us, we try to bring his phone.
Yeah, I can hear you. There is the
Okay.
background stuff here, but we can hear. I can hear you at least.
But what are you hearing at the background?
Chatter, like people talking.
Chattering or engine noise?
Exactly, chattering.
Is it really bad?
No, no, it's not that bad. No, you kind of told us you were going to be on in transit or
There's a
something.
setting there's a setting that is making it even better. Let me take it off. How does it sound now?
When you were skinny as that.
Yeah, we can hear you.
How does it sound
It's
now?
just we can hear you. It's just the chatter in the background. That's all.
Okay, let me turn on the setting so it removes background noise. It's on now. So hopefully you should anyway. So, it's a Saturday, so okay. So let's start tapping. So we hit 1,000 or 3,000.
I've got socks in it. You know what we do with this bag, don't we? What you told me that idea. See these bags? You see these bags? See these bags? I use these bags. Mine's not M&S, mine's. Okay, show me. On my scarf or whatever. And I had him again one. This was yesterday. She took that back. Yeah, but my mum, they might not a big box. You know your scarf like this, or your Louboutin, don't they? Your scarves pull, don't they? Keep one of them guys.
Chapter 7, yeah.
Yep.
That's where a lot of all those visions are going to start.
That's fine, but if anything runs,
How are we going to dissect that one without you doing the commentary?
the scarf thing is a lifesaver. I always have a whatever work.
You want to wind me up by all means. Why?
Not wine it's like
Mum actually.
that's what I was asking. Like, how many chapters are we supposed to read today?
All the scarves are black, and she uses them all.
You're talking as if you got saved last week. As if I was the one that even that preached to you and you got saved. You got born again under our ministry.
Okay.
I'll try. I'll see what I can do. I actually have the laptop here, so if it gets that way, then I'll see what I can do. But then to help me to see newer perspectives, and not just what non-students. Okay. So why is it like?
I put a fish in the carry bag, and it's like I'm not.
Okay, so the lights are getting slow today. Let's push it up. So we're also not on Instagram today. We're also not on Instagram.
Or we get a little one. My mum likes a little one. She takes the time and put like a bottle of water or
So, but as much as the network allows, the first I'll still not read anyway. Right, so that I'll be able to listen also. But no matter how distant the network allows, I'll try to. So let me open my own.
Yeah, the woman said in there. Hairdressers yesterday that all the tubes is because a rubber come down from the show, but it might not be official role plus the cancer just adds to the chaos. So that means the taxis are really. That's what she said yesterday. But must live in London. Actually, it's come down.
Okay, so I can mute my end so we can start.
Susan said, "Will you wait for me?"
We can start. So we'll do at least 1 hour. Then from there we'll just proceed. All right. So we're about to get to 2000. So once we get to 2000, we can just start from 2000.
I thought the first hours. I think one time
Is this your seat?
No, it's not. You're all right. I think we're right there, but we can just go here. Yeah, we'll just go here. Yeah. Yeah. If someone moves us, then obviously. Oh, well, that's fine then.
Yeah. That's what we've just said.
Hey, blessings. Blessings will be shared.
But then she's booked 44, 45, 50, 49. And we're all of them.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, does it?
No, it's already there. Are you okay there?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
She's facing forward this way anyway, it's better this way. 44, 45, 50,
Okay, so let's say this is 2,400.
So would you like
2,400. So we can proceed from there. Okay, so I think somebody's got their app on.
Take these out and then you can see the stickers.
Is that train or plane? Must you know everything? Must you know everything? Must you? Who's that shaking? Alright, so let's start. This is 2.8. So it's good to start. So we'll pray. So let me so, hey, Mrs. Okoye, you can also pray today now, Abba. Just Okoye.
In our thoughts, words, and deeds will be pleasing to you, and the meditations of our hearts. As we read, thank you for your spirit that is with us, that will illuminate and shine the light on the important aspects. Thank you for Minister who is on his trip. Thank you for Johnny Mercies to and back. Thank you for everybody who is on the live. Thank you for protecting their hearts and their minds as well. We cover this entire place with the blood of Yeshua. We come against every attack and distractions of the enemy. Help us to have a wonderful time in your presence. For Yeshua's mighty name we've prayed, so shall it be. Amen. All right. Chapter 7. Daniel chapter 7. Verse. Okay, so I start from verse 1. I'm reading from the Ethiopian Bible translation. Okay. Okay. In the first year of. Do I start?
Thanks. So let's get started.
Okay. In the first year of Belshazzar, king of Babylon, Daniel had a dream and visions of his head while on his bed. Then he wrote the dream and told the sum of the matters. Daniel spoke and said, I saw in my vision by night, and behold, the four winds of the sky broke out on the great sea. Oh Lord, this is the very serious one. Okay. Four great animals came up from the sea, different from one another. The first was like a lion with eagle's wings. I watched until his wings were plucked, and it was lifted up from the earth and made to stand on 2 feet as a man. A man's heart was given to it. Behold, there was another animal, a second, like a bear. It was raised up on one side, and 3 ribs were in its mouth between its teeth. They said to it, Arise, devour much flesh. After this, I saw, and behold, another like a leopard, a leopard, which had on its back 4 wings. Okay. Behold, after this I saw, and behold, another like a leopard, which had on its back 4 wings of a bird. The animal also had 4 heads, and dominion was given to it. After this, I saw in the night's vision, and behold, there was a 4th animal, awesome, powerful, and exceedingly strong. It had great iron teeth. It devoured and broke in pieces and stamped the residue with its feet. It was different from all the animals that were before it. It had 10 horns. I considered the horns, and behold, there came up among them another horn, a little one, before which 3 of the horns were plucked up by the roots. And behold, in the horns were eyes like the eyes of a man, and the mouth spoke arrogantly. I watched until thrones were placed, and the one who was ancient of days sat. His clothing was white as wool, and the hair of his head like pure wool. His throne was fiery flames, and its wheels burning fire. Oh, the throne has wheels. Interesting. Okay. A fiery stream issued and came out from before him. Thousands of thousands ministered to him. 10,000 times 10,000 times 10,000 stood before him. The judgment was set. The books were opened. I watched at the time because of the voices of the arrogant words which the horn spoke. I watched even until the animal was slain and its body destroyed. By this animal, they're talking about the 4th one, right? The 4th, okay. The 4th beast, okay. I watched even until this animal was slain and its body destroyed, and it was given to be burned with fire. And the rest of the animals, their dominion was taken away, yet their lives were prolonged for a season and a time. I saw in the night visions, and behold, there came with the clouds of the sky like a son of man. And he came to the Ancient of Days, and they brought him near before him. Dominion was given him, and glory, and a kingdom, that all the peoples, nations, and languages should serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion which will not pass away, and his kingdom one that will not be destroyed. As for me, Daniel, my spirit was grieved within my body, and the visions of my head troubled me. I came near to one of those who stood by and asked him the truth concerning all this. So he told me and made me know the interpretations of the things. These great animals, which are 4 kings, who will rise out of the earth. But the saints of the Most High will receive the kingdom and possess the kingdom forever, even forever and ever. Then I desired to know the truth concerning the fourth animal, which was different from all of them, exceedingly terrible, whose teeth were of iron and its nails of bronze, which devoured, broke into pieces, and stamped the residue with its feet. And concerning the 10 horns that were on its head, and the other horn which came up, and before which 3 fell, even that horn that had eyes and a mouth that spoke arrogantly, whose look was more stout than its fellows. I saw, and the same horn made war with the saints and prevailed against them until the Ancient of Days came, and judgment was given to the saints of the Most High. And the time came that the saints possessed the kingdom. So he said the fourth animal will be a fourth kingdom on earth, which will be different from all the kingdoms, and will devour the whole earth, and will tread it down and break it in pieces. As for the 10 horns, 10 kings will rise out of this kingdom. Another will rise after them, and he will be different from the former. He will put down three kings. He will speak words against the Most High, and will wear out the saints of the Most High. He will plan to change the times and law, and they will be given into his hands until a time and times and half a time. But the judgment will be set, and they will take away his dominion, to consume and to destroy it to the end. The kingdom and dominion and the greatness of the kingdoms under the whole sky will be given to the people of the saints of the Most High. His kingdom is an everlasting kingdom, and all dominion will serve and obey him. Here is the end of the matter. As for me, Daniel, my thoughts troubled me greatly, and my face was changed in me, but I kept the matter in my heart. The end of chapter 7.
All right, that's nice. Okay, so do you have any commentaries? What are the things? I guess maybe you've had a chance to have a peep at it yesterday. And of course, if you didn't check yesterday, you might have checked it before, of course. So, do you have any comments? Any comments?
I believe this is like this is pretty much the beast system. All that is going that was supposed to have happened before the what's that called? Before the millennial reign. So this is okay. So the fourth kingdoms are like let's go back to Nebuchadnezzar's dream of the head of this and the body of this and the I believe this is the head of gold, silver, bronze, iron, and then the fourth one that will be different from. So I guess this is it's a kind of another version of that Nebuchadnezzar's dream of the four of the image of the statue that had the head of gold, body chest of silver, chest and arms of silver, tummy and thigh of bronze, legs of iron, and then what's it called, iron and clay for feet. I'm thinking that's a derivative of it. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. What do you think? Minister, did you hook up? Did you freeze? You frozen? Could we have in the comments anybody else who has a different anybody Yeah, I guess it's a network here because it's in transit, yeah? So what do we think is going on in Daniel? We just read Daniel chapter 7. So what do we think?
Okay, is it time delay?
Yeah, you just went off. And then your video is off.
Okay,
Yeah,
so that's the issue. All right. So it's like you were giving another more comments the other time, right?
No, I was done. So I was asking if anybody else had a different opinion as to what they think Daniel is. Yeah. Is it gonna be? Okay, you're back on time.
Okay. I was going to ask you also, though, what about people just even pre-trip and post-trip is even a distraction as far as I'm concerned? Because the trip, post-trip, pre-trip, mid-trip, all the trip is past. Can you hear me? Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, I'm here.
So it's like let's say we're in 2026, which we are, and somebody say, I think the year is 1940, and this one is no, it's 1939, and they're arguing between 1939, 1940, 1939. They are very far from to get the point, based on what we've seen, you know. But anyway, that being said, can you try to pinpoint the prophecies that are here that are talking about that people tend to use for that is this one happening in Israel, that one happening in the United States? Can you find anyone like that so we can just check it? Actually, to be fair, there's a high chance we will reread these 2 chapters. We'll probably do just 2. There's high chance we'll reread them tomorrow. Okay, just because you're right.
I agree. Yeah, we need to redo it. Yeah.
Yeah, they're important. So, so do you know of any of verses that are used here for, for this present day thing? Can you pinpoint? Only that there's no comment. Nobody's giving a contrary.
So there's the one with the lion. It's a lion with eagle's wings. That's the first one. There's the second one that is a bear. There's a third one that is a leopard, and then there's this fourth animal that they couldn't necessarily describe. So if they're doing it like a timeline right now, the bear, from what I know, is Russia.
You start with the lion. You start with the lion, right?
Oh, okay. So starting with the lion, would you say the lion with the eagle's head is probably, would you say, the new and improved Roman Empire? So that is the combination of the Europe and United States, right?
But just a moment. Are you talking from your church mind? Or
I guess it's a combination.
What I want to find out, I'm not forcing you to. I want you to say what you have as your impression now or previously. Do you understand? 4 kings in Israel. Right. So that's what I wanted to speak from, not what people are saying, but what you thought, what you think right now. You get it? So you can continue if that's the case. Please.
Obviously,
are you just thinking about it? I thought it was something that you.
Obviously, these are things that have passed, right?
No, some people think it's things that are happening now. So I am trying to see people that have that opinion because I sincerely think it's past. I think it's past. Okay. But if you have an impression that they're still now, yeah, you can bring it up so we can look at it, or what you used to think if you have changed your mind. That's what I'm asking. But it's got to be from you.
Yeah, you look Jewy, yeah. If they are.
Yeah.
Or anybody else that wants to come up.
It's really good. Serum, I might reveal serum. It's like a serum, and a primer. But it goes on
So it's
like
disconnected.
you make
Let's see
this
if
on nice
it's,
under it,
it's
and then
back
your
up.
skin's like all glowy. And
Okay, it's back up.
It's good.
Well, let some other Casolese, maybe you can come up. Let me let Casolese also come up because it's feeling unfair that as if I'm putting somebody in a hot seat.
And the rose has got last year.
And it's not so. Right. So Casolese can also come out and see it's got some pretty good. So it doesn't feel like it's just Mazi Tutoma. Aye, that's it. You can't hear. I hope I'm listening. You can't hear from that headphones if you use the direct.
I know, right? Let me take it up. Sorry.
Yes, please.
I usually like to use it to listen.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, greetings. I don't know if you can hear me better.
Yes, it's better.
I can hear you now, clearer. Yes.
So I think what, like, I don't know if it's the 4 kings he's talking about. Yeah, one is all these 4 nations that are actually in competition with each other. You know, people will hear it, they will say it's end of the world and all those kind of things. I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe that's one of the things people believe actually. If I'm right.
Yeah, I get your point. But what 4 kings are you saying they will usually say it is?
They will think so when Russia does what they do, or have any small issue with America, then what Israel and China, they will start saying yes. End of the world these people are dragging to know who is going to be the world power and all that. And they will now say that US is going to be the last world power, then the world will end, Christ will come and all that.
For what God has helped us with, it's just wonderful because let's try this because they shouldn't be. I wonder how people teach in church and there is no screen, and they want you to always take notes. You understand? With due respect, but they always want you to always take notes, and there's no screen, there is nothing. The person is just talking. Sometimes even no pictures displayed. You understand? And the way I just heard Chioma read, and that's why most times they don't even read such anymore. It's going to sound boring, but I just heard Chioma read, and you just text. I was just hearing text, and it was even reading from a different translation than this. Okay? So I was just hearing text, and it was difficult. It really sound complex. So it makes sense, or it's understandable how the minister would just veer off to one story that was not interesting, or quickly narrow it down to how those that are looking for things from God and get there. You understand? So I think it's am I still audible?
Yeah, you are.
Yes. Makes sense. So let me know when I'm back. That's what I'm waiting for.
Olivia's like sensible. There was a bit.
So let me know when I'm back. That's what they say.
We can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you.
Did it go off at any time?
Just like a bit. Yeah.
Okay. So I'll let Shema continue chapter 8, but just before that, I want to show you something. So imagine the difference between what Shema just did and if.
Sorry, you just went off again.
Especially with.
Oh wow.
What they call that thing? Audiovisual empowerment, enablement that we have. Let me break that a little bit. Willing to read it, but then this clarifies it. I mean, even if what I'm trying to explain will be wrong, at least people can see, okay, this is why it will be wrong. You have to first, right? So that thing started with Belshazzar, right? Belshazzar is the son of Nebuchadnezzar. So there was a reverse, just a slight reverse in time, just a little bit. From chapter 5, Belshazzar, this guy, has been deposed already. He's the one that was ruling when they said many shekel. Okay, he was the one that was ruling then, and he was deposed, he was removed, and then the next person came through. So there was a little back off, just two seasons behind, two regimes, so to speak, backward. Okay. So these are the kind of, so it helps you see. So these 3 ribs has meaning. You see. So if somebody says, "Oh, the bears," in fact, that's idea come from when they say they're poking the bear. I think there's something in the Russian coat of arms that has a bear to it. Someone can check.
Yeah,
Right?
it is.
If there is, that would just be a coincidence. But I wish somebody can check. Let me just try.
Yeah, the Russia, the bear is what's
the
that
coat of
thing?
arms, right?
Yeah, it's the bear, same as the bear, the brown bear, something like that.
Okay, let me just ask you. How is Russia so it can be misleading. So let's see. Russia is symbolized as a boar. Okay. Oh, sorry, is it a boar? No, bear, right? To represent its massive raw power and perceived aggressive territorial nature, right? Is a metaphor pluralized by the Western, especially British political see. So there is no roots to it. You can let me know if I'm still audible. Since the 18th century, so it's a recent thing. It's as a symbol of strength, frequency. So it came from the British, from the Western world. See, so there's even no bear in their what's the thing called? In their coat of arms. So they just call them the bear for whatever reason. You see. So, but then people would say, I see bear, that's Russia. No, that's some British American people saying stuff they want to say. And don't be surprised, some church people will just jump on it and say, that's the bear. But this thing is a timeline. It's time, the next guy, the next guy, the next guy. It's a timeline. That's one very important thing to note. It's a timeline. So if you're saying this is Russia, how come? Are you saying it's America first or Russia is taking over? Okay, if that's the case, when is Russia going and this one coming on? You see? So putting things on canvas like this just helps things to be just straight away. You see, that's the last piece that's difficult to describe. You see, so pictures tell 1,000 more than 1,000 words, like I say. Very important.
So we will continue reading, but then I like tomorrow and see. Check if there's no comments. Let me for chapter 8, please. But Shema, if you could do KJV, I think it would be easier, right? If you don't mind, people get more familiar with it. You know, you also keep saying animal.
KJV here.
You don't have KJV.
I don't have KJV as in a hard copy. I only have it on my phone. So
Okay, we'll try to follow. So let's go, chapter 8.
We just started.
the reign of King Belshazzar, a vision appeared to me, even to me, Daniel, after that which appeared to me at the first. In the vision, I saw in the vision. Now it was so that when I saw it, I was in the citadel of Susa, which is in the province of Elam. I saw in the vision, and I was by the river Ulai. Then I lifted up my eyes and saw, and behold, a ram which had 2 horns stood before the river. The 2 horns were high, but one was higher than the other, and the higher came up last. I saw the ram pushing westward, northward, southward. So it was coming from the east. Okay. No animal could stand before him. There wasn't any who could deliver out of his hand. But he did according to his will and magnified himself. Verse 5. As I was considering, behold, a male goat came from the west over the surface of the whole earth and didn't touch the ground. The goat had a notable horn between its eyes. He came to the ram that had the 2 horns, which I saw standing before the river, and ran to him in the fury of his power. I saw him come close to the ram, and he was moved with anger against him, and struck the ram and broke his 2 horns. There was no power in the ram to stand before him, but he was cast down to the ground and trampled on him. There was no one who could deliver the ram out of the goat's hand. The male goat magnified himself exceedingly. When he was strong, the great horn was broken, and instead of it, there came up 4 notable horns towards the 4 winds of the sky. Out of one of them came out a little horn which grew exceedingly great toward the south, and towards the east, and towards the glorious land. It grew great even to the army of the sky, and it cast down some of the army and of the stars to the ground and trampled on them. Yes, it magnified itself even to the prince of the army, and it took away from him the continual burnt offering, and the place of his sanctuary was cast down. The army was given over to it together with the continual burnt offering through disobedience. It cast down trees to the ground, and it did its pleasure and prospered. Verse 13, then I heard the Holy One speaking, and another Holy One said to that certain one who spoke, how long will the vision about the burnt offering and the disobedience that must make desolate, to give both sanctuary and the army to be trodden underfoot be? Verse 14, he said to me, 2,300 evenings, then the sanctuary will be cleansed. When even I, Daniel, had seen this vision, I sought to understand it. And behold, there stood before me someone like the appearance of a man. I heard a man's voice between the banks of the Ulai, which called and said, Gabriel, give this man understanding. Gabriel, make this man understand the vision. So he came near where I stood, and when he came, I was frightened and fell on my face. But he said to me, understand, son of man, for the vision belongs to the end of time. Now, as he was speaking with me, I fell into a deep sleep with my face towards the ground. But he touched me and set me upright. He said, Behold, I will make you know what will be in the latter time of the indignation, for it belongs to the appointed time of the end. The ram which you saw that had 2 horns, they are the kings of Media and Persia. The young goat is the king of Greece. The great horn that is between his eyes is the first king. As for that which was broken, in the place where the first stood up, 4 kingdoms will, 4 kingdoms will stand up out of the nation, but not with his power. In the later time of their kingdom, when the transgressors have come to the full, a king of fierce face and understanding riddles will stand up. His power will be mighty, but not by his own power. He will destroy awesomely and will prosper in what he does. He will destroy the mighty ones and the holy people. Through his policy, he will cause deceit to prosper in his hand. He will magnify himself in his heart, and he will destroy many in their security. He will also stand up against the prince of princes, but he will be broken without human hands. The vision of the evenings and mornings which has been told is true, but seal up the vision, for it belongs to many days to come. End quote. I, Daniel, fainted and was sick for many days. Then I rose up and did the king's business, wondering at the vision, but no one understood it. The end.
All right, so am I audible?
So yeah, no, I'm not getting off now, so I'm just up and down.
Am I audible?
You just want to have a chit chat then, yes, don't you?
Yeah, we can
Am I
hear you.
audible?
Is it the boys or the girls?
Okay. I think there's a time delay. Okay, so commentary, or comments, whatever.
Yeah, just tell them just keep it down.
Any comments? I think this one is, and that's wonderful. There's a vision, there's an interpretation. There's a vision, there's an interpretation. That's what happened with 7 and 8, right? So,
Exactly. I was like,
am I audible? Let's have 1 to 8.
You do. So, they,
I just feel like, and I think it's because it's Saturday. Okay.
they're all just stood there, aren't they?
Any comments? Am I audible, Mr. Lucia? It's like the thing is seizing. Maybe there's a time delay.
We can't go now. This one's not. It's fine. It's well.
Am I audible?
It's not. And on the train, I'll just say if I get through. I can't.
Yeah, just keep your mic on so I can tell. I've been waiting for to show my own custody okay to chapter 7. I didn't hear that.
Sorry, what was your question?
Comments. If you have any.
So here's my thing. It's a totally different kind of vision from what was described in chapter 7, except this is a further breakdown because he's describing the Medo-Persian Empire and then the Grecian Empire, right? And at least he just talks about those two. Well, because this is second. Oh my bad. This is a second vision about the goat and the ram and the goat. But on a good day, isn't a ram bigger than a goat? Right? Maybe it's a devolution of the type of, because on a good day, a ram. Am I tripping? A ram is bigger than a goat, right?
I think you're right. Generally, they should.
Okay, so it means they kind of will get smaller in size in terms of their dominion or something. Because okay, so that's okay. So we already know that the gold empire is gone because as of the time he's having these dreams, it was Belshazzar, and Belshazzar was on his way out anyway. So the gold empire is gone. So we have now moved on to the silver empire, that is the ram. So as of the time he's having this vision, they're trying to tell him that after the ram, there is going to come the the Grecian Empire, right? So at least in this chapter 8. So that's the the little goats that coming with a fury that almost that pretty much killed the poor ram.
Yes. Okay, that was fine. Yeah. With hindsight, am I audible? You can confirm.
Yeah, you are.
Confirm I'm audible. Okay, so this will also tell you that if Daniel saw this goat and ram thing and has been told this is Persia and Greece already, it helps you understand how it was easier for him to interpret that writing on the wall. Because this vision that we're reading now was before that writing on the wall. Because that writing on the wall was for Belshazzar.
Right.
You see? So many shekel Perez Ufarsi. See, so you tell her, okay, I've seen this. Okay, they told me Persia is coming. Okay, I'm Greek. The Greek, okay, all right. This is what it's got to be. So transliteration, translation, interpretation, and then declaration. So it helped him to understand that much better. Let's hear comments from Kasolese. Oh, Mr. Gang, if Kasolese is busy. Kasolese is
All right. Okay, thank you, Minister, and thank you, Choma, and everyone. Thank you for the reading. Sorry, I came in a bit late, but for me, based on the timelines and history, it was obvious that much as the Persian was a bigger kingdom, it was going to be overthrown by a smaller kingdom, which was Greece. And if we go by what we know now, the present day where it is suspected to be the Persia, which is around the Middle East, Iran and Iraq, whatever. You would see that, yeah, at the point it was a great superpower. And that is why you see they still, even today, they still feel that they have what it takes because they've experienced control over the world at some point in their history. So, and that is why you see them, they brag so much. Even with what is happening to them, they still are not backing down because they know what they are capable of doing. But again, kingdom rise and kingdom falls. and all of that happens. So we've had that. We've had the Greek rule, and then the Romans have also come and gone, and so basically looking at the timelines. But again, when you compare the ram and the goat, for me, I would think that, yeah, ram is bigger, but the ram is more calm. The goat is very stubborn, by their personalities. The goat is a very stubborn animal. Ram are more calm. Ram would want to follow the process. Rams would do that, but goats are very, very bizarre. Goats are destructive. Goats you can want goat to move left, then go be moving right. In fact, sometimes you don't need to tie a ram to a rope for it to follow you when you are there. But the goat, you have to tie it and pull it sometimes before it can even follow. So they are very stubborn kind of animals. So aside from their physique, I also feel that their nature is also part of what is there. So, and that is why you hear that he was fierce. The goat was fierce, and that because goats can be very, very stubborn. So that is what I can deduce from that. But again, it's just building into the timelines, and to also say, like Minister said, it gives him the idea, because based on the visions he's had and the kind of interpretation that he's been able to gain prior to the writing on the wall, it was easier for him to be able to know that this is what is coming, because your kingdom has been weighed on the stone and been found wanting, and the kingdom is going to be taken for you. And it was difficult for him to tell the king. He told the king that this is too heavy for me to say, because obviously it could cost Daniel's life to even say that. But the king gave him the go-ahead to even declare that. I know we've not gotten there, so let me not go ahead of us. But that is just basically knowing because he understood the times, because he's the one having the visions, he understood the times, so he knew exactly what was going to come. And don't forget that Daniel reigned over 4 kings in that particular kingdom from Nebuchadnezzar. I think he reigned over, he was available in about 4 different generations of the kings of that particular Babylon before he's unalive. So that's a little I can give a response to that story. Thank you.
Yes, that's very true. About that. So am I audible or is it breaking?
Yeah, you're audible.
Okay, so that's very true. Yeah, thank you for the comment. So that's what it is. So yes, there's this reduction over time, this decrease over time, right? The ram was bigger than the bear, and if you remember, he told Nebuchadnezzar that the king, just like gold, silver, bronze, the quality of the metal, value of the metal kept dropping over time. But they can be more stubborn. But then the goat will be shorter. By the way, you're right. Yeah. I mean, of course, you probably have more experience than myself. That the ram is literally the male version of a sheep. That's literally a sheep,
yeah.
A ram. So it's just the male version. So that's good. Yeah. So it's just a gentle kind of animal compared to the goat. So that being said, we may still do chapter 9. Let's see. But before chapter 9, I'll still show us one more thing. Thank you.
What I'm noticing is that it's like the nation of Israel is in the center of everything.
Yes, of course.
Of course.
Because, yes. They are the ones, if you remember, Chioma, geographically, this is the whole of sub-Saharan Africa. In fact, even Babylon was located in that continent. Because Babylon, when you said Shusha, I just didn't want to interrupt you because we'll still redo this tomorrow. When you said Shusha, that is Susan. That is the same place where you have Shinar. It's the same place where you have Babylon, where you have Babel. It's in Northeast Africa. So anyone that controls Africa controls the world, really, right from inception till now. You understand? You can put them under, pick them up, do whatever you want to do, but that's been the case. When you read the book of Josephus, it gets more clear. It gives you detail. It tells you about the British Isles, as far as the British Isles are. In fact, he called the British Isles the ends of the world. Do you understand? So when he was talking about places, he talks about France, Egypt is France. It talks about not Barcelona, that's Spain, but Spain would be Iberia. Okay, or it used to be called Kittim, no, Jonah, Tarshish. Thank you. It used to be called Tarshish. It will talk about the main places. Then you say, and some ends of the earth. That's when we mention Britain, and it will tell you it's Britannia. You understand? So if he has all that, tells you about Egypt, of course, tells you about Asia, right? Tells you about Gog, right? Goes that far to tell you all that. So the question is, where is Ethiopia? Okay, talk about Ethiopia. Okay, where is West Africa? What is stopping an Ethiopia to crossing over to the west together? And because of mainstream history says because of malaria. I say, see these people. How can somebody in Ethiopia not cross? They say, and meanwhile, that king, you remember that king, Choma, that is in that beginning of the book? I think his name is Ezina, King Ezina or Ekana, something like that, of Ethiopia, who made Christianity the religion, just like Constantine, right? Which I think they probably copied from Constantine, or they probably copied from that guy. Are you still there, Choma?
What book?
Sorry, can you hear me?
What book? Because I can hear you said
that is the preface of Ekana Zana. Let me try Zana. There's all kind of Bible. Ethiopian Bible, Ethiopian book of.
Oh, okay, this Ethiopian Bible one. Is that what you mean? Oh, okay. What was it? What was it? The Kingdom of Axum. Is that what you mean? Pew. Hello? Oh, okay. Oh, maybe they're nearby. Ethiopian Bible.
Northwest.
Okay, you're back again.
Oh yeah, sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Gang. So what was I even talking about?
The king of Ethiopia.
No,
Ethiopia.
Yes. Yeah, Ezana, the king of Aksum. So Aksum Empire is much stronger in Eastern Africa, is in history, even mainstream history. But they don't talk about it.
Okay, you're back on now.
Okay.
Alright. Everything alright? Just like, where did you go? She should have brought her. That made me laugh so much. She did it. Before I could read it, she'd been on.
So this is their 1 hour dead. Yeah, Shalom Stesibens. So still confirm, is this still on? Is this still audible? Yeah, can you confirm where you read that for us to us from? It's a preface of a book, right?
Yeah, the Ethiopian Bible, yeah. So
anyway,
collection of sacred,
yeah, Ethiopian Bible, the preface of it.
Yeah.
So my point is,
can be traced back to
so that Ezana.
When King Ezana of Aksum.
Yes. So that Ezana is actually in mainstream of Aksum. Yes. So. For example, that story is actually mainstream. You'll be surprised, it's there, but they just don't make it popular. So for them to accept it,
mainstream, it must have been. They tell us how this king of Aksum, right, goes from that Eastern Africa to as far as India, right? So I now ask this their GPT and say, okay. Can you still hear me?
Yes, you can hear me.
Okay. So they then said it's because of malaria. I say about. I say
Okay,
I
that's what.
discovered malaria. Then they said they have. Yes.
That's what ChatGPT said.
Yes. Malaria. Then he said they have not discovered, but the mosquito can still bite them, and they will not know why, but they will still not go there. I say, hey. Oh my God. So I say, so that's narrative for you, the way things tend to be. But long story short, we are talking about how Africa is in the center of everything. Even around. So, question: how will everything be circling around just that tiny bit of land right throughout history like that? And that's why I don't blame some sincere historians that say, maybe this thing is not true, because just that tiny piece of land, just a strip there, okay, maybe it's somewhere around, still bleeding into some of the other countries around, and all the whole of Greece, as big as Greece is, and the whole Asia, all of them will just be fighting around that place. It doesn't make sense. But no, it's not there. It's Western, Central, Sub-Saharan Africa we're talking about. So let's just begin to wrap.
Yeah, Minister, I was trying to ask.
But let me just show you pictures again.
Yeah, Minister, I wanted to ask, right? You said Babylon was in northeast, or is it supposed to be northwest or northeast? Because I know Egypt is with northeast. So was it northwest or northeast?
It's just regimes and terrains. It's regimes that changed it. Northeast, the same place. Do you understand? So there's that place is very very powerful. Yeah, it's the same place.
Yeah, because I'm seeing.
Let me show
Sorry,
you.
Minister. Because I'm seeing Ethiopia around the east. So northeast, that's where we have Saudi Arabia, the Red Sea. Looking at it from that Egypt area.
Yes. Yes. Let me show you. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Okay.
So that so again, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
The man behind me did. I told you, didn't I? The German man.
Okay, it's like it went off, right?
John Paul said, but we're supposed to get on the tube. He said, you've been on the tube, not since I was.
So
You can
it's the
speak, we can
same
hear you.
region, it's only different terrains, and yes, it's only different terrains that changed it, right? So what happened
Okay.
first was Babel. This is the same place where China was. So it's like I explained in the World History series, it's like power was here. Power started from here, or in fact here, if you will, right? This Western Eastern Africa, this middle part of Africa. This is where power God himself created man and all that. So Adam, the first king, was around here. But after that, he moved over to Nimrod. And from then, he stayed here for a long time. From Nimrod, after Nimrod, there was Abraham. They moved to Egypt. Egypt was starting to come up then. Babel to Egypt. Persian to come overcome these guys. Am I still audible?
Yes.
Am I still?
Yes, you are.
Right, so they still ruled from here, but later power moved towards here to Greece. So after Greece, then power moved to Rome. So the thing kept moving northwesternly, so to speak. Then right now, at a point, it moved over as far as here, West Britain. Okay. So the thing kept moving from that spot to northeast. So from here to here, and even trajectory, if you study the pattern, okay? But long story short, that has always been here. So Babylon, etc., is on this same just around here. Okay, so all those things were happening here. When it says Ruba Ulai, that must be one part of this Nile River here. And it saw that, right? You see. You see. That's the funny thing. So the ram is there. So then the goat just represented the goat somehow there. You see. Although the ram came from the east, to be fair, and this came from the west. But then because this comes first, just put it here. And it's under the bear, so timeline wise this comes first. Okay. So like that. And then this is still and it helps you to see it in one flow, right? Brass, right? Brass is the leopard. It's the same thing as the goat is the same thing as the Greek Empire. So it helps you put everything in one strip like that. You can see clearly. This also the silver is the bear. The bear is the what's this? Ram. Sorry, that's the ram. So that's the goat. Yeah. So the silver is the bear, and the ram is the Persian Empire. You see, then we just translated this goat back here. Then it has 4 horns. So that horn, the first horn himself is Alexander, which is the first king of the Hellenes, first king of the Greeks. Okay, so that's 4, right? And then, so it began to push towards the pleasant land. So it came towards the south. And there's a clear time when Alexander the Great came towards Africa, more or less. But of course, they will call it the Hebrews, okay, which is more accurate. So when they met him, you find out in the book of Josephus, Wars of the Jews. And the priest met him. He was coming to destroy them, but they met him. And there was a vision that was on the priests that they should dress in a certain way and meet Alexander when he's called.
You're rodding yourself, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Am I still audible?
Yes.
Okay, so and according to that writing, Alexander had seen exactly what God has told his ones to now do. He has seen that in his dream. So when he saw them, it's like, I've seen this before in my dream. Alexander bowed down to this priest. You see, he bowed down to them. And his own friends were telling him, how come you're bowing down to these people? When everybody's bowing down to you, you are bowing down to them. Why are you doing this? That's in the book of Josephus. Okay? So he went to the pleasant land and like that. So then there's a little horn that started acting in a certain way and all that. So we'll continue this tomorrow so that we can have a much clearer explanation. Right, so what do we do? Then that's the end. Any comments as we close? I mean, it's been wonderful. Only it's been a little bit shaky on and off, but we're prepared for that. So repeat those 2 chapters tomorrow with a clearer explanation. Any comments before we close? Mr. Okoye, Mr. Gang.
Well, I don't have a comment. It's just this guy on the comment section, the voice or something, that is saying all lies. So I was trying to know what he meant by all lies. Let's see, I have another superior information that he wants to give that is saying that this is all lies. He didn't respond.
It's okay. All right. So, Mr. Okoye, thank you for coming today. Mr. Gang and everybody that has helped. So we'll be here again tomorrow, same time, 10 o'clock. So let me appreciate those who are here. Let's the names, just a few. So, Vessi Josh, thank you. Walalani, Ancient Hebrew, Kali, thank you. Baba Ladapo, Emmanuel, Kasuleze, Jason, Ifi, Lorna, Lucia Chima, Koyi, and Genzi. Thank you very much. So we'll be back again tomorrow, 10 o'clock, same time. And we'll just reread the chapters so that we can re-explain. Explain it so that we get a much better experience. All right then. So thank you. God bless you. See you tomorrow with us. Bye bye.
Thank you. God bless you.
Let's just get outside and we'll sort it out.
Yes,
I'd rather get a taxi than a tube, but I'll just have to completely switched off for 1 hour.
Most High, God of heaven, Most High, of the earth is the Most High. Thank you, Father. King of heaven, oh, hallelujah. All right, we started on Instagram also. Good morning, everyone. Most High, So let's use our apps to tap. So we can move very quickly. Yes, good morning, Mr. Gian. King of Nations. Yeah, morning, Femotex. So we're doing Daniel 7 and 8 today, at least. Daniel 7 and 8. Okay, let's push those 3,000 likes.
What?
Can you hear me? Was the request intentional, Femotex? I don't think so. Typing. Okay, it's all right. Let's start since you have 4,000 likes now. So the book of Daniel, chapter 7. Let's try better audio for talk at least. Okay. So Daniel chapter 7. Let's pray before we start. Okay. Father, we appreciate you for this day, another day in your presence. We say that we are gathered in your name, and as you've promised in your word, let your presence be with us. Speak to us through these precious words. Cause us to be wise, to be strengthened, to be renewed in our minds. We come against any spirit of distraction, and we ask that your spirit guides us and shows us your light and your truth. We give you thanks, our Father, in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen. Okay, let's start. Let's get started. Okay, so let's read Daniel 7 again. Or the summary of chapter 6, just previous to that, was when Daniel was thrown into the lion's den. Okay? So he delivers and rescues, and he works signs and wonders in heaven and in earth, who has delivered Daniel from the power of the lions. So this Daniel prospered in the reign of Darius and in the reign of Cyrus the Persian. So that's that. So now Daniel 7. In the first year of Belshazzar, king of Babylon. So that's the son of Nebuchadnezzar. So we have seen the vision that removed Belshazzar. So this is like going back in time. Just to mention things that have happened before. Daniel had a dream and visions upon his head, upon his bed. Then he wrote the dream. Right? He had a dream and visions of his head upon his bed. Then he wrote the dream and told the sum of the matters. Daniel spake and said, I saw in my vision by night, and behold, the four winds of heaven strove. The four winds of heaven. They strove upon the great sea. That great sea, we are saying that great sea must be what you call your Babbage today, what you call your Atlantic Ocean, Ethiopian Ocean. That's where that great sea must be, as against the Mediterranean. So he said the four winds of heaven strove upon the great sea. Verse 3. And four great beasts came up from the sea, diverse one from another. So this definitely is definitely something global. Really sorry about that. I I had a call I had to quickly attend to. Sorry about that. Let's unmute Instagram. It was just regarding the conference, so I had to quickly attend to that. If it would have been easier if I had a guest on already. Okay.
Yeah, I'm in church.
Ah, you're also in church. Let me mute. Okay. All right. Oh yeah, Easter Sunday, right? Oh, I must be. I. All right, that's okay. All right, so let's proceed. Thank you, Father. So Daniel chapter 7. So in the first year of Belshazzar, king of Babylon, Daniel had a dream and visions of his head upon his bed. Then he wrote the dream and told the sum of the matters. So Daniel spake and said, I saw in my vision by night, and behold, the four winds of heaven strove upon the great sea. The four winds of heaven are striving. That's important. That's talking about something that has to be global, right? And these four winds are fighting, so to speak, right? And verse 3, and four great beasts came up from the sea, diverse one from another. Four great beasts came up from the sea, diverse one from another. Okay, so there are four great beasts. They came up from the sea. The first was like a lion and had eagle's wings. Right. I beheld till the wings thereof were plucked, and it was lifted from the earth, and made to stand upon the feet as a man. Right, so let me show us the image of that. Just a moment. Like we're trying to do yesterday. Let's see. So let me see how we can optimize that. Just a minute. I think we need to show to those on Instagram also. How do we do this? Just a moment. So I have to use two hands. Let's see. Those on Instagram. So let's see. Okay, let's do that for Instagram. All right. So when you have things like this, it's easier for people to understand things. Okay. Right. So this is the first beast he saw, apparently. And like we were saying yesterday, which we're repeating today, this is the same image, the same thing showing up here. Okay. So that head of goat is this. But anyway, so he said a beast like a lion, and it has two wings, and the wings that reminds me of that saying that you are growing wings, we'll pluck off your wings, which is talking about maybe somebody's being proud or something like that, right? So this is like almost literally what that probably came from. You see, he said it has wings, and the wings he saw until the wings were plucked off from him. Okay, so let's continue like that. I only have a pair of hands, so right. So the first was like a lion and had eagle's wings. I beheld till the wings thereof were plucked, and it was lifted up from the earth and made to stand upon his feet, upon the feet as a man. Right? So that is literally Nebuchadnezzar. It was almost like a beast. So it kind of mixes and morphs into the time when it stood up and stopped being a beast. And it says, and a man's heart was given to it. So that is straight away Nebuchadnezzar right there. I know yesterday we were reading just straight away, but today we just thought of pausing a little bit. Okay? Right? Just a minute. Okay, just switch that. Does it work that way? Okay. It flipped. Let me sort this. All right, just a moment. All right, so I beheld till the wings were plucked, and it was lifted up from the earth and made stand upon the feet as a man, and a man's heart was given to it. That's Nebuchadnezzar. And behold, another beast, a second, like to a bear, and it raised up itself on one side. Why? And it had 3 ribs in the mouth of it, between the teeth of it. So what are those 3 ribs? Because each one has a meaning. What are those 3 ribs? And they said unto it, Arise, devour much flesh. Verse 6, and this I beheld, and lo, another like a leopard, which had upon the back of it 4 wings of a fowl. What are those 4 wings? And the beast had also 4 heads. It's a monster. So what are those 4 heads? And dominion was given to it. After this I saw in the night visions, and behold, a 4th beast, dreadful and terrible, and strong exceedingly, and it had great iron teeth, right? It devoured and brake in pieces, and stamped the residue with the feet, right? And it was diverse from the beasts that were before it. And it had 10 horns. So this was probably showing you, I'll just say that already ahead, or we just wait for the interpretation so that whatever seems to not be there, we can add to it from benefit of hindsight. Okay. You see, so he said he had 10 horns. I considered the horns, and behold, there came up among them a little horn. So amongst these 10 horns, there came up a little horn. Well, let me just say something straight away, right? Or let me still wait. Let's still wait. I considered the horns, right? And a little horn came, before whom there were 3 of the first horns plucked up by the roots. Okay? So 3 were plucked up by the roots. And behold, this horn were eyes like the eyes of man, and a mouth speaking great things. Okay. I beheld till the thrones were cast down. You see, so immediately after this one that had 10 horns, thrones were cast down. Immediately after the 4 beasts, thrones were cast down, and the Ancient of Days did sit, whose garments was white as snow, and hair of his head like pure wool. His throne was like the fiery flame, and his wheels as burning fire. So a fiery stream issued and came forth from before him. Thousands, that's like millions, ministered unto him, and 10,000 times 10,000 stood before him, right? The judgment was set, and the books were opened. And I beheld then, because the voice of the great words which the horn spake. I beheld even until the beast was slain, and his body destroyed, and given to the burning flame. As concerning the rest of the beasts, they had their dominion taken away, yet their lives were prolonged for a season and time. It's like this last one had to be destroyed, but the rest were like just prolonged a little bit. 13, I saw in the night vision, and behold, one like the Son of Man came with the clouds of heaven. That's the return of Yeshua, right? And came to the Ancient of Days, and they brought him near before him. And there was given him dominion and glory and a kingdom, that all people, nations, and languages should serve him. And his dominion and everlasting dominion. There is no way this thing is the Roman Empire since then, and it has not happened till now. Right? His dominion and everlasting dominion, which shall not pass away. And his kingdom, that which shall never or shall not be destroyed. You see, shall not be destroyed. I, Daniel, was grieved in my spirit in the midst of my body, and the visions of my head troubled me. I came near unto one of them that stood by. And usually the same people who took Enoch on the journey, it's just about the same people who is talking with Daniel here. The same people again who was relating with John the Revelator, like we call him sometimes. I came near unto one of them that stood by and asked him the truth of all this. So he told me and made known the interpretation of this, of the things. Very important. Now, these great beasts, it doesn't talk about the wings, but it said these great beasts, which are four kings. Some translations will say 4 kingdoms, but 4 kings, that's fine. Which shall arise out of the earth. Whew. I'm just grateful to God for these things. Because I remember almost 15 years ago when I would just pray and ask for to be able to understand these things, right? Like, what are these beasts coming up from the earth? I even saw one movie that did like an effect, and this thing came from the ground and was shaking his head, and dust was coming out of it, and just literal interpretation. But then they didn't seem to have the interpretation of it. Just animating the literal thing that Daniel saw. Okay. So there are 4 kings which arise out of the earth, but the saints, you see, after these 4 kings, but immediately after the 4, but the saints of the Most High shall take the kingdom and possess the kingdom forever, even forever and ever. You see, it's just straight away, 4 kings. After them, the saints takes the kingdom forever. That's it. That's a quick summary. So it's going to start the interpretation again. Let me just read that again. These great beasts, which are 4 kings, which shall arise out of the earth. But the saints of the Most High shall take the kingdom after them, apparently, right? Here it says a biblical lecture on the book of Daniel's 4 beasts. Ask your questions. Biblical lecture. Interestingly, on my journey yesterday, while I was speaking, I feel like getting some guys up. You guys remember some ladies that were chattering, we're talking during my journey yesterday, So apparently one of them, well, this one was not part of them. This one was just seated closer to myself. So at the end of the journey, she said, do you work in theology? And it's because of you, Chema, because Chema was reading scripture. It was not my fault. Do you work in theology? So I said, what do I go do now? The easiest answer I can give is just yes. They were not inviting me for one conference like that. I said, you will not like my theology. Now, for my mind, I took that one. Oh my God. I don't even like my theology, and she's a British woman. I said, you wouldn't like my theology. But interestingly, she was hearing everything I was saying, all the African thing. So he said, we're inviting you for one thing. I said, okay, we'll see about that. It is well. So people are just trying their best, to what they know, you know. And maybe she says that it's like this person knows what they're talking about and all that. But anyway, how did we get there? Yeah, so like I said, I really prayed to God asking for these things. And we thank God that He's revealed them to us eventually, at least to some extent, and we are satisfied and we want more. All right, so let's keep reading. But the saints of the Most High God, shall take the kingdom straight away and possess the kingdom forever, even forever and ever. So that you don't miss that. He said it's surely forever. And he says it's immediately after, not 2,000 years between the fourth kingdom, which is the Roman kingdom, and then the saints taking the kingdom. Or that there's one time they will just be praying and clapping and they will just be doing small conferences, but they will not take charge. No. So that's why I said most of these prophecies, our timeline is so skimmed over. It's almost feel like saying it's unfortunate, but it's almost always just skimmed over. It wouldn't tell you that there will be a time when there will be little deception. To them, Christ is still reigning. That you guys shouldn't have any problem. To them, they're like, don't you see Christ is reigning? Can't you see it is 2026 and that is AD, Anno Domini, Jesus 2026 or whatever? You should know that. To them, it shouldn't be that difficult. See? So, what the saints of the Most High God, right? They will take the kingdom forever. So then I would know the truth of the fourth beast. That seems to get the attention of even Daniel, especially than the previous three. I will know the truth of the fourth beast, okay, which was diverse from all the others, exceeding dreadful, whose teeth were of iron, and his nails were of brass. Oh, let me see if we to explain it before I explain. Which devoured, right, break in pieces and stamped the residue with his feet. And that same beast of 10 horns that were in his head, and of the other which came up, and before whom 3 fell. That is, three horns out of the 10 fell, and 1 came to replace them, more or less. Even of the horn that had eyes, with a mouth that speak very great things. Same thing that Revelation is saying. Whose look was more stout than his fellows. I beheld, and the same horn made war with the saints. Oh, and prevailed against them. You see, until the Ancient of Days came. That's the sword in the book of Enoch that was given to the saints. Until the Ancient of Days came, and judgment was given to the saints of the Most High. And the time came that the saints possessed the kingdom. Literal, physical, they possessed the kingdom. First, he said, the fourth beast shall be the fourth kingdom upon the earth, which shall be diverse from all kingdoms, and shall devour the whole earth, and shall tread it down and break it in pieces. And the 10 horns of this kingdom are 10 kings that shall rise, and another shall rise after them, that he shall be diverse from the first. And he shall subdue 3 kings. And he shall speak great words against the Most High, and shall wear out the saints of the Most High, and think to change times and laws. And they shall be given into his hand until the dividing of time, 3.5. But the judgment shall sit, and they shall take away his dominion to consume and to destroy it unto the end. And the kingdom and dominion and greatness of the kingdom under the whole heaven shall be given to the people of the saints. So how will Rome be ruling, like real ruling, not confused stuff, unlike people if they want, do whatever they want, And when it's time for the saints to reign, they're just clapping in one corner and they can come arrest them or do whatever. No, they will take the kingdom and build buildings, millennial buildings. I mean, how does that just flip? All right, Chima. So how does that just flip like that? Somebody is doing a kingdom. I mean, the rest have been doing their own kingdom. When Nebuchadnezzar was king, he was king, eating, drinking his wine, having territories. Next, when Persia will start their own, they were kings. So time for believers now to start their own. Our own kingdom is spiritual. We just pray. Yeah? No, it was physical. So why do you flip it? It's a physical, literal kingdom. So the kingdom and dominion and the greatness of the kingdom under the whole heaven shall be given to the people of the saints of the Most High, whose kingdom is an everlasting kingdom, and all dominions shall serve and obey him. That's why you see all these so-called Tartarian buildings looking the same thing everywhere. That's what we're looking at here. It's the same everywhere. Look at the China's buildings, those in Russia, the ones in America, the ones in Europe, they look exactly the same. So at what point in history did all the world's governments have the same architect that is drawing the same building for them? When was that? No answer. See? So I think I have to go back and explain better with hindsight because it didn't go into details. Whose kingdom is an everlasting kingdom, all dominions should serve him. Hitherto is the end of the matter. As for me, Daniel, my cogitations much troubled me, and my countenance changed in me, but I kept the matter in my heart. So let me go back to verse 1 of chapter 7 and explain the things I was withholding from saying. Okay? So, 4 great beasts, verse 4, 7 verse 4. The first was like a lion, that's Nebuchadnezzar and Babylon about to end. Eagle's wings, right? So, and I beheld the wings were plucked off, its wings of pride were removed, and was lifted up from the earth eventually, okay? And made to stand upon his feet as a man. That's what happened to Nebuchadnezzar, chapter 3 or so. And a man's heart was given to him after in place of an animal heart. And behold, another beast, a second like to a bear, right? Right? So, and that definitely is a Persian kingdom. It raised itself on one side. So the reason it raised itself on one side is because that's the Medo-Persian kingdom. Medo-Persia, okay? So raising itself on one side is how the Medes has to give off for the Persians. So the Persians stood and the Medes was more or less deposed. So it's a Medo-Persian kingdom, but it's standing on one leg because that leg standing is now the Persian kingdom, you see. And then he had 3 ribs in his mouth. Those are the kingdoms that Persia overcame, which would be Babylon, the present day Egypt that was still trying to make their way at the time. And then there was this other kingdom they overcame. So those were the 3 kingdoms that he overcame to establish the Persian kingdom. Those are the 3 ribs that are in his mouth. Okay, this is more or less mainstream theology, even if you will, right? So devour much flesh, right? That was in his conquering and all the wars that they fought. 6, and I beheld, lo, another beast like a leopard. So this is the Greek kingdom. So he had upon his back 4 wings, right? You see, 4 wings, and the beast also has 4 heads, and dominion was given to it. So this apparently is the Greek kingdom. And when the first king of the Hellenes, which is Alexander, whom they call the Great, was unalived, right? And he finished them, the diadochi came. Ptolemy, Cassander, Lysimachus. Let me just open the diagram so that we see from there. I'll also show to Instagram. Let me just set TikTok first. Okay, so this beast leopard, like a beast that has 4 heads and 4 wings, those 4 heads and 4 wings are the 4 generals that took over from him after this guy was unalive. Alexander was dead. So those brass, they took over from him. So they have 4 kings that took over. 4, like I said, Ptolemy, Seleucus, Ptolemy, Lysimachus, and Cassander, right? So let's Alt-SC Just a moment to see if that's working. Okay, so we have to. Just a moment. Let me just. Yeah, so those are the 4 wings there, right? So let's push that here. Just a moment. Yeah, you see? 4 wings there. So those are those 4 generals of which actually is about to show another vision, but that vision will. Where is it? Okay, is it written there? Not yet. Let me push that to the right. That okay, that's it. So that's the 4 generals there. Okay. Seleucus, Ptolemy, Lysimachus. So these 4 wings, you will see, it's just straight on. You see, just straight on. This moves to this. You see, from 4 wings to 4 horns. It's the same vision, just showing it multiple times. 4 heads, 4 wings, 4 horns. In fact, this what's it called now? This prophecy is so accurate that mainstream hates it so much that they tell us that the people that wrote this are the Maccabees that wrote it. That's how accurate it was. They could not stand it. They had to say that, you know what, this book of Daniel must have been written by the Maccabees because it's just exactly what happened. So they are writing it, the thing has happened, and they accredited it to Daniel. That's how Satan acts. He's a liar from the beginning and a murderer. So these are the 4 wings, and these are the 4 horns, the 4 generals that came up. So how then about the prophecy of Enoch now? Who wrote that one too? You see. So I'm already entering into the second vision already anyway, you see. So that's the 4 wings and the 4 horns. Let's move to, well, I think I have to just keep it this way. Just a moment. Tap. Yeah. So 4 wings and 4 horns. Let's continue from there. So here I can just read, so that's going to be a problem. So raised up in one leg and had that, okay, 4 wings. So it had 4 wings and as the wings of a fowl, okay? The beast had also 4 heads and dominion was given to it. So these things were given to these men and they were reigning over God's people, reigning over the world. It was God that gave them that dominion. Only that they messed it up. These are the same people who are the 70 shepherds. These are different parts of that 70 shepherds that were unalive more than God asked them to. I'm speaking from the book of Enoch now. Do you see why we came to Daniel after Enoch? These are the same 70 shepherds. Dominion was given to it. And after this I saw in the night vision, behold, a 4th beast, a dreadful and terrible, strong exceedingly, and it had great iron teeth. Now, this is what is happening here, apparently. Okay, now this is my own interpretation, just trying to bring the thing from it. If it's having iron teeth, that's familiar. That's the Roman kingdom, right? Iron teeth, right? And it broke in pieces and stamped the residue of the feet, and it was diverse from all the beasts that was before it. It had 10 horns. Okay. I considered, let's see, the horns, and behold, there came up among them a little horn, right? Before whom there were 3 of the first horns plucked up by the roots, and behold, in this horn were eyes like that of a man, and a mouth speaking great things. The way this beast is diverse is suggesting to you that the Romans were not, these Romans were probably where the fully white skinned people came from the Greek into the Romans. That Greco-Roman flow is when they started seeing, such that even Cyrus himself might have been regular African looking. But the moment you move from Persia to start entering Greek, Greco-Roman, you start seeing the proper European looking person. 8, I considered the horns, and behold, 3 came up among them. Okay, another little horn, okay, before whom were 3 plucked up. It was speaking great things. Same thing you see in Revelation. So I beheld till the horns were cast down, and the Ancient of Days did sit like that, okay? And a fiery stream came from him, and books were opened. And the judgment was set, and books were opened. This is more or less like the judgment seat of Christ before the great white throne judgment. 11, I beheld, and there were voices of great words. I beheld, till thrones were cast down. Yeah, we're going past that. I beheld then because of the voice of the great words which the horn spoke. So he was just blaspheming, and his body was destroyed. So I beheld till even the beast was slain, and his body was destroyed. That one had to be destroyed. That's Rome, and given the burning flame. As concerning the rest of the beasts, they had their dominion taken away, yet their lives were prolonged. So they were just redundant. Greek kingdom, just redundant. Persia is still there. The glory is taken away. Babylon is fired. That one is more or less wiped out. But the glory is still, the memory at least is still there. Glory taken away. I saw in the night vision, and behold, one like the Son of Man came. That's Yeshua, giving dominion and glory to the kingdom, the glory and a kingdom, right? So I, Daniel, was grieved in my spirit. Let's keep going. I want to show you just one or two more things. These great beasts which are four are great kings. Yes, they arise out of the earth. Like that, the saints will then take the kingdom from them. Then I will know the truth of the fourth beast, diverse from the rest. See, is that teeth of iron? Look at this. Teeth of iron. Now, let me just pause. I've been talking too much without feedback. So, why does he have nails of brass? Can someone just guess? Let me see if we are even here. Why is the nail brass? What does brass symbolize? Let me know if I'm just by myself. And type in the comments, waiting. Skin color, not really. Not really. Not skin color. Iron signifies something. Brass signifies something. Let me give you more clue. Silver signified something. Gold was something. So what's brass? More comments. Except you guys are used to church. But don't worry. You still. So what would brass be? A kingdom. Yes, a kingdom, but which kingdom? Someone says a kingdom. The third powerful. Yes, exactly. Again, we're getting closer. So which is the third powerful kingdom? Roman? No, not really. Roman is the fourth. Roman is the fourth. Strength? Not really strength. Gold meant something. Silver meant something. It means something. Okay, let me open Persian. Still not. Babylon. So, what did they do all of that? That the correct one I can't miss. Yeah, let me show you. What do they call it? Expo. In Expo. In Nigeria, if you're writing an exam, you're not doing good. They'll just show you Expo. Just copy fast. Copy fast. Greek kingdom. That's the last one. That's the correct. So it's the Greek kingdom. So that's gold is Babylon. Silver, brass is the Greek kingdom. So the point I'm trying to point out, which you also see that kind of flow in Revelation, is that how come this fourth beast? Just a moment. So this fourth beast, excuse me, sorry, Instagram. So this fourth beast, which should be this fourth beast should be of iron, right? Well, how come is now describing it in a certain way? So let's go see. This should be brass. Don't forget, brass is Greek, iron is Roman, right? Which is the fourth beast. Now this is the zoom to the horns of the same beast. You see, right? So that beast had to be destroyed. Oh, that TikTok's not seeing that. So this is the same beast. So the horn, the last kingdom, it was just a tiny something on just the horn of a bigger animal. It can't cause more trouble than even the biggest of them all. You see. So let me turn that. Okay. Anyway, so let me now show you what I was trying to explain. So it has a teeth of iron. That is understandable because it's the fourth beast. That's the Roman. But how is its nail brass? Because it's a Greco-Roman kingdom. So the Roman stuff is still based off of the Greek kind of setup. So that's why even part of his nails was brass. You see. So some of his strength and all that still came from the previous kingdom, which is of brass, which is Greek, right? And devoured pieces, broke in pieces. He devoured and broke in pieces, and the residue which he stomped with his feet. You see where the nails of brass are. You see. So let's see. So and then the 10 horns on his head which are of the order that came up. And behold, 3 fell, even of the horns that had eyes, the mouth speaking great things, looking more stout. So he made war with the saints and prevailed. This was when they were unaliving saints, unaliving believers all over the place. And these people who were unalive for the gospel of Yeshua were resurrected and started the millennial reign, you see. So they were unalive, they were killed. Yeah, Babylon, Persian, Greek, Roman. Yes. Brass nails means bit of Greek. Yes, thank you. Okay, thank you for that quick summary. Thank you. So I beheld the same horn came which made war with saints and prevailed against them. So this is when they just unalive saints and just kill them. Now, mainstream history tries to tell us that this continues on to 200 AD, but I doubt it. Right? Anything beyond 70 AD up until 1770 AD, any history written there, including Constantine, I take it with a pinch of salt. So they're trying to tell us there was still these catacombs, these gladiators, throw Christians to lions. I think all of that was just Nero. I don't think it extended into 300 and Constantine came to save them, which is Mithras and all the gods he was worshiping. You see, and it was so-called, supposedly converted. I don't think so, right? So this is just the time when he will unalive James and arrest Peter. I think that's what coming the saints would be. Okay. So the fourth beast shall be the fourth kingdom upon the earth, diverse from all the other kingdoms. It shall devour the whole earth, shall tread it down and break it in pieces. So the 10 horns of this kingdom are 10 kings that shall rise. So some of those kings were fighting each other, and one of them overcame. Another shall rise after them, and he shall be diverse from the first. He shall subdue 3 kings straight away. Okay. And he shall speak great words against the Most High and wear out the saints. He will literally wear them out. He will wear out the saints of the Most High. They will just, this is the same period when it says that if the elect can be deceived, they would have been deceived, right? He would think to change the times and laws, of course. Many of these kings at this time, they would tell the Hebrews to offer pig on the altar of God just to desecrate it. They know they hate pigs. They will take them and say, eat pork or we'll unalive you, right? In fact, that's probably even part of the mark of the beast you're looking for. Those who are looking for mark of the beast in ancient times, right? I think that's what would be, but I've not studied for the mark of the beast, particularly in that timeline. But you tell them, eat pork or we'll unalive you. In fact, that's just it. It's got to be it. You see, eat pork or we'll honor. And I know that these people are against pork, but just to desecrate them. Just to desecrate them. You wear out the saints of the Most High and think to change the times and laws, which indeed try to change. And they shall be given unto him 3.5 years. So this is literal 3.5 years that the guy will do some funny stuff before he got taken out. So judgment will sit down, they will take him off. Now I want you to look at something again. Okay? Let's see, Alt Tab. Now I'm using 2 of my hands already. One controlling the mouse, one holding the Instagram phone. So I'm not able to open Revelation right now. But let's count. Let me see. Let's count the number of heads, right? Let's count the number of heads. Because in the book of Revelation, it tells you there's a beast that has 7 heads and 10 horns. Let me see if I'm confusing myself. Just to show you how this thing is overlapping back to back, right? Just a moment. 7 heads, 10 horns. Just a moment. KJV, right? Let's see where that is and run to it. Revelation, you see, saying Daniel. You see, but there's no 7 heads in Daniel. That's the thing. But of course, even mainstream knows this. Mainstream Christianity knows this, right? So Revelation 13, verse 1. I don't want all this confusion. Yes. Well, how do you merge it? Okay, page by page. Okay, that's nice. So I stood up, I behold, a beast rose out of the sea. So this one is giving you more detail. Having 7 heads and 10 horns. Upon his horns are 10 crowns, you see. You see? Oh, excuse me. Upon his horns are 10 crowns, and upon his heads, the name was blasphemy. Is the same guy he's talking about. Oh, this is wonderful, right? The beast, look at this, which is like a leopard. Where is the leopard? Let's try to find the leopard. This is the leopard. Brass. You see? That's the leopard. Let's check again. His feet were like the feet of a bear. Where is the bear? That's the bear. It's not Russia. That's the bear. It's the Persian kingdom. You see? Like the bear, okay? And his mouth as the mouth of a lion. Where's the lion? That's the lion. Let me let TikTok see. That's the lion. So what is that telling you? Let somebody begin to drop. Someone said G7. Okay, sort of. Anyway, but this one is not G7. Morning entire, right? Mouth of a lion. Where is it? And the dragon gave him power. Now it's showing you some spiritual entities behind all this and great authority. So now watch this. Where do I want to show you? Anyway, that's well to continue for the 2 months, we seem to have 3.5 years. But let's not jump into Revelation yet because we'll see Revelation later, and then also we'll come back to Daniel. But what's my point? From this point, to tell you that, of course, this beast is a combination of some sort of all of the kingdoms because Yeshua is about to start the millennial reign. So all of them concerted effort and wanted to fight and unalive him. Right? The beast of the field, even the sheep in the field, they came together to fight the Dabela and to break his horn. That's what Enoch is saying. That's what Enoch was saying, the same thing. So now the question is, or the point rather here is that this beast is combining all of them, right? It has 7 heads and 10 horns. In case you are not catching the lion, the bear, the leopard, and this diverse beast, right? Count how many heads do we have here, right? First, let's check Revelation. 7 heads and 10 horns, right? That's what's, let me let these people, everybody see it. Revelation says 7 heads and 10 horns. 7 heads and 10 horns, right? Count the number of heads. Lion head, 1 head. Let me let everybody see it. The lion has 1 head. The bear has 2 heads. How many heads does this have? The leopard have? Let's have comments. Type. 4. Thank you again. So that's correct. That's fastest fingers. So how many heads in total now? 6 plus 1 head. That's total what? 7 heads. How many horns were on his back? 10 horns. That's how you have 7 heads, 10 horns. You see? So Daniel didn't even see when this thing, there's some details that is more or less hidden from him because the vision is for a long time. So he still see 1 head. Yeah, 10 horns, thanks. So eventually this thing became even more monstrous than this, and the 7 heads just pop out. And I can imagine maybe even 1 head would look like a lion, 1 like a bear. And indeed is what it's saying. The mouth was like a mouth of lion. I mean, just all over the place. Dangerous, terrible beast. So all the demons, all the fallen angels, whatnot, that empowered all this previous kingdom were ready to destroy Yeshua. Like, what, you want to take the kingdom away from us? No, we'll fight you. All of them came at once around this time of the feet of iron and clay. It's the same thing. And that makes it very simple. The same vision, exactly. They all came together. So all this is what they call all hell let loose, literally. Literally. So maybe we'll stop there today. Then we'll do chapter 8 tomorrow. And happy Passover to everybody. It's Passover. But they call it Easter, but I don't think the Easter nomenclature is correct. Okay? It's more of Passover. They aren't 10 ons in European Union, just thinking. Aren't the 10 ons the European Union? Well, maybe, but that's European Union is just one political confused dead organization that is just using confusion to confuse everybody. You can literally sue European Union to court. These ones you can't sue them. They sue what? So the European Union is just a dead version of all this and just wearing suit and tie, looking nice and doing bureaucracy. That's just deception. Forget it. It's just deception. Just a dead kingdom trying to act itself as a roaring lion. They are being conquered and destroyed. So they have to come by deception and tell you, okay, take vaccine. But what if you do this? They will have to advertise the car to you, show you all those funny adverts, just show you those things, try to make it look good, taking fake vaccine on video. Meanwhile, it's just water inside, and they want you to take the same thing or a different thing, more or less. That's not the real. These ones are dangerous, vicious. You never talk, say they don't finish you. But European, I can say European now on this and say European is stupid. Nothing will happen. Let me restart Instagram or Telegram rather. Instagram rather, yeah. I don't know why this one works like this. So they have disconnected the thing. Treasure of my heart and of my soul. In my weakness, you merciful. So all this European Union, you say, oh, it is Trump, oh, it is Netanyahu, it is Klaus Schwab's. Those are just trying to play around the blood border, still strategizing. This one, no strategy. They come for you straight, not all this. They will not send someone to try to assassinate you in corner. This one is not corner. It's broad daylight execution. They never talk, say they have come to you, and so it's not all this European. These ones are just deceiving. It's a dead kingdom. Europe, even the present day Europe is more or less dead, broke. That is depending on Africa. These ones will come to the Africa and fight. They were ruling over the place, not deceiving and say, give us resources, we're coming to help you. We are USAID, ABID, US, UK AID, not AID. They're not aiding anybody. They come to unalive. If you have strength, defend. If you can't defend, you're unalived. End of story. So this one is still deception. So it's a different mode of operation. You see. So let's close here today. Let's have some guest comments if there's any. Then we'll close. I'm feeling for those that have to go to church, because it's Passover Sunday, if you will, and all that. So let's see if you have comments. If there is none, we'll just close for today and we come back tomorrow. Your presence is in me. Oh, Jesus. Okay, let's hear from Mr. Gian. Make it 4 minutes each.
All right. Thank you, Minister, and thank you everyone on the panel and everyone in the chat. And also welcome those on Instagram. Okay. So I'm liking this because based on what I've known. Is that clear?
Oh. Is it good now?
Based on what I've known. Okay, it's fine. It's good. Okay, so based on what I've known, it's quite interesting to get to see it. I knew that when I was reading mainstream theology, a lot of them had said that the pleasant land was America.
Oh, I don't want to laugh in Chinese. Go ahead.
Yeah, that was the notion back then. A lot of them would say that the pleasant.
Sorry to interject you. The theologians that taught those classes, taught you in those seminaries or whatnot, where did they come from? It's not Europe.
Actually.
Right? The curriculum was from West.
Actually.
Right.
So they are trying to say it was America, but now I'm getting a much clearer understanding of it, and to see that this is what it is, and then linking it to Revelation to just see, okay, how it came about the beast that had, the Revelation just talks about a beast that had 7 heads and 10 horns. Yeah. You get it, then a small horn came off, and all of those stories. So it's the same story, but now Daniel's one was broken to say, okay, this kingdom, but revelation went to the battle against Yeshua himself, where they had come together as one particular nation to just, or one particular entity to fight him. Now, so my question is,
Bro, there's a little background noise. Maybe you need to move. I bet don't off their TV.
no, I think it's my wife. Let me close her door.
I think it's my wife.
Is it better now?
Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
Sorry, my wife in the room. I'm in the sitting room, so she was watching TV. So my question is, this coming together, was it not the era of the 70s where Yeshua had to return, or we are expecting this to happen again?
Around 70 AD must have been that time. You see, so the reason why it looks similar, like I always say, there is War of Armageddon, there is Gog and Magog war. They are over 1,000 years apart.
Okay.
You see, so there's still Gog and Magog war coming. It's different from War of Armageddon. The same way that most people mistake the millennial reign for new heaven and new earth, they are also different.
Okay. Yeah, I knew that the millennial reign was going to come before the new heaven and the new earth. I had known that.
Yes, it's the same way. It's the same way they also try or tend to confuse the judgment seat of Christ, where it says sheep come this way, goats come this way.
Right? With the white throne judgment.
Exactly. So they tend to be very cyclical and duplicate each other. So it gets. So we are telling people this thing is past. They say no, now but we are seeing this, we are seeing that. The fourth thing again is that the same devil that was bound is the same one that is released. So his strategy will be very similar. He'll be using the same old strategy with new uniform.
And you notice that in mainstream theology, they have these three schools of thoughts. There are those who believe in pre-millennial, millennial, and post-millennial. So certain activities happening before the millennial reign. Some are saying no, it's going to be within the millennial reign. Others are going to say it's after the millennial reign. So there are different schools of thoughts in that light as well, in terms of the judgment that's going to come, all of that, or the battle. I think the battle of I don't know whether it's Armageddon or Gog and Magog they're talking about, to say that one is going to come pre-millennial, some will say it's within the millennial, others will say it's post-millennial. That's where they began to talk about the 7 years. They talked about you would deceive them for a times and half a time. Right. Yeah, so they have that idea that there is going to be 7 years of peace, and then 7 years of chaos. 3.5 years of peace, then 3.5 years of chaos to make us 7 years. All of those stories within the scope of eschatology. But it's giving me. I think I'm getting a much clearer insight and understanding of it now that with hindsight and with what I've learned from you. It makes more sense now to see plainly what has happened and what has transpired. I also know that mainstream theology too has said, I may be mistaken, but they had said that this Gog and Magog, they were talking about Russia and China or Russia and America. I can't really put it, but I know that they had said, Gog and Magog were Russia or Persia or something. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I think Gog is actually Russia, but Magog, they try to say Magog is China, but I think Magog is America.
Yeah, because China and Russia are allies now, so I don't see them. I don't see them combating each other. The battle is between Russia and America, because America they always are trying at each other's neck. It's like America is trying to shove down Russia. Russia is also becoming a strong ally. So you see America going after countries that are supported by Russia, basically. So any country that has a kind of a similar relationship with Russia, they want to go after that country. And then any country that wants to fight Russia, they tend to support that country. Same thing they're doing with Ukraine and then Iran. So when you look at the entire thing, any country that has affiliation with Russia is anti-America. Any country that has animosity with Russia is pro-America. America comes after to give them the backing. So that gives us an idea to know that, okay, Gog and Magog is rightly going to be Russia and America. So thank you very much. I thought we were reading 8, but it's fine. I think this is also good enough.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Gan. Let me hear from ancient Hebrew. 4 minutes. Let's go. Mrs. Shayi.
Well, yes. Happy Resurrection Day, everyone.
Yes.
Yes. So, sorry, I'm not talking about what you kind of read this morning. It was what I didn't finish on, was it 2 days ago? Friday. Yes. The difference between Perez and Ophazen. The difference.
Between
Now,
Perez and what, sorry?
if Daniel,
Sorry.
can you hear me?
Difference between Perez and Opha what?
Ophazen. Many tekel Ophazen. UPH.
Okay, Euphrates. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So the difference between the two, if Daniel had said it, that man would not have died that night.
Right.
There's a reason that Daniel didn't tell him. Yes. So we know that basically the difference between Perez and Ophazen is there's a W at the front and there's a YN at the back. It's a W in the scripture and a YN. So basically, what Ophazen means is that the odds of Persia are on the way. Okay. That's what it means. Oh. The odds of war, if Peruasia, Oju Ono, that's the YN, which is Oju Ono. Okay. So if Daniel had said that, that man would have left before they arrived. That was why the man was killed that night. Right. So that's the difference. Okay. So and then the TKL is just Itukailu. So okay. The message was in code. The message was in code. So Imoeni, Itukailu, and then the odds of Persia are on the way. Right. So that was it.
Was it the same night or even the next day or something? It was.
No, the same night, the very night. The very night. That's what the Bible says. So Daniel was being clever about what he told that man because I think it was the future. The future had to happen. I'd say in a way, if that man was still there, whatever God had in plans for the Jews would not happen very, very quickly. So that's how people can train prophecy. Right. So if they hear something is going to happen, they can sabotage prophecy in a way. So Daniel, the Holy Spirit would have kind of let him know to deal with the message with wisdom. So that was what happened there. Because at the time they were talking, all the way from Persia down to Babylon in Sudan, or old ancient Sudan, that's quite a long way. They probably left a few days ago or a week ago planning this. So that's what the Ophazen, that's what that is about. Okay, we've dealt with the TKL and then so the message is clear. Somehow they were writing it in Yoruba, even though I found out that some people were trying to say that Belshazzar never existed. There are some people on that say, oh, that king never existed and all that. But he never existed, but somehow some people were writing up stuff in the Yoruba language. And we didn't even know how to write at all in Yoruba land. So I'm gonna leave theology for you theologians.
All right, thanks for that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Bye.
Bye. Let's hear from superstars. 4 minutes.
Good morning.
Morning.
Whatever you are. Happy Passover, my brother.
Yeah, same to you.
It was a nice teaching and very enlightening.
Right.
Yeah, though I don't believe so much in Easter. I don't believe in it so much. Okay. But I believe you all had the wonderful teaching today.
Okay.
Yeah. My question. I wanted to ask a question. As you can see now, the world, what's happening right now in the world, this Gog, Magog, the wars in the Middle East, whatever it is. And it looks like I think we are still here as believers in God.
Yes.
And I'm now wondering, were we left behind or what? Because I believe we were not supposed to be in these things here when it's happening.
You need to watch the videos then, the interview videos. That's the fastest way. Please, let someone pays the interview for him to watch. You sound like you're from East Africa, me from Uganda.
I'm from the Pearl of Africa, the most beautiful country in Africa, called Uganda.
Nice. That's nice. That's wonderful.
Yes.
Nice to have you. So please
Yes.
watch that full interview so
Yes.
that it's easy to catch. Otherwise, I'll have to start.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right. Okay. Otherwise, nice message from you. Thank you so
Right.
much.
Thank you.
you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me hear from Pan. Pan, brother. Let's go. 4 minutes. Treasure of my heart and of my soul. Pan, are you there? I think they've gone to sleep or something. Okay, so thanks for all that have come today. We'll continue chapter 8 tomorrow. I feel there's a lot of people who are in church and all that, and so it's not easy to get across to them. We don't want to finish. Like Chema now, Chema don't miss.
Yeah, but I read yesterday that.
What I read yesterday was like broadcast news at 10 o'clock. Then, because you didn't have all the diagrams and all that, so
actually, well, today's one made it much sense. Today's one made much sense, and it brought a bit of clarity as well with respect to what I knew. I had interest in eschatology. I had interest in eschatology because I wanted to just understand the seasons and understand what Daniel was saying. So because of that, I was pushed to read some books that people were scared of reading. Daniel, the Revelation. Revelation is almost like a scary book. People hardly want to read it, but I read it, so that I could just have an insight into what was there. Then I read Matthew chapter 24, to just look at everything Jesus said in that instance. But again, we are now getting to see that even mainstream have tried to make it look as though these events are things that people are still waiting for, and movies and everything has been done to just show as if this thing hasn't happened, but in the real sense it has happened. And again, that's a deception, because that's the season of deception. So it makes you just to feel as though these things are yet to come, and so people become a bit relaxed, waiting for, okay, like this person asks, have we been left behind? You get it. So if you don't understand what was it, if you have not, if he hasn't watched the video to see what has happened, you won't understand where the dispensation we are in now. But now we have more of clarity, and I would encourage him to just go and watch the videos, and so that I can be up to speed with where we are at, so that I can easily have a deeper insight and understanding into it. And again, I just want to salute Ancient Hebrew. I think her dimension to it is much more interesting. We are seeing those words that look like some kind of bizarre kind of comments, becoming very clear. Many take over. Now I'm understanding it even from the point of view of giving it the Yoruba meaning, and making it make even more sense to it completely. So it's interesting, and just to say well done to everybody. We meet tomorrow.
Yeah, meet tomorrow. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ancient Hebrew and Mr. Gang Superstar. All right, so let's. Today's live is very short because it contains a lot of quite a lot of things. I had to quickly jump to Revelation just to show that, because if I wait till we get to Revelation, some people might miss that. So when we get to Revelation again, because God has opened the door for us to begin to read from the New Testament here and to try to teach from it. Okay, so from this Daniel now, I think we will move to quite some books, but we'll keep revealing them, but we'll keep moving forward in timeline from Daniel. Right? Yes, you're welcome again. So we might move to I don't know. Maccabees is big and long. We may not read Maccabees. Maccabees is long. Okay, but we can read it, but I can easily just summarize it to show you what was happening in that so-called 400 years of silence. So around 260 BC, 250 BC, 150 BC, Maccabees were really struggling at that time. Some of them were trying to make the the prophecy come to pass, which is captured, that is captured in the book of Enoch, of some people who were trying to bring the prophecy to pass. They were just trying to bring it, but it was not successful. It just was not time. Just wasn't time. Let me appreciate those who are on the live. Then we go. Come back tomorrow. Thank you, Hali. Anyone, bruh, Musical World, Femotex, Wala Olani. Thank you, Superstar. Thank you, Vuye, Ancient Hebrew, Pan Brother, Castellese, Strengthen Me, Giangzi, Infinite Tep. Thank you all for coming, and thank you, Gonzo from Instagram. Thank you, Femotex on Instagram, and Bukola Malicha. Thank you for coming. Okay, so that brings us to the end of today's live. What do we have rolling? Join the Telegram group if you have not. What else do we have? Part 5 of the interview is coming soon by God's grace. What else? We have a conference coming up in April in Sheffield, right? Then we have the real program. The academy is coming up soon. So how do we do this? Let me see. Okay, we can type the URL, Reason and Learn. We'll make a more proper announcement later. Okay. So we'll make a more proper announcement later. So yeah, so we'll make a more proper announcement, but we'll put it more in the groups, right? In the Telegram, so that people can catch from there. Thank you, everybody. God bless us. Oh, let's Infinite Tap. Okay, let me hear from Ty. Oh, I accepted his request now. Is that it's not coming up. Well, maybe thing is disconnected. But then please, we can come back tomorrow by almost 10 o'clock same time. God bless us all. See you next time. Thank you for this. Please go on the Telegram now and download the app for this tapping app that taps the screen. See, we have 47K, which is wonderful, right? In just a short time. So go to Telegram, get the app to power tap right now. Okay, thank you for that, gang. Let's go to that place, get the app, and then come here and use it when we come live. So it pushes the live at least to our best we can. Thank you all. God bless you. Love you all. Bye. All right. Morning. Okay, let's get ready for today. That's how I come alive. That's how I change my world. Father to child, spirit to spirit, spirit to spirit. Yeah, morning feel. Please reach your bread of life. That's how I come alive. So we can start tapping. So we can start early. Try adding. Okay. All right. So let's use power tap to get things to move so we can proceed for the day. Thank you, Father. Daniel chapter 8. Good morning, Ali. Any updates from maybe the people you've contacted? That's all right. Just breathe. Just breathe your name upon. Okay, no update yet. All right. Today is supposed to be a holiday for most people. Okay, so 500 likes more than we get started. Okay, let's get started. Does anybody have like a quick question, things along those lines? So we can address that real quick. Good morning, Samuel. Samuel, that's like a rhetorical question. I'm sure you know what answer we're going to give you on that, Samuel. All right? I'm sure you know, or do you want to come up real quick? But if you have watched the videos, then, by the way, part 5 will be coming out soon. Very likely this week, if not even tomorrow or even today. Have you watched the full video, Samuel? Mrs. Okoye, you just said yesterday, I don't know. Okay, MK, please, you have to do a review of the car show then. Okay, we're not here yesterday. Oh. Okay, we can try that. Okay, we can try that. Yes, my brother Kasoleze. Otutu Oma. So Samuel, have you watched the full? If you've watched the full thing, then you know we're good to go. You know, it's easier if when you have watched the full thing, then you can get questions from. But if you have not, it's like, you know, it's just starting again. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's get started. Kaabo. The first movie, I mean, the interview is what we're talking about. Okay, let's pray and start. We just do summary on 7 and we do summary on 7, and we will we'll start. Let's pray. Oh, Most High God, we thank you. We bless your name. We appreciate you for another opportunity. We thank you for these seasons, these times of heaven on earth. We thank you for everything you've done and the things you're doing in our lives. We thank you for your eternal word, for your eternal presence. We say it again this morning, today, that we're gathered in your name. And we ask that you be with us in our midst as you've promised in your word. We open our hearts to learn from you so that we can be more like you and be transformed and be renewed in our minds by your word. We give you thanks, our Father. In the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, we've prayed. Amen. So, Daniel chapter 7. Well, we should be on chapter 8, but some people kind of missed yesterday because of let me try something. If it is only because of Mrs. Okoye that we are changing, Mrs. Okoye, let me send something to your DM. Check your DM and let me know so that we can. Let me see if we can bring her up. Just breathe your name upon me, breathe. Just breathe your name upon me, breathe. Good morning.
Morning.
Yeah, how's your Sunday, your Resurrection Sunday, Passover Sunday?
Oh, thank you. So sorry for dropping everybody behind.
Right. Can you check your DM?
Okay. By DM you mean my... Sorry, you're mute?
Yeah, personal DM on another app.
Okay.
So that we can move faster. But we're still going to touch it anyways, but you let me know if so yesterday we just read Daniel chapter 7 for the second time. So if you read it again today, it'll be for the third time. So we're trying to prevent that. Hey, Bukola Omalicha, you're welcome. Good morning. So that's what we're trying to prevent. So if...
Maybe I'll check later.
Okay. What if you're able to get a recording of it? Is that going to work? Okay.
Send everybody behind. Yeah, just one of the characters. I don't want to read the game. In fact, like I said,
So we'll just summarize it. Okay. So 7 in the first year of Belshazzar, the king of Babylon. So apparently this was like a rewind. Belshazzar was the guy taking the wine who was removed. Morning. So Daniel had a dream and vision upon his head. So he wrote down the dream and some of the matters. So he said the four winds of the heaven strove, upon the great sea, which we are saying that has to be your Beach, your Atlantic Ocean. So, or Ethiopian Ocean, if you will. And four great beasts came up from the sea, diverse one from another. The first walked like a lion. The first, was like a lion with eagle's wings, till the wings thereof were plucked off. And it was lifted up from the earth and was made to stand upon the feet as a man. So standing as a man is suggesting, and a man's heart was given to it. That's like Nebuchadnezzar straight away, okay? And then his kingdom, Babylon. So, and behold, the beast, second like a bear, raised up itself on one side. The question is, why is it on one side? We said that's the Medo-Persian kingdom. So eventually the Persian kingdom overcame the medians, right? So now you have it standing on one leg like this. Okay, so this leg suspended that is not really standing is the median leg. The one properly standing is the Persian foot. Okay, so standing like he's on one side. Where is it? And had 3 ribs in his mouth. Of it between the teeth of it. So those 3 ribs also have meanings. Let's say 3 kingdoms overcome by Persia in Daniel. There's this Egypt, Babylon, and one other thing. Let's see. Xerxes, Babylon, Media, and I think older Egypt is what that will be. Okay, so that will be the 3 ribs in his mouth. Okay, let's keep going. So raised itself on one side, it has 3 ribs on its mouth between its teeth, and is said to it to devour much flesh. After this I beheld, and lo, like a leopard, okay, had on his back 4 wings. Why is it 4 wings? And the beast also has 4 heads. Why is it 4 heads? And dominion was given to it. So we're saying that's the diadochi. Those are the 4 kingdoms that took over. The first king of the Hellenes, of the Greeks, is Alexander, whom they call the Great. After he died, 4 generals of his took over. They fought back and forth over about 50 years. But eventually they when the dust cleared, they resolved to fall. All right, so that was Cassander, Ptolemy, Lysimachus, and Seleucus, thereabout. So those 4 kings or 4 generals took 4 major places in his area. Ptolemy took Alexandria in Egypt. That's how you have Ptolemaic dynasty in Egypt. Okay, so that's, I would say, is the 4 heads and the 4 wings of the leopard. So let's see. Yeah, it has the wings of a fowl. Okay, like that. So the next verse 7. Which Bible version are you reading, please? Hey, Samuel. This commentary is like the commentary just. We are reading KJV. Samuel, this KJV, Daniel chapter 7. Maybe it's the commentary that is making it sound like. It's. I'm just giving the interpretations real quick, like a summary. Okay. Yeah, you're welcome. So I saw in that vision the 4 beasts, dreadful and terrible. So that's the 4th beast. But before that, okay, dominion was given to that leopard. So after this, I saw in the night visions, behold, the 4th beast, dreadful and terrible, exceeding strong, had iron teeth, that's the Roman kingdom, break in pieces and stamped the residue with his feet. It was diverse from all the beasts that was before it. It has 10 horns. I consider the horns. And we'll talk about the horns later. So Chima can remind me if I forget it. 7 heads and 10 horns in Revelation. So I considered the horns, and behold, there came up among them another little horn. Before whom there were 3 of the first horns plucked up. Okay, so this is the same thing you see in Revelation. That small horn saying stuff. On horn had eyes, the eyes of a man speaking great things, blasphemous. I beheld, and thrones were cast down unto the ancient of days did sit, whose garment was white as snow, and his hair was like pure wool. Okay, his throne was like fiery flame, and his wheels as burning fire. So a fiery stream issued from his throne. Thousands, that's like millions, ministered unto him, and 10,000 times 10,000, that's hundreds of millions, stood before him. And the judgment was set, and the books were opened. Okay, I beheld then, because of the voice of the great words of the horn which spake, he was blaspheming. 12. Concerning the rest of the beast, and their dominion was taken away, yet their lives was prolonged for a season and a time. So I saw in the night vision, behold, one like a son of man came with the clouds to the ancient of days. So, and there was given him, that son of man, glory and a kingdom that all peoples, nations, and languages should serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion, and which shall not pass away, and his kingdom that which shall not be destroyed. Okay, so I mean, like we were saying yesterday, if this was apparently the Babylonian, the Persian, the Medo-Persian, the Greek, the Roman, and he's saying all these kingdoms will be taken away, and the kingdom will be given to the Son of God. So how come all their kingdoms will be like point blank, straight away kingdom, owning resources, owning lands, unaliving people if they want to. And then somehow, when kingdom will be given to Yeshua, then somehow his own kingdom will just be prayer, fasting. They can throw you to lions if they want. They can close your churches if they want. They can. No. There's no way. And also, it mentions it immediately after this diverse beast. Okay, meaning it's coming immediately after. So the timeline and the form of the kingdom should be straightforward. Why is it that when it comes to time of Yeshua that we start trying to use figurative terms? Alexander the Great was not figurative, right? What's the guy's name? The Roman emperors, they were not figurative. They were people, physical things. They will own lands. And somehow, when it gets to the time of Yeshua, it's got to be figurative, where they can wait for 2,000 years and will just appear and disappear anyhow. No. It must have been a physical, real kingdom. But because people couldn't see that in history, right? Because of that, they kind of tend to find a way to explain it away, which is understandable, you see. But then it must have been a real kingdom, then it must have followed through immediately, okay? We must have followed through immediately. So let's keep going. Right. Thank you, Father. Let's see. All right. So he said dominions will be given to him. So there was given to him dominion, glory. There was given to him dominion and glory and a kingdom that all people, nations, and languages should serve him. Exactly what Nebuchadnezzar had. Of course, more than that, but at least that. His dominion is an everlasting dominion which shall not pass away, and his kingdom that which shall not be destroyed. But today in Christianity, we try to explain it away. Oh, they thought Jesus was a military commander, but they didn't know he was a gentle lamb. Oh, he's coming as a lion later, and all of that. It's because of what we have seen in history, and we have to come to those conclusions, you see. So it's a time of deception. That's why all those things get that confusing, you see. Right? Because Nebuchadnezzar was so scared and was so threatened by a kingdom coming hundreds of years later that he started building a statue of gold instead of gold, silver, bronze, iron, and clay. Right? They say, oh, it's because he didn't understand. No, it's because he understood and you did not, or you do not understand. He knew it was a physical kingdom, strong enough to build that Tartaria thing we're seeing, so-called Tartaria. You see, I, Daniel, was grieved in my spirit and in the midst of my body, visions troubled me. I came near and stood and asked, tell me the interpretation. 17. We're just rushing this way because already yesterday we're just going through the summary. So this great beast had 4 wings and 4 kings. Well, it started from the leopard anyways. It shall arise out of the earth, okay? Well, it says from the sea there. Here it says from the earth, okay? But the kings of the Most High, well, it's like the kingdom come from the seas, the kings from the earth. The saints of the Most High, but the saints of the Most High shall take the kingdom. That's the time of Yeshua. That's the time of temple destruction. And possess the kingdom forever and ever. You see? And I will know the truth of the 4th beast, diverse from all, exceedingly dreadful. It had teeth of iron and nails of brass. We are saying that is Greco-Roman. Okay? What do you want? Want to play with baby sleeping, okay? So I can't play with baby now, okay? Yeah, let's hear it. Okay? So it had teeth of iron and nails of brass. So it's already combining something from the Greek. So that's Greco-Roman. So which devoured, break in pieces, and stamped the residue with his feet. So he had 10 horns and 10 horns that were in his head, and the other which came up before him, 3 fell. That's part of the horns just started messing up with each other or fighting each other. And a mouth that speak great things. Okay, and it looks more stout than his fellows. That's the horns within just this beast. So he said this horn made war with the saints and prevailed. People try to bring that today and say maybe that is Islam, maybe that is Middle East, maybe that is Jaws persecution. I don't think so. This is when the Roman kingdom would unalive Christians. They would take James and behead James, take John the Baptist, behead him, and those kind of things. Take Peter too, and things like that. He said, until the Ancient of Days came. That's it. And judgment was given to the saints immediately, and they possessed the kingdom. He's saying it multiple times. He's saying the same thing multiple. It's straightforward. It must have happened immediately after. But he said, well, the kingdom is when we can pray, we can fast, we can lift our hands and have church services. Even the church services now, they're taking it from you. So what are you possessing? Thus he said, the fourth beast shall be the fourth kingdom upon the earth, which shall be diverse from all kingdoms. He shall devour the whole earth, tread it down, break it in pieces. 10 horns of his kingdom are 10 kings that shall rise, and another which shall rise after them shall be diverse from the first. He shall subdue 3 kings. This is just within the Roman stuff. Okay, and he shall speak great words against the Most High, still that same horn, blaspheming. You see the same thing in Revelation. So you wear out the saints of the Most High God, think to change times and laws, it did to some extent. And they shall, like I said, that's when they were trying to, Caligula told one of his Petronius, right, to go and put his own statue in the temple. You see, I mean, those kind of things, right? And I think he eventually successfully did, right? And asked them to offer pigs of which these people don't even eat pigs. How much more offer to their God? So those kind of things, changing laws and times. So it shall be given unto him times, and the dividing of time. That's still 2.5 years, literal 2.5 years. What I would say that is 3.5 rather. But judgment shall sit. The same thing again. The judgment shall sit. He keeps saying that, and that will be judgment seat of Christ as against the white throne judgment. And they shall take away his dominion to consume and destroy it unto the end. And the kingdom and dominion and greatness of the kingdom under the whole heaven shall be given to the people of the saints of the Most High God. Not just in prayer. They've been praying in the times of Abraham. Not just prayer. No, this is what he has promised to Adam long ago. So it's very important what is happening here. And Satan will fight it with everything that he can. And God will watch even the angels fight Satan. Rather than just snap his finger and Satan just evaporates. Even the angels have to fight. Good morning, Jason. You see. So this is the promise to Adam. 5,500 years about to click. So they will fight it. The world is being ruled by man. Made laws. Yes, indeed. So, the kingdom and dominion of greatness under heaven shall be given to the saints of the Most High God, whose kingdom is an everlasting kingdom. Right? Right. He said to the saints. So he says the kingdom of the saints, because he has not even said the Son of God here. So whose kingdom? The saints' kingdom is an everlasting kingdom, and all dominions shall serve and obey the Most High. So here, hitherto is the end of the matter. Like I said, they always came over this our time. Because to them, come on, Christ is still reigning. Hardly would anybody force it, especially in these more reasonable countries. Right? Even in Africa, you can somehow escape. If there's anybody that says until you take one mark, otherwise they will unalive you, that thing is just gone. It's just gone. If you have to do your Epstein foolishness and unaliving children, you have to do it in the dark. The moment it comes into the light, there is a force on this earth that everybody will just rush and, if possible, unalive you straight away. You see? So where did all that Nebuchadnezzar fury go to? Where did all the Roman emperors snapping finger taking somebody's wife, where did that one go to? It just left. It apparently is because of the 1,000 years and even more. Still going, still counting. There is nobody really here that does evil broad daylight. They have to at least come on camera and say, yeah, we're just trying to save. It's an oppressive government. It's a regime change. They will still have to try to explain themselves, even though they're trying to do evil behind. There's nobody that will say, no, we hate Iranians. We just hate their blood. We want to unalive all of them. They wouldn't say that. Why is a question. You see, there's some force. They can't just undo 1,000 years of reign in just even 300 years. Like that. It has to be gradual with schemes and all that. So either two is the end of the matter. Yeah.
Well, Minister, you can kind of understand why Christians are very reluctant to accept this perspective. Because it says everlasting. So you're expecting that he's still there. But then again, when you think about it, then what does that mean? That the devil will be released? Right? So it's kind of like the very thought is shifts your entire existence.
Exactly. It just, I mean, like I said, the world just changes. You're like, oh my God, where are we? What are we? Who are we? It's a lot to take in. But that's why I invite people to bring better perspectives. Like I used to say, this could be maybe not correct, right? But honestly, it's the best I can find.
No, because if you're looking at, I'm not, and it's not like, because I'm also trying to be careful, because it's not like you're trying to force it. We've read the Enoch. That was why I was following it almost with like a needle as you were reading it. So we've read the Enoch. We've read this one, where even Revelations, but the evidence is glaring that something happened. Something happened within that period. And
then the timing
you know what
also.
convinced me, what now tilted me to the very end, was where you showed that Nebuchadnezzar's dream, the figure,
Yeah,
that
the
is head of-
statue.
and it was on the side, and then that part where you showed, because there was a statement you made. You said everything was literal years, or okay, head to shoulder, literal years, this to this, literal years. But how come when it comes to the feet, from the leg to the feet,
ankle, the
exactly,
ankle first,
ankle,
it
all
first
of
has to
a
be cut
sudden
off.
it becomes figurative.
Figurative, right?
Did you okay? So are we? Did we put the what's it called? Did we put the stone cut without hands in the middle and then insert the feet at the end? When you said it like that, I was like, oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, exactly. So it is because we are all so used to this mainstream history, mainstream everything. You're like, this doesn't make sense. Jesus has written how? Show me in history. That's what somebody said. Show me in history. So I had to take them to Tacitus' Roman history, Cassius Dio's Roman history, where this guy said all bird. I mean, this is literal text. All bird and fish died. That was written in Roman history. Maybe they meant in their region, but that's exactly, just about what the book of Revelation says when it says that, and one stone was cast into the sea, and 1/3 of all of fish died, and this happened. They also said the sky was darkened. They said they saw giants flying in the sky. This is not an apocalypse person. This is a Roman story writing, right? Such that if you did Roman history, maybe even to just master's level or PhD level, you must at least know about or even read from these books. And guess what? The question is, okay, if you're writing a cataclysm, then the question is who wrote it? Good question. The books were not finished. And what was found, the book was burned, literally, more or less like the person who wrote it died in the midst of it and could not even record his own death. Such that just like that book of giants, etc., that we were reading the other day, they had to patch it together and try to make sense of some parts of it so that they can give it a kind of closure. I mean, I don't know. So for me, that's just it's about the best explanation we've got. So yeah, so he says this is the end of the matter, right? As for me, Daniel, my cogitations much troubled me and my countenance changed in me, but I kept the matter in my heart. Let me talk about the 7 heads. I've closed it. Daniel. Let's go. Let's talk about the 7 heads. Let me see. Yeah, you can play with it, okay? Yeah, we're done. Oh, grace and fire. Let's go here. Well, all right. So let me show those on TikTok and those on Instagram. Oops, have we lost? Okay, yeah, that's where we want to be. So we've shown this yesterday, but we can still re-show it to those on. And this just helps the thing too. And really, this is just about how maybe teaching should be of any degree, even if Christian or non-Christian or whatnot. People should be able to see what they're learning. Okay. So again, you guys have arrested my 2 hands. All right, so we're showing to those on Instagram and TikTok at the same time. So that's what we've got. Okay. So it's the same. It makes it very simple, very, very simple. Someone said, an anointed teacher would take something complex and make it look simple, but an annoying teacher would take something simple and make it complex. So let's hope for God's anointing to not complicate things today. So, but then God makes it simple. One would think, oh, all these visions are different things. How do we combine it? What is he talking about? Is it Donald Trump? Is it? No, I don't think so. So we'll put everything in like this. So it helps. It's a timeline we're not dealing with. Okay. So now our statue is healed from the leg is no longer cut off. Like the thing is, okay, so that's Babylon and all that. So let's just move it fast. So yes, so that's lion with eagle's wings. That's the bear with standing on one leg. You see, coming out of the sea also, and 3 ribs in his mouth. That's the leopard with the wings. That's the diverse kind of beast, right? That has 10 horns behind his back, and then the iron and clay is just the horns on the back of that same beast. It's just that. Then there's this beast. Let me show Instagram. It's easier. You see, the beast has a little mouth. This is a little horn. So there's like a mouth there. Speaking, there's little eyes there, right? So speaking great things. Okay, so you find that I have to zoom that for TikTokers would. Okay, it's zoomable. I didn't know that. Good. So let's zoom then. So you see, I'm trying to zoom for those on TikTok. So yeah, you see, it has a little bit of eyes. Just to show you the detail of the animation we've got, or of the picture we've got. So let's zoom that back out. Okay, so 10 horns. You can count it. The horns will probably be just about 10. And there's some that are broken off already. Okay. So how do we zoom this tap? Well, let me see if flipping camera would stop it. Okay, it does. So let's flip it back. Oops. Okay, right, great. Okay, so it's the same thing that he's saying. So very soon we'll enter into the rams. Okay, so but it's not talking about the rams yet and the goats. Okay, but it's the same thing overlapped. So like I said, when we were studying this in our ministry, you know, we superimposed everything, right? Such that where's the first prophecy? Like literally like the prophecy given to Adam for 5,500 years. The prophecy given to Enoch, right? So Enoch's prophecy, Daniel's prophecies, right? The book of Revelation, that's John. And everything, we superimpose everything, the same canvas. So you can see it's the same thing and how they overlap. The same thing. Makes it very simple. And the fit just more or less perfectly. Excuse me, okay? So it's the same thing. A head of gold is this one, silver is this, bronze is this, legs of iron is this, feet of iron and clay is where you started getting here. And then straight away is the everlasting kingdom. That's it. It's just straight away. And that's the stone there. That's the stone there that came to smite the feet. You remember? And then the kingdom starts. That's it. You see? Anyway, where were we? Yes, so I was going to tell Shoma or anybody else about the 7 heads and 10 horns thing, which let me see if I can just find it in history. Yeah, that's it. So look at it. Look at Revelation 13. Just to show you a quick snippet from Revelation, even though we'll still Revelation itself later. But it says here, 13, and I stood upon the sand of the sea, and I saw a beast rise up of the sea, out of the sea. Now, this man was literally in the timeline he was describing, or maximum 10, 15 years away. Okay? Having 7 heads and 10 horns, right? And upon his 10 horns are 10 crowns, etc., having the name of blasphemy. Blasphemy. That's a little horn we saw there. Okay? And look at this. And the beast which I saw was like a leopard, right? And where's the leopard? That's a leopard there, right? So it's not a coincidence. It was like a leopard. And his feet were like the feet of a bear. Where's the bear? That's the bear there. You see. That's the bear. And his mouth was as the mouth of a lion. Where's the lion? That's the lion. So what does that mean? That means that this beast here, this final beast here, so that means it must be slightly even different from this actual pictorial depiction. But the point is, it means that this beast, this final beast that is coming against Yeshua, like literally, like I said yesterday, it's like that's literally all hell let loose. Because all the demons, the watchers, falling, whatever, all through this time, the prince of Persia himself, the prince of Grecia, all of them would come and try to keep Yeshua in the grave. You see? Pastor Phil is still saying America. Okay. Okay, well, I don't hear. All right. America is more or less the dead versions wearing nice suits of this real stuff. America cannot take people and unalive them very directly. They have to lie to cover up their hypocrisy. Anyway, so we've got this, right? So what it means is that this diverse beast at the end is a combination of all these, you see. Now it's even talking about dragons, you see. literally like Lucifer himself. But let me just mention the 7 heads and 10 horns, right? And yesterday we counted the 7 heads and 10 horns. So how come one beast has 7 heads and 10 horns? It's a combination of all these, and we counted the horns. The horns here are 10. You see, it says it has 10 horns here, and that's it there. And how many heads do all these beasts have? 1. Head of lion is 1. Head of bear, that's 2. How many heads does this have? It has 4 heads. So 1, 2 plus 4, that's 6. Plus this one's head, that's what? 7. You see? So that is how you have 7 heads and 10 horns. You see that? So it's just about the same thing as what's it called now? As As the Revelation beast. Okay? So that's where we stopped yesterday. Am I right? Those who are here yesterday, that's where we stopped, right? Let's just confirm so that we are sure that everybody's carrying along. Whew. Is that where we stopped for those who were here yesterday? I think that's where we stopped. Oh, yes. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gang. All right. So now let's do chapter 8. Okay.
To explain that, and apologies for everyone else for dragging everybody behind.
Yeah, it's okay. So chapter 8. So let's read chapter 8. And that's the beauty when we, really study, if we have things that can aid, because the picture tells, and I'm telling you, the way you are seeing it, I'm also seeing it. It sticks to your mind like a picture that way. You know how we felt when we were reading yesterday or 2 days ago in transit? It was like a lecture, just like one of those seminars that you just use the whatever tea and coffee to just keep yourself awake and to console yourself. It's because the pictures are not there. Okay. And then there was no time to really go deep. So chapter 8, Daniel 8. So in the 3rd year of the reign of King Belshazzar, a vision appeared unto me, even unto me, Daniel, after that which appeared to me at first. Same thing with Enoch. He had one vision, another one, and most times they're the same. You see, even Pharaoh had two visions like that, and it was to confirm the same thing. Okay. And I saw in a vision, and it came to pass when I saw that I was in Shushan. Now we can talk about locations a little bit also. So Shushan is the same thing as Susa. Like, where is KM map? It's the same thing as Shusha. Where is it? Maps and references. So it's a blessing what we've got. It's just, I am grateful every day, right? So that we can, it's something that can be followed, right? You can tell, okay, where is Shusha? Where is this? Where is that? Okay, who is this one? What time is this? So powerful. So that is Shusha. Let me show those on TikTok where Shusha is. It's the same thing as China, more or less, okay? So this will be your Shusha. So your river Ulai will not be too far from there. That is going to tell you soon. It's still your Tigris, it's your Hiddekel, it's your Nile. Switch this. It's still your river Nile. It's the same thing. So that's your Shusha. The same thing as Sinar. Same thing as Susa. Okay. Same thing as Shusha. Same thing as China. Same thing. And these are the references that links to that. Okay. So that's that in present day Sudan. Let's pull that out a little bit so you see where we're at. So just Upper Egypt, more or less. So how is Egypt and Babylon the same location? It's timeline that separates them, right? When one guy is ruling over it, he calls it Babel. When another one's ruling over it, he calls it Egypt. And that guy came, he calls it Babylon. You see? So it's just about this. Or Mitzrayim is what Egypt really means. Egypt is an English kind of stuff. Right. So that's your Shusha. And your river Ulai has to be more or less the same Red Sea. It's perhaps one of the longest rivers in the world, if not the longest. Okay. Euphrates perhaps would have been the longest, but there's been a lot of cataclysm. Like we said, potentially this place was cut off from South America, was probably cut off from here. So, it probably was why this river wouldn't be the longest compared to Nile. Okay, but the Nile is still the longest, I think, at least in Africa, perhaps in the world. Okay, let's get back to it. Okay, where are we? Let's switch this camera. Okay. So yeah, so I was at Shushan in the palace. That's where the headquarters was for Babylon. For yes, it's still with Belshazzar. So for Babylon, right, which is in the province of Elam. Well, so Elam is just to the right of that. If you had that map, Elam is one of the sons of Shem, right? Shem as Elam, Ashur, Arphaxad, um, Lord, and Aram. So Elam is his firstborn. So Elam is towards the present day Saudi Arabia. Yeah. So that Elam it covers into that Shushan at the time. It's the way they divided it. Okay. So province of Elam, and I saw in a vision, and I was by the river Ulai. So that Ulai must have been one of those rivers there. Then I lifted up mine eyes and saw, and behold, there stood before the river a ram, which had two horns. We'll show you the pictures after we read. And the two horns were high, but one was higher than the other. Okay, there you go. Now I don't know. Should we let Mrs. Okoye answer this one. Should I explain as I read, or we read first and try to think? Since it's Monday morning, then you guys, well, it's supposed to be a holiday. So what should we do? Let's have options or comments from Instagram and from. Should I just say the interpretation straight away, or should we just read? Because I think, well, let me hear from you. Option 1 is direct interpretation straight away. Option 2 is I allow you to think. So let's have votes. 1, 2, 1, 2, or A, B.
Well, we can brainstorm as in come up with what, but then you tell us the answer at the end, because I don't want to put my mouth, because that's what happened the last time, and then fire started.
Okay, fire started. Okay. So someone is saying option 1. So Simon, you want straight interpretation. You don't want all these commentaries. 1 or 2. Let's go. Instagram. 1 means direct interpretation. 2 means I allow you give options, and to take a little bit more time, we can do just chapter 8 for today, right? Which is fine. At least we'll be here for till 11:30, earliest rather. We might go to 12 depending on how the time goes. Okay, people are saying 2, and 1 person has said 1. 2 people have said 2. Liberation says 1. Bukola Omalicha says 1. People don't like what, like, just what I beg. Just tell me the thing. Just give me the open the answer. I'll go open answer, all that thing. Open answer. Give me the 5. Is it 2? 2? Is it 2.5? You just copy your matric. Another person's matric number. And they say, oh God, what's happened? 1 and 2. Right now, 1 is still winning. There's 3 1s and there's 2 2s. 1 is direct answer. 2 is brainstorm. You missed the question. You don't vote already. Okay, Mr. Gang has not voted. The question is: should we give the interpretations directly, or we read and we brainstorm in that sense, and then we get the final answer? So option 1 is direct answer. Option 2 is brainstorm before answer. So that's what we are voting about. Okay, Mr. Gang says 2. So that is equal. We have can I vote twice? Let I catch you. So vote 1 or 2. We only have 1 vote on Instagram. TikTok has more, like 5, 6 votes. And there's a lot more people on TikTok. You can't vote twice. Nigerian sense. Or you enter with another account and vote again. So, okay, let's try to brainstorm before we get the answers, okay? Well, I'll put little markers along the way so you know what to look out for. And I'll tell you the final answers once we are done. So, vote on IG. So then I lifted up mine eyes and saw, and behold, there stood before the river a ram, okay, which had 2 horns. Okay, most rams will have 2 horns, right? And the 2 horns were high, okay, right? But 1 was higher than the other. So that's 1 thing to look out for. Then the higher came up last, okay? Okay, a little bit of That's another thing. Tell you there's two horns somewhere. Let's keep going. I saw the ram pushing westward. Okay, sorry, pushing westward, suggesting it came maybe from the east, right? And northward and southward. Yeah, Chima was right about that yesterday, 2 days ago. That it probably came from the east because it was pushing westward, pushing northward, pushing southward, so that no beast might stand before him. And the question is, came from the east relative to where? You see, relative to where, right? So, so that no beast might stand before him, neither was there any that could deliver out of his hand. Okay, but he did not, but he did rather, according to his will, and became great. And as I was considering, just this ram, behold, a he goat came from the west. So indeed, that's like east west, right? On the face of the whole earth, right, and touched not the ground, more or less like a flying goat. And the goat had a notable horn within his eyes. So that's like a unicorn kind of horn as we know it, or let me say rhinoceros, just a straight thing. And it came and it came to the ram that had two horns, right, which had been standing before the river Ulai, and ran to meet him with fury. You see, with the fury of his power, right? And I saw him come close to the ram, and he was moved with choler, that's anger, against the ram, against him, and smote the ram, and brake his two horns. And there was no power in the ram to stand before him, the goat, right? But he cast the ram down to the ground, and stamped upon him, and there was none that could deliver the ram out of the goat's hand. You see, therefore the goat waxed very great, right? And when he was strong, the great horn was broken. So that horn that came from the middle of his eyes, right, was broken. For it came up four notable ones towards the four winds of heaven. So now that's getting familiar. Don't forget, this one had these two horns. One was higher than the other, like this middle finger higher than this index finger. But this one had one notable horn. It was broken. In place of it, four came. This one is done away with. So now that's familiar. We're having four again. 2 and 4, okay? So let's see. And four notable horns towards the four winds of heaven, right? And one of them came forth a little horn, that's a leap forward, which waxed exceeding great. So little horn is now more or less a giveaway, right? Because we talk about little horn when we're talking about that diverse beast, which waxed exceeding great towards the south and towards the east and towards the pleasant land. That's deeper in the south, I would say, okay? And it was great even to the host of heaven. Now you are even going to the heavens and talking against those who are there. That's the blaspheming horn. And people that have said, like Pastor Phil now is saying that is okay, something like Alexander, Mesopotamia, and he's talking about the same horn, and they say blaspheming towards heaven, they will jump to Trump. How come now? Within the same horn, the same animal, just the horn now is Alexander or something. Immediately now it becomes Trump. What happened to all the people between? You see? So there's a major timeline and gap, and it's just not there. You see? I mean, some of these concepts are within the same verse, and one is Alexander, immediately you jump to Trump. How? Is it not maybe because you are looking at Trump in front of you and you want to use your consciousness, your reality, as it were, to define the scriptures? You see? Anyway, it was great, and towards the host of heaven, okay? And let me read that again. And it was great even to the host of heaven, right? And it cast down some of the hosts and the stars to the ground and stamped upon them. That's serious. That's serious. And it's supposed to be a little horn stamped upon the stars of heaven. Yea, he magnified himself even to the prince of the host. Ooh. And by him, the daily sacrifice was taken away. and the place of the sanctuary was cast down. That's the Roman kingdom. And an host was given him against the daily sacrifice by reason of transgression, and he cast down the truth to the ground. That is the height of it. Cast the truth to the ground. This is the Bible. He cast the truth to the ground. This is, right? So who was that person that cast the truth to the ground? And he practiced and prospered. Some say that practice is practicing witchcraft, but let's just leave the word the way it is. He practiced and prospered. Then I heard one saint speaking, and another saint said unto that certain saint that spake, how long shall be the vision? How long shall be the vision concerning the daily sacrifice and the transgression of desolation? Right? To give both the sanctuary and the host to be trodden down underfoot. Even the truth was trodden down underfoot. Some stars were trodden down underfoot. You see? So how long shall this continue? Just like we're looking at the middle belt thing, how long would these people be on a life like this? How long? And he said unto me, unto 2,300, unto 2,300 days, which I think is literal days, right? Which will be how many days in a year? So that's more or less 3.5 years thereabout, 2,300, right? Thereabout, okay? Because 365, no, that's 7 years, right? So 2,300 days, 365 days in a year, roughly. 3 times 7 is 21. So they're about 7 years, actually. Okay? 2,300 days, they're about 7 years. And some will take this 2,300 because they're in year 2,000. They will say, you see, it's 2,300. And we have done the 2,000. We're waiting for 300. No, I don't think so. Anyway, then shall the sanctuary be cleansed. And it came to pass when even I, Daniel, had seen the vision and sought for the meaning. Then behold, there stood before me as the appearance of a man. And I heard, again, he saw the meaning. The previous one, he had the interpretation, he saw the meaning. Just remember that. That might be coming up in the next 2 days when we get to Daniel chapter 12. Because you see that he keeps understanding what he's seeing so far. Okay? Stood before me as the appearance of a man, and I heard a man's voice between the banks of Ulai, which is called this, and said, Gabriel, make this man to understand the vision, right? And this is powerful. Let me read 16 again. And I heard, so the other ones were 2 saints. Now, and I heard a man's voice between the banks of Ulai, which called and said, Gabriel, make this man to understand the vision. Okay? Make this man to understand the vision. So he came near where I stood, and when he came, I was afraid and fell upon my face. But he said unto me, understand, O man, or O son of man, for at the time of the end shall be the vision. An end, there are many ends, like we've said. Even the time of Noah was an end in itself. Okay? So for at the time of the end shall be the vision. So it won't be for Daniel's time. Excuse me. Good morning, phenomenon. So now, as he was speaking with me, I was in a deep sleep on my face. That's how it usually is. Yeah. So as he was speaking with me, I was in a deep sleep on my face towards the ground. But he touched me and made me set upright and set me upright. And he said, behold, I make thee know what shall be in the last end of the indignation. For at the time appointed, the end shall be. So it's not in Daniel's time, it's in the future, right? So this is Daniel all the while. Sorry, Gabriel, yeah, speaking to Daniel all the while, okay? That where he's getting weak and all that. Okay. the ram which thou sawest having two horns. Oh, well, the interpretation is even there anyways. Okay. So the parts that may not be there, I can just add it because we have benefit of hindsight. The ram which thou sawest having two horns is the kings of Media and Persia, right? And the rough goat is the king of Grecia, right? And the great horn, that goat that had, you see, the goat is on this side. Oops, they've disconnected. Oh, not yet. So they will soon disconnect this Instagram. They just cut it every 1 hour. So we'll restart it. Just watch out for it if it goes off in Instagram. So this had one notable horn, then it went off, then four notable horns came in place of it. This one had two horns, right? One is higher than the other. So this is one horn fighting this. Okay. So watch this. So the ram which thou sawest having two horns are the kings of Media. Well, Media is the smaller one and Persia is the longer one. Just like it was standing on one leg, if you remember. Or on one side, that's the bear. Okay. Again, the bear is not Russia. They just keep saying bear. Right. And the rough goat is the king or kingdom of Grecia. Okay, it says king here anyway, right? So this goat, right, is the kingdom of Grecia, is Greece. This is Medo-Persia, so making sense. And the great horn that is between his eyes is the first king of Grecia. That's why I want to say kingdom and then king, you see. So, and the first king of Grecia would be Alexander the Great, as they call him. Which, by the way, is beginning to tell you when he's trying to give acronym for GOAT. So they know what they're doing, right? But all those kingdoms are destroyed. Anyway, so now that being broken, that's this one was broken, right? That notable horn was broken from this wild goat, that being broken, whereas four stood up for it. Four kingdoms shall stand up. This one is gone already, okay? Shall stand up of the nations, but not in his power, right? You see? And this four is those four generals again. So you see it's the same vision. It's the four generals again. Thank you, Father. So Lysimachus, Cassander, Ptolemy, and Seleucus, right? Diadochi. That's what they call them. And in the latter time of their kingdom, when the transgressors are come to the full, a king of fierce countenance, right, and a dark and understanding dark sentences shall stand up. This is perhaps one of those guys, including Nero especially. And Nero will be that mark of the beast, by the way, because his name in that tried with the Hebrew and, well, transliterated from the Greek to the Hebrew, Nero, because Nero is not a Hebrew name or Hebrew word. So transliterated into the Hebrew and get the Hebrew alphabet, like numerology. It's going to add up to 606, okay? And it was said that Nero, more or less, of course, unalived, and another Nero came. That you find that in Roman history. Someone who was just like him. He had this ability to sing. He could sing just like him also. And he went to fight in the river Euphrates, which would be in your regular Niger, Benue River. Anyway, so in the latter time of their kingdom, a king of fierce countenance, understanding dark sentences, shall stand up. Okay? And his power shall be mighty, but not by his own power. Okay, and he shall destroy wonderfully and shall prosper and practice. Now he's saying that practice again. Some say that's straight witchcraft. Okay, and shall destroy the might of the holy people. You see, he's beginning to talk about the person that cast the stars down. Okay, so I'll take questions after so that in case there's something, because he's mainly saying everything, but there's some part he's not saying. So those I understand, I would try to respond to and answer and explain. Right, so so, and through his policy, and people like to take this and just take it straight away to Vatican or to Trump or to Obama, whatnot, right? He said, his power shall be mighty, but not by his own power. It shall destroy wonderfully and shall prosper. Now, is it possible for those things to be cyclical? Of course. But the main one he's talking about is got to be these times, you see. And his power shall be mighty, but not by his own power. He shall destroy wonderfully and shall prosper, right? And practice and shall destroy the mighty and the holy people. He will destroy the mighty and the holy people. So this is more or less the same guy who is trampling upon the truth and casting down stars from the heavens. Okay? Verse 25. And through his policy, also he shall cause craft. Right? This way put picked up the witchcraft kind of thing. Shall cause craft to prosper in his hand, and he shall magnify himself in his heart. And by peace shall destroy many. Okay? So people immediately say, oh, this is the Antichrist, this is this. There's many things that happen. There is Antonius, there is Mark Anthony, there is different things this thing is talking about within that time. There is how that thing translation from Cleopatra, right, into that first king of the Romans, first Roman emperor. And when things were moving from 30 BC to 30 AD, right, from the Greeks to the Romans. There's many things that happened that we have not checked. Some of these things is talking about some things that Mark Anthony did, you see, especially when he gets, oh, Daniel 11 is very slippery. Very, very slippery, because you'll be juggling between personalities and timelines and locations, because he keeps talking about the king of the north and king of the south. And these guys have flipped the thing on you, you see. They flipped it on you just by the location is flipped, right? The north like this, they flipped it, is now the south. So that first throws you off. And then when it's talking about timeline, the whole thing is messed up. So the personality is just, you just read it and you just say, you know, the things is one of those ways that pastors like myself, we just read it fast. Yes, let's go, amen, hallelujah. Because I don't understand it. Okay, but thank God for revelation. So the extent to which we understand it, we'll try to explain when we get there. So that's Daniel chapter 11. But then if one doesn't understand, it's okay, fine, we'll pray about it, we'll check it. Okay, right? But it's good that we have it. It's like God's mercy and grace, see. And his power shall be mighty, but not by his own power. He shall destroy wonderfully and shall prosper, okay? And practice and shall destroy the mighty and the holy people. And through his policy, okay, he will make craft to prosper, okay? He will cause craft to prosper in his hand, and he shall magnify himself in his heart, and by peace shall destroy many. By peace, he will destroy many. So what you need to do is, before you just jump and say, that's Donald Trump, that's this, he's using peace, he's signing the Abraham Accord, his peace treaty, that's him. With the peace treaty with Iran, he's bombing Iran. With Israel, he's now bombing Iran. Okay, maybe. But the question is, have you checked history from the time of Daniel, 400 BC, 480, 500 BC, from 500 BC to 300 BC, 200 BC, 30 AD, time of Yeshua, 100, 300 AD, 400 AD, 700 AD, 1500 AD. Have you checked all of that? And there is no king that used peace to destroy people. That's the question. Most people have not scanned through that. Just go from the Bible, they speak as though the Bible was written like 20 years ago. And it jumped to Donald Trump, jumped to Barack Obama. Why? Right? I mean, that's a long time. So you need to check major histories. Now, of course, you gotta know what is happening in every king's kitchen and bathroom all through the time. But if it is something important that scripture is talking about it, you probably find it in history somewhere, right? So question, if it is not there around that time, is not Mark Anthony, is not the Maccabees, is not all those guys, it's just straight away to you. The question is, why that gap? So it's just simple now, right? You see? So let's keep going. So, and the vision, right? No, let's back off a little bit. So, by peace he shall destroy many. He shall also stand up against the prince of princes. You see, that's the height of it. He will stand up against the prince of princes. But he shall be broken without hand. Very important phrase. Without hands. Right? And we can start from there. I mean, of course, you remember without hands, right? The stone was cut without hands. So definitely it caps it there. That's talking about that stone cups without hand. So that's again the feet of iron and clay. That's again the diverse beast. That's again the horn. That's again the beast that has 10 heads and 7 heads and 10 horns, you see. So that stone, you see, just closes the thing there. That, hey, this thing is going to close with a stone. That's it. That's cut without hands. So in case you're confused, that's where the thing stops. And Yeshua is that storm, you see. And the vision of the evening and the morning which was told is true. Wherefore, watch this. Shut thou up the vision. Just seal it up. Why? For it shall be for many days before it happens. Many days is relative. For it shall be for many days. So shut it up. Close it up. Shall be for many days. You see. And I, Daniel, fainted and was sick certain days. Afterward, I rose up and did the king's business. This same Belshazzar. And I was astonished at the vision, but none understood it. Why? Why? Is this what we're looking for? I think so. Right. So none understood it. But it looks pretty straightforward to me. But I'm guessing it's because he shut up the vision. That's why I could no longer understand. But I mean, look at verses 6. Let's go. Let's look at verse 16. And I heard a man's voice between the banks of Ulai, and he called and said, Gabriel, make this man to what? Understand the vision. So if Gabriel was called to make you understand the vision, how come at the end of the vision you couldn't understand it? It was probably taken away from him. Why? He said 26, but shut thou up the vision, for it shall be for many days. You see, but he was brought to understand it. That's what they brought him to do. So did it mean that Gabriel failed in the vision? Or in the assignment, rather, to make him understand? You see. So, and he said that, and I, Daniel, fainted, was sick. I rose up, did the king's business, and I was astonished at the vision, but none understood it. You see, I think it's because he sealed it up. But then the interpretation is there, but somehow I just didn't understand. These things are spiritual. All right, so I think that's what we close for today. So let's have questions. I think the thing is more or less self-explanatory at the end of the day. So either option 1 or option 2. It's just about saying. So the guests that are coming, we'll just give them 4 minutes each. Or maybe 3 minutes because it's... so 3 minutes each for the guest. But then, of course, let's hear from Mrs. Okoye.
Oh, yeah, it will make sense why Daniel didn't get it at first, because it's easier for us because we have seen the time, right? He was there was no Greco-Roman at the time, so he may not have been able to piece it together. I'm just saying. But yeah, like you said, we're able to kind of decipher who is what. I know, but like you said, that 11, oh my God, you're like, who is this? Who is this? Like, it's all over the place. That's all. Like, you know what? I'll just read it as everybody's reading it together, so that we can, little by little, kind of say, okay, we'll all sit down and decide, okay, who do you think this is? And then we'll discuss and talk, and okay, yeah. But if you read it by yourself and you don't have this background knowledge, nah, like, wait, is it Cleopatra? No, I thought Cleopatra was a fictional story. Oh no, but then who is this? It sounds like Mark Antony. No, but then was this, it's like, you know what? Let's just read it as is, and hope maybe at the end revelation will come, because it's.
So we get
but
there.
Then when you now read, that one we just read about where the Most High showed Enoch the entire existence of mankind to the end, it now gives more. Oh, okay. But it's interesting how they kind of gloss over our timeline. Now, your translation keeps saying he will prosper with craft. Mine just says he will cause deceit to prosper. And another in verse 12 where it says it cast down the truth and it did its pleasure and prospered. So I guess that's how my own translation explains that whole use of craft to bamboozle folk. So yeah, that's it. Thank you so much.
Yes, you're welcome. So when we get to 11, God is going to help us to catch that right so we can get it correctly. Okay. So, but then is what makes it most, I think the most almost confusing part of that is because of the styling is, I mean, the style also doesn't really help, unfortunately, because it bounces in timeline also a little bit, the north and south, because chapter 11 is just the king of the north and the king of the south. That's what even many translations would, Bible subtitles would put there. But that detail is not too important. But then the people who needed it were the Maccabees. Who would have needed it were the Maccabees into the Roman. The Christians then would have really needed it. Believers then, rather, would have needed that detail. That what is all this going on with our kingdom and just this. Oh boy, you need to see the family tree of the Cleopatra, of the Ptolemies. It's such a mess. And we'll show that when we get to Daniel 11. It's such a mess. Anyway, let's not get there yet. So we'll show you who is that king of the north, who is that kingdom of the south, and all that. I mean, it flows from the Diadochi because you have the Seleucus, you have the Lysimachus, Cassander, the Ptolemy, and the Seleucids, right? So, but these Ptolemies and Seleucids are the most dominant. Those two are not very popular. So it flows from these Ptolemy and Seleucids, right, into the Cleopatra dynasty of that into the Roman kingdom is how that flows. So it gets a little bit like that, but then it's not too important because that tiny detail we wouldn't need it as such. Once we know where that timeline is, we can pin it there. For us, that's most of it. So in case somebody doesn't quite get it by then, it's not so too bad if you don't get it. Okay, but we'll get there by God's grace. Chapter 11. So we'll do chapter 9 tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow by God's grace. Okay, let's hear Phil. Let's start Pastor Phil. I think that's the same Pastor Phil. So let's give you 3 minutes. Let's go. You're muted. Phil T. Okay, maybe it's not ready. Pastor Phil, are you there? Phil T, yeah. Are you there? Okay, maybe it's not ready. Well, if there is no much questions, we can just move to chapter 9 because it's fairly early, so that we can still take a little bit more. Since most people are off work rather, I know. So should we go to chapter 9 or should we close? Quick voting right there. Chapter 9 or close? Let's hear from Instagram on 9, right, Mr. Walla? Okay, some people even came late. Today is holiday, Minister. It's just telling me that from that comment I should know the answer. Let us read on, please. Okay. Yeah, let's read now. There's plenty of things to do. Close, oh, sorry to be selfish, but I missed the word of Daniel, please. Okay, because of some people are going somewhere, they want us to close. Let me see if 9 can be rushed. Or not rushed, we're not going to rush. But let me see if it can be read. 27 verses, 70 weeks. We can't read Daniel. We can't rush this thing. We have to take one chapter per day. This is, Daniel 9 is too prophetic now. This one will not come on here today. Daniel 9 is too prophetic. In the first year of Darius, the son of Ahasuerus, the seed of the Medes, which was made king over the realm of the Chaldeans. No. It is too much. Except you want to read, and you guys go read. and we don't come. It's too much. Okay, let's hear from Pastor Phil. He seems to be here now. Let's give him his 3 minutes so we can close.
Okay, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you see the time?
Yeah, definitely. 3 minutes. Okay, I just want to contribute to what you've read so far about the prophecy of Daniel.
All right.
First of all, most of those prophecy is the same prophecy as the statue in the book of in First Daniel, Daniel chapter 1, chapter 2. That statue is the same prophecy about goats, one goat attacking the other goat. You know, it's the same. Everything is the same prophecy, and it's changing of dominion from one dominion to another dominion. So, the book of Daniel now, if we want to precept the book of Daniel, we have to go to the book of Revelation, chapter 12. The book of Revelation is mainly about two particular people, Esau and Jacob. Esau and Jacob. That is, the Bible says, the time of the end. The time of the end is when Jacob will take the dominion from Esau. Okay. Greco-Roman Empire was 2,500 years ago. Okay. The Bible says 70 weeks are determined upon your people. Upon your people. The Bible is pointing to Jacob because Daniel was an Israelite. Daniel was enslaved by Babylonian Empire to Babylon. So during this time, God is prophesying about what will happen to the generation to the race of Daniel. Okay. Babylonians are one dominion. The race of Daniel is another dominion. The race of Daniel, they were actually the children of Jacob, the Israelites. So the Bible is now saying 70 weeks are determined upon the people of Daniel. And when you times 70 weeks, a day is for 1 year. It should be 2,500 and something. From the time of, the Bible says from the time of the statue, from the time of Nebuchadnezzar, 70 weeks are determined upon the people of Daniel. So a day represents a year. So when you do the mathematics, it will be 2,500 and something years.
Is that going to fit?
Yeah, it will be 2,500 and something years.
I think it's going to be a little bit more, don't you think? You know, because if you say 70 weeks, a week is 7 days, right?
Yeah.
70 weeks, that's 70 times 7, right?
Yeah. A day for 1 year. So first we have to calculate, we have to turn that a year to 360 something.
Okay.
Then we have to times it, multiply it. So it will give us 2,000 something. So from the time of Daniel, it was actually like 400 and something BC, before Christ. Now from Christ to this our time is now 2,000 something. It's now 2,000. So the Bible is talking of our time, the time of the end, when iniquity, when, you know, the meaning of iniquity is when God might have punished the children of Israel for going against the law of God. Then God will now take the kingdom from Esau, and the kingdom will now be given to Jacob. So the book of Daniel and the book of Revelation is all about these particular two people.
Okay.
Esau and Jacob. That was why even when God created the nations, Esau and Jacob, they were the last nation created, because they will be the same kingdom that will be ruling when Christ will come in. Esau will be ruling. The Bible says Jacob was holding the heel of Esau. That means just as the kingdom of Esau is going down, the dominion of Jacob will start gradually. And that is the little stone that the book of Daniel is talking about. That little stone. It says it will start gradually. Jacob holding the heel of Esau. A dominion, then the dominion is going down. Then the dominion of Jacob is now starting gradually. And it's the same stone in the book of Daniel. So now the time of the end, when we go to the book of Daniel, chapter 11, when we read the last verse, the Bible says that particular nation will plant their tabernacle in the midst of the sea and the holy mountain. Like the Bible is not before me. When we go to the book of Daniel, chapter 11, the last verse, the tabernacle that they are planting now is all the weapons, all the ammunition, America planting all their weapons and everything, just where the Mediterranean Sea is. That is the tabernacle of the man of perdition that God is talking about. The person that we usher in the dominion of Jesus Christ. So that is what I want to contribute.
Well, thanks for that, Pastor Phil. So, I mean, it's like I said, I would rather think of it as something that's just cycling and all that, But then, having that tabernacle, which was from that Daniel 11, is an evil tabernacle, will be between the sea, in the midst of the sea, between the Holy Land, right?
Yeah, that is planting of the weapons and everything.
Right. So anyway, we'll get to that in chapter 11. Thanks for the contribution.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. So Daniel 11 is quite that way. But then we'll get it. It would be good to do that. Where is it now? The chapter 9 tomorrow. It will take time. Take a lot of time. Yeah, so let's just break it day by day by day. It's easier and it helps. So, but then, of course, by all means, people can keep reading or can read ahead and do whatever and all that needs to be done. All right, let's hear from Mr. Gang. Mr. Gang, good morning.
Good morning, and good day. Good morning, Mister. Good day, everyone. Most times when this Daniel is being read and some of these eschatological books are being read, I know that there are a lot of conjectures, there are a lot of suppositions, there are a lot of assumptions, and people try to give meaning to what is supposed to be. And I, for one, who have done a bit of, not too deep, but a bit of reading about, not study, a bit of reading about eschatology. Like yesterday, I told you that there are a lot within the mainstream theology who will tell you that the pleasant land they were talking about is America. And they'll give their conjecture about that. So I still don't have issues when I hear people who want to give narrations to these prophecies as though they are within the space of what we do. Because until I met you and saw what you had said, my mind has always been that rapture is still on the way, right? Millennial reign has not happened. You get it? So all of these things are, but now that in hindsight, you know that, okay, rapture has taken place, millennial reign has happened, we are within the period of deception, which is obviously what is happening in the world today, because Satan has been released for some time. So anybody who is saying that it's not deception, I think the person needs to ask the question, because it's too glaring. Look at what we are trying to discover, that the Bible is a black history, that there was a deception that was told to us, you get it, and locations were superimposed, and fake evidence have been brought from those locations to even give credence to what they have been talking about, to the point that when we even tell people that this is what is there, people don't want to even put in logic to what you are even trying to say. People just, because of the the indoctrination they have over the years. You know, the moment you say it, they can't even put it together to accept that this is what it's supposed to be. They'll begin to challenge you. Even some things that are supposed to be common reasoning, people will refuse to reason. Like, for instance, okay, the distance between the present day Israel and Egypt is about less than 1,000 kilometers. It's less than 1,000 kilometers. And how will people travel that distance for 40 years? You get it? How do you travel between this location to that place, and it will take you 40 years to go around that area? And we talk about the wilderness, we talk about the desert. Where is the wilderness and the desert within those distance that we can talk about to say, okay, they got lost within that desert and wilderness, you know? And you also look at that, even when you are looking at the Red Sea, okay, let's even assume that they crossed the Red Sea, not the Red Sea. They will go into Arabia, not into the place they are trying to talk about, because if you are talking about it, you don't go to that tip of the sea. You go to where, if it's the tip of the sea and they could easily cross, why would they begin to shout? You get it? So when people, you know, sit down and have refused and still holding on to what we've been indoctrinated with, today people will still tell you that Adam and Eve ate the apple. People are still talking about apple because, you know, people have said apple. So you just hear people talking about apple. But there's nowhere in the scripture that talked about apple. You get it? So it's understandable, because sometimes you need to deconstruct, and it takes a lot of time for you to be able to, what you have held on to for years, for somebody to just come one day and tell you that this is what you have held on to for this number of years, that your great-grandparents and your grandparents and your parents and you have been told. Somebody just comes one day and tell you that all these things they've been told is not really it. This is what it's supposed to be. You know, but the beauty about it is that even English will tell you that 99 days for a thief is just 1 day for the owner. So a lie can run for as many years it wants to run. One day when truth comes, it completely erases whatever the lie has been, because the moment truth comes, every other thing that has been spoken becomes irrelevant. You know, so I understand the fact that people are trying to understand, and that is why I also I appreciate the fact that, yes, let us just read every scripture a day at a time, and let's look at it. We might not even finish Daniel chapter 9 tomorrow, because that's where the crux of it is. We are talking about the 70 weeks of Daniel. So we're going to look at the 70 weeks of Daniel. We might stop there, and we might have to go back to most of those videos you've done to begin to bring out explanation. For this beast, you brought in the statue that Nebuchadnezzar saw, and then the other beast that further explain what Daniel was trying to say. But now we are going into the 70 weeks of Daniel, which is going to give us the timelines from the period of them going into captivity in Babylon to the days of the white throne judgment, all of that. So when you look at all of that, it's going to be looking at it week by week, at events that happen, to even give credence or give value to what people have heard and what people do not even know. Because the truth about it is that it's not everybody that is interested in eschatology, sincerely. Because sometimes it's scary, sometimes it's confusing. You know, sometimes it's very scary, because when you begin to hear about the beast, you hear about a lot of things, people just get scared and like, what? This thing looks very scary, I can't read it. There are people that have not read Revelation as we are speaking, and they've been Christians for years, but because of the way Revelation is portrayed, a lot of people have been scared and they've never opened Revelation to read it. So when people make reference to Revelation, that's maybe when they will go back to go and look at it and come back, because the book of Revelation looks very scary, you know. So people should just open their minds and let us just look at these things logically and literally, and look at the world event and history and what has happened and what has transpired and what is in historic books, and try to compare and see where we are at. I think that's the best counsel I can give us. But if we try to now begin to say, no, this one was placed here or this one was placed there, some of the places you think they have been placed may have been things that have been have been created for you to be able to believe that that's what it is. You get it? We are now hearing that Hebrew were black people. How now are you now going to talk about Caucasians being Hebrew and black people being Hebrew? When they say Jesus, the first thing that comes to our mind is the white Jesus. How do you now compare that Jesus was not a white person, he was black? You get it? So these are things that you cannot even, comprehend and begin to just understand. So it just takes a lot of patience, a lot of deconstruction, a lot of humility to even look at what is really there. So thank you. Let me not take the whole of the time. I know we've done a bit of it today, but let's just be open to what is there and learn. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gang, for that. So we just take it one step at a time. I mean, I thought Daniel and I was the one we can just we can't rush it. So, but it is good. Okay, so one day at a time, no rush. We are here, and it's just like we have been led by God's Spirit. We here every day by God's grace, 10 o'clock UK time every day, so that we can have things forward. Let me appreciate everybody who has come for today's TikTok and Instagram live. Okay. So let's start with who's there. Yeah, Vessi Josh, thank you. Hali, Phenomenon, Nima Dion, Musical World, Ancient Hebrew, EM, Luna Voss. Who else is there? Excuse me. Yeah, well, do I need to start again? No. Yeah, Phenomenon, Luna Voss, Ancient Hebrew, Jason, Femotex, Walalani, Liberation, Babaladapo, Phil T, that's Pastor Phil, Chioma Koye, Kasoleze, Gang. Thank you so much for coming. So tomorrow we'll do Daniel chapter 9. So if possible, read it ahead, come pray after that God should help help and show things to us and beautiful things, so that even our hearts can be changed, we are transformed, because that's the end of the thing at the end of the day. Not just to say, okay, I know this, I know that, very important. Thank you so much. God bless us all. We would see again tomorrow by God's grace. Thank you. Bye. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Let's get started this morning. I'm going to pray. Oh, my soul. Pray. Oh, my soul. I will make my God is alive. I will make it the six. I will make quiet. God is alive. Yes, morning, my brother. Oh, my soul. Oh yeah, part 5. Don't part 5. Keep him inside. I've come to pray. Right. Let's tap the screen with our power tap from, is it Telegram? Yeah. Power tap from Telegram. All right, so let's tap to get to. We can go to that Telegram app so we can do it faster. Okay. Yeah, you watch after. Yeah. Why am I feeling inside? So we can tap. Why am I keeping inside? Oh my soul. Okay, let's use that app to power tap on from Telegram on power tapping on iOS. I think there's an iOS app for it, which we have on our Telegram. It's actually an application. So if you go to the Telegram page, you'll find it. Why will I keep him inside? I won't be quiet, my God is alive. I've been to pray. Hey, is the Lord, oh my soul. So welcome everybody. Welcome Hali, Yang, Babaladapo. Then we have let's see. We have Opsy, we have Rockies, we have Casulese, Vessi Josh, Choma Okoye. We have Hali. Thanks for coming. So once we get to 2K, we can just start. Yes, Bukola Omalicha, is she there? Well, I don't know if she's still there. Oh my soul. Yes, you're welcome, Bukola Omalicha. Good morning. Okay, so we have 2K, so let's start. We'll just pray. We'll start Daniel chapter 9. Let's read these books. What are they saying? What are they saying? So the power that is in the books have to be manifest. Yes, morning. Have to be manifest in our lives. That's the essence. Let's pray. We give you thanks, our Father, for another day, another time your presence to read these scriptures. We pray that as we read, we first declare that we are gathered in your name, and we ask that you come in our midst. Let the Spirit of God that inspired these prophecies, these words, these scriptures be manifest in our lives to change our hearts, to strengthen us, cause us to be wise, so that we can fulfill your purpose for our lives on this earth. We give you thanks, Most High God. In the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, we've prayed. Amen. So, Daniel chapter 9. So it's 3.3K on TikTok, so we can continue. In the first year of Darius, the son of Ahasuerus, of the seed of the Medes. So I think this is the same Darius that took over in chapter 5. Can we confirm if it's the same person? It pleased Darius to set over the kingdom. Yes, it was. The end of chapter 5. And Darius the Median took the kingdom. Okay, so Daniel 5:31. He's the one that took over from Belshazzar. Darius, the son of Ahasuerus, the Median. Okay, he's the one that took over from Belshazzar. So now that Darius was reigning, another vision came. So he's from the Medes. Remember, it's Medio-Persian. So the Medes took over first, and the Persians came next. Why can't we say Yahushua's name? We say that sometimes. Okay, Yeshua. We say that sometimes. I find original much better. We think Jesus is a new name. I know many things have been said. Jesus is Jesus, is this, it is Zeus, it is Hail Zeus. I don't think so. Not after the things that we have seen that name do. First hand, second hand, third hand, whatever. That Jesus as it is like that. Jesus, Yesu, like that. I think it's the new name. And some say the alphabet J didn't exist exactly. Right? That's why a new alphabet probably was created for it in the mid-century or Middle Ages, as they call it. Okay? You can manage AI summaries and settings. Well, what if I just tell AI not to listen to us again? Then hear your voice? No. Let's see. Headphones, right? Comment settings. Let's see. Masked comment. Allow enigmas to send masked comments in your life. Visible to you. I don't know what enigma means. Blocked keywords. Start comments. Show the most sent comment. Mute duration, mute rules, comment. Let's see, start comments. All right. Keywords, filter on. Doesn't seem to be in the settings here. But anyway. So anyway, that's that about the name of Jesus as against or Yeshua. Okay. So in the first year of Darius, the son of Ahasuerus, of the seed of the Medes. Let me do this. All right. So which was made king over the realm of the Chaldeans. In the first year of his reign, I, Daniel, understood. So Daniel, as he was seeing visions, he was reading. So I, Daniel, understood by books, right, the number of the years whereof the word of the Lord came to Jeremiah. I mean, let's see how I change the settings himself. So, whereof the word of the Lord came to Jeremiah by Jeremiah the prophet. So he's reading books from Jeremiah, just like we are reading books from John now, from Daniel, from Enoch. That he would accomplish 70 years in the desolations of Jerusalem. Desolation means to leave somewhere empty. So he's saying he's reading from book. Right. So, good morning, everybody. So we're we're just going real time live now. So if you're joining us from other platforms, you're welcome. I think YouTube is real time now. Okay. So YouTube is real time now. We're live on the YouTube. As long as I'm breathing, I've got a reason to pray. Praise the Lord, oh my soul. So we'll start with scripture reading, Book of Revelation. I won't be quiet, my God is alive. Why would I keep him inside? Okay. So let those on YouTube just say hi so I know you can hear us. Facebook is also live now. So YouTube and Facebook, we are going good. Okay, so I think everything is in order. Check, 1, 2. So let's start tapping the likes on the platforms. Then let's also begin to like the live. So once we have about 2,000 likes on TikTok, then we use that as a yardstick to start. So I would say, I would think that we're audible on the other platforms. So let's keep tapping the likes and keep sharing to people. So let's hit 2,000 likes on TikTok so we can start. I've got a reason to pray. Praise the Lord. So I'm thinking we've got that covered. So we're reading the book of Revelation. Let's get the tapping power tap app that we use from our Telegram. If you're not part of the Telegram, let someone post the Telegram link so they can join and power tap from there. What do we have here? So let's check the book of Revelation. Chapter 17 seems to be where we stopped. So let's tap the screen. We have just 300 likes, that's few. So let's just activate the power tap so that we can hear from you. You can see the likes going up. As long as I'm breathing. And it's a happy Sabbath day, isn't it? So we have 500. You can keep tapping. Let's have at least 2,000. At least 2,000 likes. Check 1, 2. So Revelation chapter 17. And there came one of the 7 angels that had the 7 vials. So that's where we're at. So they're about to judge the great whore that sits on many waters. Okay, that's the next place we are about to read. So we have 1.6 thousand likes, so I think we can proceed from there. So if you're watching from YouTube, this is real time. You can ask questions directly, then we can easily respond. But I wish those on YouTube, I can see a few people on YouTube. If you can just text to say you are there, so we know you're there. I've typed a hello so that we see that you can hear. Okay, we have 2,000. Let's pray. Revelation chapter 17 is what we're reading. Then we go into the worship in songs immediately after. Thank you, Father, for this day. We thank you for this day of rest. We bless your name. We thank you for your wisdom, for your grace, and everything that you've done. We decree that we are gathered in your name. And as we gather to read these words, let these words change our hearts, cause us to be more and more like you, so we can be strong, can do exploits, can be strengthened with your might by your spirit in our inner man. As we also proceed into the worship session in songs, to give you thanks, to worship you for who you are, to also praise you and admonish, singing unto one another in psalms, hymns, and spiritual songs, that your presence continue with us into that session also. We give you thanks, our Father, in the name of your Son, Yeshua, we've prayed. Amen. Wow. Revelation 17. And there came one of the 7 angels which had the 7 vials, and talked with me, saying unto me, Come hither. Right. So just a quick summary, what we've been doing so far, just on the pin to taskbar, quick access, so that you see everything that's been happening in the book of Revelation, just some pictures that we have shown. I have a reason to praise the Lord, oh my soul. So just a quick summary of that. Let's leave this up. Just below. So let's show those on the other platforms also. What has been going on? Let's do that for. Okay, so first seal, second seal, third seal, fourth seal. Continues like that until there was 7 trumpets, and there were different situations. The 7th trumpet gave room for the vials, okay. And then Revelation 12 talks about the dragon and the woman. 13 talks about people that were killed, and the angels that preach the everlasting gospel. Okay. What else do we have there? Like that, then there were the 7 vials. So each vial came with its own plague, if you will. So then after this last one, it says it is done. Okay. And there was hailstones falling on men, on people, and we said they're about 58 kg. That's a talent. 8 kilograms of stone. So that's basically what we've been having a look at in all that's been happening in the book of Revelation. Right, so let's as long as I'm breathing, I've got a reason to praise the Lord. Alright, so that's what we have there. What I want to do for the one person on YouTube, I want to restart the YouTube live. So just rejoin if you can see that on YouTube.